Good news, everyone.
"'Tis very real, my fluffy feathered friend."
Good news, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. And yes, you are fluffy and feathered, headless chicken, as chickens tend to be, after all. So, today I'm going to be going on that panel in like a half hour on masculinity issues in American politics. I know the panel's specifically named Do the Democrats Have a Masculinity Problem? But y'all know me, I will be making this much more about than just Democrats. But, we do actually have some real good news. Some actual positive news. A fascist has been arrested, in fact, banned from engaging in politics in France for 5 years. Beans again? No, definitely not beans again. So, Marine Le Pen found guilty of organized embezzlement of 4.6 million euros in public funds. Throw her in the trash. Yeah, absolutely. This makes me incredibly happy. This just happened a couple hours ago. It's still breaking news.
On reporting there. Now, for more on this story, we can bring in Andrew Smith, lecturer in liberal arts at Queen Mary University of London. Thank you so much for joining us on the program today. Now, the Le Pen family is no stranger to losses in court. Marine Le Pen is promising to fight this conviction, but what are her options?
Can't say that one, Marita. Sorry, I'm gonna have to get rid of that message for 1 second. That is technically a Fed post. Warning, I suppose. Small change. Check Trump and Elon's pockets. Look, honestly, at this point, like, obviously Trump and Elon are the biggest issue, but I'm gonna take any win we can. Duterte getting imprisoned, and now Le Pen being banned from French politics for 5 years. 10 out of 10.
Here.
Well, as you say, it's a it's a really challenging one because this is something where, she has been tried. It's been a long trial. She stood alongside 24 other defendants, and they have been found guilty with this extraordinary punishment that has been brought down. But I think the really important thing is that, it's not a punishment which has been targeted at her as an individual. It's not because of her prominence. It's not because of her, political significance. It's because, as the court said, there's an organised, optimised, and systematised embezzlement of public funds, which is
like, okay, Le Pen deserves to be kicked out of politics and imprisoned, honestly, for a lot of reasons, and I mean a lot of reasons. This being by far the least of them, in my personal opinion. Like, obviously, embezzling public funds is bad and illegal, and you shouldn't do that. And if you do, you should face consequences. But, I mean, she does a lot worse things than that. But, whatever, take her down. I'm happy for it. Not a lot of strongman politics. I'm picturing a bunch of ripped men sitting around a table with a bunch of papers, around dumbbells. Yeah, no, not that kind of strongman politics.
Taken place. Up to 4.6
Although they do like to
million
think of themselves as
euros
such.
of public money embezzled in around 40 fictitious contracts. Now that's really important because I think that's ultimately what we need to stress here. Any appeal that she wants to make would be about her own political ambitions. And I think the really important thing at the heart of this...
She didn't even think that she did something wrong. She was arguing that she wasn't, like, she was arguing that she's not guilty.
...is we're dealing with an issue of justice. So there are strategies that you could try to use. Of course, there's an unclear route of appeal around this, but it could, it might go to the Constitutional Court, it might go elsewhere. It's not. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to come in first to tell you that defence. But ultimately, it could take maybe a year to hear an appeal, and that would still take us before the 2027
Is she going to do an appeal at this point? Because from what I've heard, she left the hearing early because she knew that it was already fucked. We're having some special elections today. Yes, we are. I mean, we'll see how they turn out. The last one turned out pretty well.
Every avenue explored by the far right as they try to really fight back against, the legitimate organs of the state, which are enforcing the law of the land.
Andrew, I covered the national rally the day after they lost the last national election in 2022, and there was this mood of celebration. They were just looking at the figures and showing
Oh, wait, she was also sentenced to prison. Wow, wait, I didn't realize that she was also sentenced to prison. She can technically appeal. She can file an appeal. But Le Pen was sentenced to 4 years in prison, including 2 years suspended and 2 years under house arrest. So, fucking based. Jesus Christ. Put her, I mean, 4 years is honestly not even long enough for a fascist like Le Pen. Florida special election to replace Gates and Waltz. From what I last saw regarding that, I don't know much about Gates' old seat, but Waltz's old seat has some good numbers when we're talking about Dems.
That they got the next election, 2027, in the bag based on the trends. Can they get there without Marine Le Pen in the picture?
It's a really good question. Just Sunday, there was an IFOP poll by the Journal de Dimanche, which I think had her at 34 to 37% of voting intentions in the first round of a, competitive 2027 election. Now, that's a really challenging one because the party has always been, its initials now are RN.
Yeah, we can move on to the next one. Headless Chicken, I will be taking a look at those and keeping updated with that one. So, yeah, like, electoral politics is still important. I don't discount that you should be voting in these elections. In fact, if you live in Florida or Wisconsin, I hope you're planning to vote today in those districts if you can. I will be taking a look at them and covering them. Just at the moment, there's no actual news on it, and I'm not too keen on looking into polling and all that. Now, you want to see who's mad at Le Pen being arrested and sentenced to prison, as well as barred from French politics? Well, 1, Russia. 2, Orban in Hungary. The people need to see publicized evidence. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to be fair, how much evidence can you possibly show of the fact that this woman was embezzling money? Like, I want the files to come out. I want to see them. I want to read them. I want to see where that money was meant to go, where it went after she embezzled it. I still want to see all of that. But aside from that, that's all you can really show. Whereas right now on Twitter, half of like Twitter doesn't think that she did anything wrong. I'm seeing arguments of, well, she's in the European Parliament, so she's not, you know, misappropriating the money by using it in local French politics. Like, no, that's still embezzlement. That's not how, like, Europe works. But beyond that, I want to hear about kind of what her rhetoric, what her defense was like.
Let's get more analysis and bring in Ariane Bourgain, lecturer in French at the University of Northumbria. Ariane, thanks for being with us. This is truly, I believe, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, an unprecedented situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time that French politicians have been condemned for corruption or embezzlement, but this is certainly the first time that the leader of a major party who is leading the polls way ahead for the 2027 presidential election might not be able to stand for it. So that's why there is such a shock that we are talking about someone who is leading the polls and who might not be able to stand as a candidate.
And the reaction politically, I think, is predictable. Voices on the far right.
I'm curious to see what, like, the French public think about this, because Le Pen was never all that popular. Now, like, there was a definite rising French right-wing movement behind her, but I'm curious where the temperature is at. Trump says he won't rule out Third Reich. Yeah, that's not surprising. Although, you know, he'd be a bit late on that one.
Right, condemning it out of hand. Voices abroad from the far right end of the political spectrum also making those same noises, all except for François Bayrou, who of course is a well-known centrist and is actual Prime Minister of France. He says he's disturbed by the verdict. Do you understand where he's coming from?
No, I don't.
Well,
Why?
It's not a surprise because when the prosecution made its case in November, he already said that she should not be condemned. So him saying that it's disturbed,
Why?
or whatever the word he used, is not...
She committed a crime and is also overtly anti-democracy. I think the temp in France is not her. I think her party has plurality, but once the left formed a united front, they had a majority. Yeah, but then the liberals also went against the left. I'm not pro-left, but rather anti-fascist. I'm pro-left and anti-fascist.
Is not a surprise. But really, you know, everyone is entitled to criticize a court decision. You might think it's too harsh. You might think in this particular case that the sentencing is disproportionate to the crime committed. But there is a procedure for that, and the procedure is the appeal process. So all this,
so she can definitely still appeal.
All this noise that we've heard today, all these really harsh words against the dictatorship of judges, against judges being against the people, all of this...
Literally the same rhetoric in America, again. The dictatorship of judges. I'm sorry, judges doing their job and sentencing people for crimes that they committed is not a dictatorship, and no, that's not the judges working against the people. That's just how fascists are complaining these days about it.
This really harsh rhetoric is a political strategy to weaponize a judicial decision and galvanize her base and trying to make political gains out of a detrimental judgment. But really...
It's the same thing everywhere. They should tariff the export of brain rot. Yeah, honestly, it's our biggest export, so...
There is a procedure, and she's going to do it, which is to appeal and see what the appeal court will say.
Indeed.
She's not winning that appeal.
Well, it's me, I'm a victim, all those kind of things being said. Of course, she's trying to say it's a political decision that has been handed down.
Going to a Revolutionary Communists of America aggregated meeting this weekend. Not sure how much motion they will have, but it's cool to meet other leftists. Careful, Wet Camera Inc. When you go and meet, like, when you go to, like, big communist groups like that in America, they tend to be either tankies or, like, Trotskyists or something like that. But, I mean, I hope it goes well and you come across some rather thoughtful and intellectual leftists. What's up, Erratic Cookie? Good to see you. I'm happy to have you here as well.
By the French court. But at the end of the day, she's committed a crime. So as you and I talk now, she is basically a crook. She's being convicted. And so therefore, what she's going through is perfectly justified.
Well, this is a court decision who found her guilty, and now she's going to appeal. Right, so this should be really, in an ideal world, this should be the end of the discussion. She was found guilty, and now she's going to appeal. But clearly, she wants to present herself as a victim. She wants to present herself as a martyr, and we've seen that before.
So it's the general fascist ploy of I'm the most mistreated person in the world. I am being, unfairly singled out, the corrupt judges, and blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Just general fascist whinging. Love that.
Sarkozy, for example,
I love
was
hearing it,
condemned
honestly. It makes me happy.
In 2021, that's exactly what he said. When Trump was condemned, that's exactly what he did as well. So it's, she is condemned, she's going to appeal. And all of this noise is not, in my mind, is dangerous for the rule of law, because what she's doing is undermining the independence
the
of
biggest
the judiciary.
victims, just like a birthday boy. Why are you being so mean to the birthday girl over here?
But it's a well-known
strategy.
She can't do anything wrong. The playbook has been played not just in France but around the world.
And in terms of what happens next, then clearly, as you say, Marine Le Pen is going to want to cash in on this. The National Rally will do all it can to cash on this. Jordan Bardella, of course, who stands to take her place as the candidate in 2027, will also be trying to get the maximum out of this too.
Well, the thing is, what really happens today is that it has totally reshuffled the cards for the 2027 presidential election. If she still wants to be a candidate, I'm saying that the appeal court might overturn the verdict. A campaign will still be derailed because she'll have another trial, and obviously all the other parties are going to hammer her with accusation of being dishonest, etc., etc. If she takes a step back,
I wonder if the National Rally tries to distance themselves in general from her in response during the actual appeals process, because like they said, it could take a year for the appeals to go through.
Then there are two questions. Who is going to be the candidate? It could be Bardella, but when someone with such a stature as Marine Le Pen leaves space, it whets the appetites of other people. So it might not be Bardella. And then which political line are they going to choose? And finally, all the other parties, all their strategies are going to change because they all thought that they were going to fight against Marine Le Pen. And it's very different competing against her as it is competing against a less well-known person. So everything today has been appended when it comes to the presidential election.
Ariane Bourgain, it's always a pleasure to have you on the programme. Thank you very much indeed for giving us...
Le Pen more like Je Pencil, am I right? Honestly, based little pun there, not laws. You know how I feel about puns. Big fan. I'm a big fan. All right, so we got about 20 minutes until the panel starts, and I don't have to jump backstage just yet, so we can crack out a couple of these links if we work quickly, rather. Ah, yes, this is a good one. The brain rot is real. So, we've gone full Orwell, as Aaron Rupar claims. This is Peter Navarro on Fox News, just straight up telling you that what you know to not be true is true.
Well, you heard Lucas's reporting there where the president says he doesn't care if the prices go up on U.S. cars. So what's the message to the U.S. consumer?
The message is that tariffs are tax cuts, tariffs are jobs, tariffs are national security, tariffs are great for America, tariffs will make America great again.
So yeah, let's just pretend that reality no longer exists. That tariffs are now tax cuts. Yeah, for sure, Jan.
There where the president says he doesn't care if the prices go up on U.S. cars. So what's the message to the U.S. consumer?
You can see in his head that he just has the thought of, oh, fuck it, I don't care anymore.
message is that tariffs are tax cuts.
Tax cuts.
Tariffs are jobs.
They're jobs somehow. Tariffs are jobs.
Tariffs are national security.
Tariffs are national security.
Tariffs are great
Tariffs are great in general.
for America. Tariffs will
Great for America. Sure, we'll make America great.
make America great again.
Well,
Yeah, just invent reality. Like the things that everyone knows is no longer true. Even Republicans no longer defend that the tariffs aren't like they're not the ones out there being like, hey, tariffs aren't, taxes. Tariffs, I don't pay the tariffs, they pay the tariffs. We for sure got the message that we pay the tariffs the last couple of months, but we're just gonna pretend. Oh, you're not getting a tax rebate this year, by the way. IRS refund fraud payments are one of several means by which the Democratic Party used to attract and retain illegal immigrants in the USA. That is why they are so opposed to DOJ stopping this. The Democratic Party is aiding and abetting fraudulent government payments to illegals in order to establish a permanent one-party majority nationally. Sure. Yeah. Just like how the Republicans are funneling your tax money to this illegal immigrant right here to establish a one-party permanent, system based on their one-party system, not ours. It's the same. Obviously, it's every accusation, except this goes a bit further. We never fucked with the IRS. They're going to cut your tax rebates. In fact, they could take this like a step further and cut your rebates, but not cut MAGA's. That's what they did last time. People forget money is fungible. People don't know what fungible is, Ilrita. Tracked and will support the tariffs 100%, but I don't like the winner that's being implemented, unfortunately. What do you mean by that, Los Federales? I mean, like, I support the tariffs as they're good for crashing the U.S. economy, and fuck the U.S. economy right now. I want it to crash. So, it's good for other countries. I'm a unionized apprentice carpenter. The tariffs will definitely make many contractors downsize on their projects and work crew. If I don't want to get laid off, I'm going to have to work my ass off and then some. Good luck, Erratic Cookie. Hope you don't get laid off. It's not fair, but this is what we get for voting in people who want to steal from us. What are some of the other crazy nonsense that I saw today? Actually, I'm going to show you something else. I was going to show you some nonsense that came out of a debate around healthcare, but just to go with the theme of today, we're going to talk about issues around masculinity, maybe we should stick to that topic. First, what's up, Lanky Sapien? So, here you will find your average, your median incel. Be aware that there is going to be a swastika in this picture, but I mean, these people are genuinely fucking mentally ill. So, Lucas Gage over here. To be honest, I have never seen my wife happier. I'm glad the Jews took her from me. She deserves better. This is what I assume is his ex-wife and her new boyfriend. The Jews ain't doing this to you, my guy. I can see why your wife left you, but like this is mental illness. You understand that, right? I mean, look at the. Hold on. Let me scroll into the comments really quickly to find a safe zone for me to be able to do that. The power of African Jews, space Jews, like absolutely nobody, white men, like these are the ones making fun of him, sure. But you go a bit deeper into where it's calling it, I mean, probable spam, but Kanye West, my wife left me for a white Jew. Lucas Gage, my wife left me for a black Jew. Like, this is mental illness. It's the Nazism and the incels made that. But take it a step further, because these people and the rhetoric that they put out, the memes that they put out, the culture of incels and male superiority and manosphere Andrew Tate bullshit that they exist in creates people who act like this, to be clear, I don't know how old the person speaking in this video is, but they sound like a child to me.
Can I hang out with you?
Like, first off, approaching a woman in a car park like this, like an underground car park, like, hey, can I hang out with you, is fucking creepy, and you could see by her startled reaction that that alone was a bit, you know, unsettling.
Can I hang out with you?
That guy just stole my car, so he's
Just got her
Where'd
car
he go?
stolen.
Newport Coast? Huh?
Guys, this is not how you speak to women, by the way. You don't start, like, following them after they disregard you and...
Can I hook up with you? What kind of vagina do you have? Is it an innie or an outie? Does it have beef curtains?
I'm gonna call the cops.
Like, immediately just exposing yourself as a piece of shit. Honestly, Headless Chicken, who cares? How to immediately creep a woman out 101? Yeah, this is not how you speak to anybody at all. This sure as hell isn't where you speak to women like this either. Like, you can approach somebody in a car park. I just, like, you know, there's ways to go about doing that. Even women, as a man, that are, not creepy. No, I noticed it too. It's just like, eh.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're annoying, dude.
Why are you following me?
Because I want to fuck.
Women should carry more guns. I agree.
My fat ass cock is ready to get hard for you.
I think that it should be perfectly fine to mace a guy that does this shit. You can't shoot a guy that does this, sorry. But I wouldn't mind if someone did get shot for acting like this. Like, I wouldn't feel bad for them. It's not good. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't shoot anybody unless it's in self-defense for your own life. But if, let's say, this guy got shot, I don't care. I'm not gonna feel bad for him.
Cops are coming right
Why would you call the cops on me, bro? I'm just speaking.
That doesn't matter.
Fuck you, you little bitch, you little void. Oh, you little... Whoa, what's wrong with you? Chill out, chill out, chill out. Hey,
Back the fuck up.
chill out.
Back the fuck up.
Chill
Back the
out.
fuck up is right.
Chill out. You just kicked me in the balls.
She should have kicked you harder.
You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me, you're gonna...
And then he maces her. Imagine being that much of a pussy that you go start harassing, like, women that are just hanging out to the point where if they get mad at you, one of them throws their shoe at you, so you mace them and then run away like a little baby. So, I want you... What we're going to be talking about today, it's not a debate, really, Lanky Sapien, it's a discussion, is we're going to be talking about masculinity. And the main real subject that this discussion is going to be based off of is, do Democrats have a masculinity problem? I don't think Democrats have a masculinity problem. I think that is the masculinity problem in this country. It's that level of mental illness, that level of selfish, malignant narcissists that think that they are owed like the body of women, that they can go do that with no consequences. If a guy ever spoke to one of my daughters like that, I will make the movie Hostel look like Sesame Street. I feel like I have zero mental space for men that act like that. You should have zero, in fact, at all, in entirety. Bring shame back. The real issue here is that all the hot guys take all the women. They're just too dang hot. Yeah, honestly, that's a skill issue, though. You get to an extent, skill issue. Obviously, like, you can be attractive. Anybody can be attractive. It's not a matter of, I don't know, the genetic structure of your facial features or any of that. It's about whether you put effort into how you look, into how you dress, whether you take care of yourself, whether you have good hygienic practices. That's the kind of stuff that makes someone attractive. But toxic masculinity was pervasive growing up in Texas. Well, you know, like, it's worse now than it would have been then. At least with my generation, because now the toxic masculinity is seen as a good thing. It's incentivized beyond just talking with the boys, you know, like, it is being pushed online. I get messages every single day saying that like people like me shouldn't be allowed to vote, that they can't wait to make it so that women can't go outside without men, that that women exist as sex toys. I'm trying to like thread my language here because this isn't an issue that exists broadly. It's not just a Republican issue, but it is predominantly led by Republicans, the right wing. Most Democrats are feminists, so I'd be really surprised if Dems do something like this. The issue with Democrats when it comes to masculinity is the opposite of this, is they know this is bad, but then they try and overcompensate in the opposite direction. But that's a very minor issue and doesn't happen often. The right wing has such a masculinity issue that it feels the need to remove women's liberty to solve marital issues or whatever. They have the issue, yeah. It's always them. It's always been them. It feels like this is a massive issue of not interacting with normal people, men and women in real life. Well, I mean, that too, brain matter. A lot of that does come from a lack of in-person interaction. But there is also a manufacturing of that kind of sentiment, specifically towards young men to direct at women. But yeah, real in-person interaction would lessen this. People don't know how to talk to strangers, so it's not surprising. Said I'm not a Grim Reaper. What's up? What's up? Good morning. This is because we need to teach children how to socially interact with each other. We're at that point in society. Basically, yeah. It's kind of like I talk about when it comes to, in general, not just men, but people don't know how to socialize. I don't think Gibbs is on this panel. As far as I'm aware, there's not actually any MAGA on this panel. Speaking of the panel, they're all in the waiting room, so I should hop in. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Friend.
What's up? What's up?
Hi, Visora. How are you?
Good, good. Just getting set up.
Zers, I just want to let you know my ban, my probation period is lifted in 2 weeks, so don't say anything crazy, please.
Hold on.
Okay. You got banned? How did you get banned?
Are you banned on
from
the
art? No, I'm not banned on anything. But
Okay.
I got a content flag when me and Zers talked, and it was something fucking stupid. It's like Zers said the word like what did he say, hypergamy, and that's like the thing they flagged was
Really?
hypergamy. Yeah, I know, and it's like I
What?
googled
Oh.
I typed hypergamy into YouTube, and there's like 100 videos with that in the title. So that's definitely not why. It's probably just an AI thing. But I'm just saying it's funny because it was in January when we talked, and I think in April 12th or something like it'll expire, and it would be so funny if like right at the end I get another.
Oh
Oof,
no.
yeah. That would
I
suck.
just do it to you again. No,
Nice
this
to
is
meet you
Hopefully-
guys, Nasser and
hopefully there's none of that.
Visora.
Yeah, nice to meet you
Nah,
as
thanks,
well.
man. Hello there.
All right, chat.
we still got about
They
5
can't hear me
minutes
at the moment,
before,
so I'm
we're live
telling
on
you,
my
I
end, so
won't
if you
be
guys need to do
looking
anything,
at
if you need to
chat
take a
while I'm
bathroom
doing
break,
this.
you need to get a
I don't know
snack,
who any
you
of these
need to
people
get
are
a
either, except Prime
now's the time.
Case will be here, who was in the last one that I did, the 16-person mass debate. We'll see how this goes. I am
Alright,
pretty
guys.
confident that this is going to be
I'm going live. I'm not
quick
going
and
live with
easy.
all you guys. It's just the
Starting
like,
soon, yeah, I get you.
yeah.
Soypill was on the other one, or the other day.
We'll
Yeah,
do
I
the
don't know
same
about
thing.
Soypill too much.
I need to get your little what's it called? Your MP3 stock sound of crowd shuffling into auditorium. I like that. Oh, it's a WIC debate. Everyone go in there. Blah, blah, blah, blah.
No one likes my starting soon screen because every time I use it on YouTube, at least, everyone's like, "You should just stop that. You should cut it out." And I like it though. I like the ambiance it sets, but no one else does.
Wait, do they don't like it because it's like when they start the debate, it doesn't start at the debate, it starts at the
Yeah.
ambiance, and they can't find.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I understand that, and that's why I want to like eventually hire someone to like actually edit all my crap. But hey, you know, it's hard out here. You know,
Yeah,
we're
I've
doing our
been
best. and
looking
we're-
for editors is like a job and a half because like, you can go on Fiverr and find an editor, but you want someone who at least watches your content so they know where to cut and whatnot. It's a pain.
Exactly, and like has the same cohesive like message, so they know like, oh, like if I wanted to clip something, what's clippable, and if it's just some guy in like, you know,
Yeah.
Indonesia, and it's like, hey, yeah, you don't watch my stuff.
You
Like,
want someone in your community because then they know like what your community likes and all that.
yeah.
Soy Pulp,
Prime's
can I
on his
ask,
way.
not to be rude, but why are you wearing sunglasses indoors?
Because this is a masculinity debate, I'm trying to be hyper masculine as part of the bit.
You know what?
I do
Valid.
this on the bit debates, but yeah.
I brought a prop too, but I'm gonna save it for a surprise.
Interesting.
No, I'm just curious.
Okay. Nasser, you got to unmute yourself so I can hear you, buddy, friend, pal.
If I had a mirror, I'd do a Johnny Bravo impression the whole time, but I don't.
Am I saying your name right? I don't even know if I'm saying your name right.
How'd you meet him if you don't know his name?
No, I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Like, I don't know how to pronounce
read
it.
his name,
right?
no.
I can read his name just fine. I just don't know if it's is it Nasir? I don't know.
ER is usually Nasser, but
You'd think, but
I mean, I've had a lot of Nasser professors in college. That would be my guess.
okay.
He said he's restarting his drivers. So I guess he can hear
Where
us.
is he saying this?
In the group chat you created.
Oh.
Soy W insane outfit. Someone in my chat said insane outfit. That doesn't make sense because they shouldn't be able to see me yet.
Oh, my
I'm just
chat
gonna
can see
assume
you.
they can't. Oh, there we go.
There you are.
Maybe it was someone from my chat that jumped into yours.
Very possible. Well, it's non-fawn. He's my little fawn. So
Oh
I would
yeah,
assume he's
non-fawn.
in
Yeah,
the-
non-fawn would be the one then. That makes sense.
Oh, is he in your chat? Okay, there we go. That makes sense.
Nasser, you gotta unmute yourself on Discord. So you got the little mute thing icon next to your name. You gotta click the microphone so it stops that. Okay, and then you can talk. Yeah, your
It's him.
video's
Oh
working.
no, I'm not the only tank man in the in the stream. I've got competition.
I'm still mad that I'm the only chick here.
I tried.
Another
I know,
chick
I
might
know.
join, but what's her name dropped out, right?
Yeah, Nina couldn't make it.
I didn't know she was getting married. I wouldn't have
I didn't know she was
invited
getting
her
married
if I
either.
knew she was getting married. I don't know.
She's not getting
Well,
married
she
today.
didn't even remember she was getting married.
Oh, I thought she was.
No,
Didn't
she has
say
to
she
try
was
on
it was
dresses.
like a dress fitting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dress fitting.
Oh, okay.
At the
I
exact
was like,
time you needed
I was like,
her.
first of all, why are you saying? I had a lot of questions. I was like, why are you saying yes to a WIC panel on your wedding day? That's weird.
It was on the wedding day.
That's what I
No,
thought.
dress.
Apparently, I was wrong. Yeah.
It's dress shopping or dress trying out.
Yeah,
thing
sure.
they
Okay,
do.
that makes a little more sense.
Which also makes sense why
I
that
just think
couldn't
it's
be
funny she pulled
rescheduled
out.
because that shit is insane.
No, I understand. I think
And
it's
it's
a bit
easy to get
much,
married nowadays. Who cares?
Who can
Just go get a
afford
new
to
wife.
get married
Go do
these
husband.
days?
Well, evidently she can.
That's true.
You know. Also, you don't need a lot of money to get married. You just need someone that you care about, and you just go to a courthouse. Keep it simple, you know.
Las Vegas.
There's that too.
That's true.
You know what? Maybe since some of you are live, we shouldn't be talking about this publicly. I don't know if it's public knowledge.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
I just thought of
Well,
that.
I'm not live, but I mean, you know, that's a good
Yeah,
point.
Well, one of Nina's mods
what
is
the hell,
in my
Visora?
chat and didn't tell me off for it, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that I didn't say anything that wasn't
I just
fine.
don't know.
I know
I
anything
don't
is
know
that
what's
silence is consent.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Appropriate for
Great,
discussion
awesome.
at
All
least.
right.
Okay, well, Prime will be here when Prime gets here, but it is 6 o'clock, so we're going to start the show. For those of you who haven't been here before, or those of you it's been a while, I'll just tell you how this is going to go. I'm going to say hi to my audience. I will introduce the topic, and then I will give each of you, and I stress this, please, brief introductions, right? Brief opening thoughts. And then we'll just kind of get into it. When Prime gets here, we'll throw him in, and we'll see how this goes. Should be a fun discussion. Any questions before we go live?
Nope.
Okay, well then in that case. Welcome. Oh, hold on. Okay, great. We're unmuted now. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Democrats, do they have a masculinity problem? If they do, how do they fix that problem? What do they have to do to solve it? In what ways are we failing men, if we're failing them at all? We're going to talk about it. We got some great guests. We're going to have at least one more coming soon. Prime Kai, he'll be here when he gets here, and we'll just drag him in, and we'll have him say his piece. But for now, let's give it a start with first-time guest on my channel, Nasser. Nasser, tell people who you are, what you do, and what are your thoughts. Go ahead.
Internet lurker. Generally, I work for the loudest mouth on the internet. I'm not going to say the company's name, but you should know who that fucking person is. He owns multiple companies, but I'm not going to say the company, unfortunately. I don't want to represent it that hard. Um, and I'm just a lurker on the internet. Generally, I do debates on occasion. I'm more likely to be on primes than yours. This is my first time with you, and I'm happy to be here. I'm going to represent the Democrats don't have a masculinity problem. So that's my side of it.
Okay, we'll get in. Prime also has that same take, but I'll let him give it when he gets here, but we'll get into it. Soy Pill, no stranger to my channel. What are your thoughts on this? Go ahead. Who are you?
Yeah.
What do you do? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays. I sometimes do debates with Wick. Not usually with him, sometimes. The left, I think, has really ceded all of the positive parts of masculinity to the right. I think there's been a huge pendulum shift away from masculinity because there's a lot of traits that we don't like. Toxic masculinity is real. We try to get away from these things that are like machismo and never crying, not showing your emotions. But unfortunately, in doing so, we've also ceded all the things of being a cool, strong lumberjack guy to the right, because the right only has one standard for masculinity, and that is the traditional one. And because that embodies the right, we're kind of afraid to embody that. We're afraid to say, hey, working out is cool. We're afraid to say, hey, you're allowed to be, a player. You're allowed to go be aggressive, not aggressive, but, go out there and, ask women out. Be the first one to ask someone on a date. So I think the left has a problem. I think you look at any of the polling data, and people view the left as pretty emasculate, and I hope that we can change that.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, Visora. Go ahead. Tell us who you are, what do you do, and what are your thoughts? Go ahead.
What's up? I'm Visora. I stream on YouTube and Twitch Monday to Friday. I cover the news. I talk about political theory, sometimes social issues, generally pretty much whatever I feel like. Look, I keep hearing about this, how Democrats have a masculinity problem. The latest example being like Harry Sison, the 23-year-old TikTok star who allegedly was lying about being monogamous with women on Snapchat. A college kid acting like a college kid. Like suddenly this is a liberal masculinity crisis. This isn't about Democratic men being weak. This is all a distraction that's got like juiced up online by pearl-clutching liberals, but really regime-run bots, I would say more than anything. And the right loves this stuff. They'd rather us be debating on some influencers dating live, talking about Tim Walz and tampons or some stupid shit like that instead of why people can't afford rent. Democrats don't have a masculinity problem. Democrats have a focus problem. Stop capitulating to the Republican narrative. Stop playing the culture war games with them. Start talking about what people actually care about, what actually matters. People's wages, health, social security, the risk of war, the rampant disease spreading across this country. That's it. That's the real issues. This is a non-issue.
Well, thank you for being here. Glad you're here to talk with us. And speaking of non-issues, Prime Kai, welcome to the show. How you doing, buddy?
Fine. Hope you're doing well, friend. And hello to everyone else here. So yeah, I don't think that I didn't hear what everyone else said. So if I, repeat something, then I do apologize. But yeah, I don't think Democrats have a masculinity issue, like whatsoever. I think we have ceded. Sorry, I'm a Democrat. But I think the left has ceded the territory of like masculinity because we just haven't been fighting on this, fighting there. I think that like we spent a lot of time focusing on the needs of women, and like great, right? I'm glad that we did that. But like at some point that became an opposition to the needs of men, right? That like within like the liberal intelligentsia, right? It became Well, if you are trying to concentrate on men, right? If you're trying to say men have a problem, then what you're doing is trying to be subversive and undermine our ability to assist women in with their various issues. But I don't think these things actually have to be in contention. So I think that's something that happened. But we can pull back from that. I think we are pulling back from that, and I think we can address these issues quite easily.
We'll get to it. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you, friend. Last but certainly not least, Bass FC, or Xerxes, as we like to call him here. Who are you? What do you do? And what are your thoughts? Go ahead.
So I like to think of myself as a social commentator. I speak about the male-female dynamic, relationships, trying to find a way to save modernity, so to speak. As far as the topic at hand, I think on a very visceral surface level, it's very easy to see that Democrats 100% shy away from even just the outwardly masculine portrayal. A lot of the young men they do like to follow. For example, I think Visora just brought up Harry Sesson. They're very weak looking, sometimes pretty effeminate looking individuals. They are unassuming. They are afraid of to have that intimidation factor that is within or is a part of at least people's portrayal or understanding of masculinity. I think it's very easy to see. You can see this a lot with Destiny too. A frail portrayal just physically of these young men who are actually put into the forefront. I think just from that factor alone, you can see they are quite lacking. But also, there's a lot of pandering and disdain they have themselves of other young men as a way to separate themselves. Again, if we use Harry Sesson off the top of my head, I was researching him a little bit for my own video about the topic. I remember this one clip people keep bringing up is him pandering to young ladies, saying that America has failed them in multiple different regards. That pandering and that weakness to just tell people what they want to hear is absolutely the opposite, I think, of what should be considered virtuous or masculine behavior. So I think it's a little obvious when you look at it from the men that a lot of Democrats choose to put in the forefront. So we'll leave it there for now.
And with that, we'll open it up. I know a lot of you want to get in. We're going to start with Visora, and then we'll go to Nasser, and then we'll get on to it.
You're
Go
saying
ahead.
that people like what Harry Sison, that liberal men are effeminate. Harry Sison is literally getting shit right now for sleeping with too many women, and you think that that's not masculine enough? What would you consider masculine on the right? Really quickly, like just really quick. Let me ask a question on that. Who is like what's someone masculine on the right? Give me an example.
Our vice
I could answer
president,
that, unfortunately, a lot better than most people.
Sorry?
You probably could. Our vice president, he did 2 tours in Iraq, I think is pretty
Our
masculine.
vice president
very
who
upfront.
who wears
Yeah.
makeup and goes on stage and cries?
Well, it's
the
cosmetic
photos.
makup, and crying also isn't a problem
No,
either. I don't
like
think.
not
You know,
crying.
men-
If he was actually crying, I would respect that. I mean, whinges about like, did you say thank you to Zelensky? I feel like that's more effeminate than anything that I've seen out of a Democrat. Off to
Like
you,
Visora,
Nasser.
Perhaps,
I'm
but
gonna
I
I'm gonna
mean-
say this a lot, and I don't like saying this, but I have to defend Xerxes here. Sisson, Dean Withers, all these guys, I agree with their politics, but they are these weird kind of like manufactured Democratic kind of like twinky little boys. They're not really masculine insofar as like what
But they're
traditionally
not.
masculine.
They're not that either. They're generally college students that are literally coming up in the new political era. But also, to defend him as well, we have like figures that Trump went on the tour with. We have the Nelk brothers. We have literally the Neon and fucking Aiden Ross and who's that podcaster? With the mullet. Good lord. God
So
damn
you're
it.
speaking another language
None
right
of
now.
these
No idea
people
who
come
these
off
people are.
as like manly
But these are
men
all.
to me.
But these are all
they
very
aren't.
popular figures in
might
the
be.
current modern zeitgeist that are literally being looked at by other males. Joe Rogan is literally the #1 podcaster in the world. So
But you would
not to like,
absolutely consider
yeah.
him masculine, though. I don't know if you call him
the
right wing,
hyper
maybe
macho
so, but like absolutely masculine.
Yeah.
The hyper macho posturing is a Republican value. It's not a Democrat value. In fact, like, look, we had Tim Walz, which, like, you guys made fun of for wanting to give tampons to literally anyone who could need them. But Democrats saw him as he wore like a camo hat, went hunting, could shoot guns. He served in the military at the highest rank of any elected official in office
Yeah,
in
as a
American
respected
history.
official, and that's what we wanted to. That's what Democrats want to push forward. They want to push forward the respectableness, whereas in Trump's kind of leaning towards the influential. The influential is kind of not the best with the truth. When we look at a Joe Rogan, we don't see him as like a
Why
truth
does
teller.
the masculinity need to relate to that?
Hold on. You're all wanting to go at once. I want to get everyone
Yeah.
I can in here. I want to give it to Prime for a minute, and then
Just
we're
very
gonna give
quickly.
Yeah.
Can we like bypass most of the confusing nonsense of this conversation and like be a bit more specific as to what we mean by masculinity, right? Because one's gonna say like, oh, this person's super masculine, another person's gonna say it's not. Then we're not gonna understand why we have these differences. Can you get a bit more concrete on that? I'd love to hear what you have to say.
So just to be clear, the reason we're having this conversation, the reason we're bringing it up, is because poll after poll after poll shows that Zoomer men, young men, college-age men, they're all hard-leaning right. They're all in an almost unprecedented degree turning to the right. So the question becomes, why are Democrats not appealing to young men? Right?
It's
So
'cause they hate
whether or
them.
not we have
I'll
masculine
answer
people
that one.
within the Democratic Party isn't
It's
the-
not
isn't
about masculinity here. I think it's about a perception of masculinity that's being misconstrued. It's actually about the ability to counterattack. And Democrats are weak with their counterattacking, and because of that, come off as weak in their messaging. And that's the argument.
I think you're missing something
The
critical,
masculinity
actually.
is just soft bluster.
Hold on, but like it seems like the other side's, at least the other side's argument is that like the left is missing masculine figures, right? So then if we don't
Well,
understand what we mean by
more than
masculine-
that. See, but I think it's even deeper than that, right? Because I think you're right. One, we should identify masculinity first, but to counter Visora really quickly, I think what you're missing is that a lot of Zoomers don't feel like they're even accepted or even represented by Democrats. And the reason why is because there is a lot of disdain from liberal, feminist, left-leaning side of people for the mere concept or the existence of being a male. Would you accept that?
I would say it's more likely that's a problem in a very specific subset of establishment liberals, but very rarely anything broader to the left of that. And I would say it's much more of an issue on the right, that the right thinks that this is an issue and then creates it. Like, yes, there are women and like even men on the left who have these like thought processes, but they're few and far in between. I feel like most of those people are Joe Rogan watchers, to put it bluntly.
Visora, I don't actually disagree with what you're saying. But... Sorry,
let's go Soy then Nasser. That's
yeah, Visora, what you're saying, especially in your opening statement about that, how this is a non-issue, the only part I disagree with is not that, like, you know, we have a masculinity problem insofar as our men are doing something wrong or that there is a sincere problem we need to fix. The problem is what you're saying, is the perception. And unfortunately, Zoomers are seeing this and they're saying, hey, I, have this perception from media that is, a very pigeonholing for men. Men are big, strong, muscly guys that go do hero stuff and action and save people and work out. And that's their only understanding of it. Now, they're wrong, right? They are very tunnel visioned in that sense, but the left doesn't have those figures that embody that. In fact, some of us even reject it. And the problem is not that we need that because it's important to have that. The problem is that we've ceded that entire concept, that entire archetype to the right, and therefore all these people who are misled are going to go to the right because they don't see that on the left.
I agree to an extent. Like, I don't think that Gen Z is all that obsessed with masculinity. Like, Gen Z and millennials, to an extent, younger millennials, are much more fluid in their gender. They're adaptable to that. The discourse around whether or not it's okay to be a man on the left is manufactured discourse. Sorry, Nasser, you had your hand up. But you're all right. You're all right. We are ceding this ground, but we don't need to fight on their terms. It's not like we have Fetterman, for example. Dude showed up to the inauguration wearing cargo shorts and a t-shirt. Now, like, you could say that that's masculine, but that didn't make a good difference.
No,
But
it just
hold
made
on,
him look
this
like a
is a
slob,
real.
really.
I
That
agree.
wasn't masculine.
But this is a real surface level view of it, right? Like if I were to ask you, like, what are some masculine virtues you think a young man should exhibit? What would you say they are?
Well, first I would
That's
add in.
subjective.
Yeah, I
one.
would say first that's
It
subjective.
is, but that's
But
not the
like
point of the question.
I
Go
can
ahead.
add some. But I do want to say I don't think that virtues need to be gendered in any way. But sure,
And that
kindness,
right there,
empathy.
that's perfect. That's a perfect response. You can't even give weight to
I
the
literally
concept of
am.
what it means to be masculine. The first
I
thing you
am.
said was maybe it shouldn't be gendered.
No, I'm
But that's
saying
what
that
Gen Z
your
is seeing.
no, I'm
They're
saying
not
that your
even seeing or
moral views
hearing
shouldn't
that
be
being a
gendered.
male is good.
Why do you think
Well,
that
well,
men should
again,
have specific standards for their like moral behavior that is
I
gendered
answer the question.
directly to them?
I'm gonna answer your question. And actually, this is actually thanks to Soy Pill. I've actually updated my opinion on this. Maybe he might like it, maybe he won't. We'll see right now in real time.
I can.
So I
take a
remember
wild guess
one
that I won't.
time. I remember one time we had a debate, I think, and he asked me a similar question, or he made a point. He said, "Everything you labeled about being masculine are all good traits. Why don't we just apply it to women?" I say, you know what? He actually has a great point. Why don't we just put it all into women? And that's a great, excellent point. I think it's
Why doesn't it just
important
apply to
that there
people?
should be exactly, and I think you guys are right that honestly, virtue should just apply to people generally. The problem is that you don't even begin to see ground that there are good things about being a man. The first thing you did was you filtered it out. You didn't even
But
say,
that's
"Oh,
not
well,
what you
maybe there
asked
are
me.
some ideals." It is what I asked you.
Hold
What are
on,
some
hold
positive
on, if I
virtues
may.
about masculinity?
Sure.
That's what I
Which
asked
we
you.
question
both
was-
agreed was subjective, but
Okay, but that I do want to answer the question. Like Prime, you're making a real face, and I want you to answer this too, right? Because I think a young man watching this who doesn't really know what it means to be a man, like he wants to be a man. He wants
kindness,
to be
empathy,
I want to be,
community
if I may,
advocacy.
if I may finish, right?
Fine.
They want to be a man. They're like, how do I do this? What should I do to be a man? And the answer that they're hearing is, well, you know, it shouldn't be gendered anyway. We're not giving an answer, so
It's be a man.
let's have an answer. I really want one.
No, Visora, the issue is, and this is
hold on.
real quick, Visora, you're being too smart, and this is a bad thing. You are analyzing this from an academic, intelligent perspective, and unfortunately, most people don't view it that way. You and I can have a conversation about toxic masculinity and know exactly what we're talking about, but you say that term to 99% of the population, and they're going to think you're a man-hating, misandrous, feminist, screaming person, right?
I don't say.
So the issue. Huh?
I don't say that word for that exact reason. You are right.
No,
I am thinking of this
exactly.
at a higher level of, you know.
Right. And so it's like, no matter how right you are right now, what matters is how do Democrats win these people back? And unfortunately, telling them, hey, we need to have gender neutral morals, which I agree with. Zerst just said it. Like, that is something I agree with. I maybe could be argued as a gender abolitionist. That's not a winning message right now.
Does
we can
the
get
right?
there.
What does the right put out?
Sorry, hold on.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Let's give it to Prime. Let's give it to Prime.
Yeah. So my point is entirely different from Soy Pill. Hello, hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, my point is entirely different from that. So I think that, you know, kids, young men are looking for guidance, right? And they are going out on the places where they can easily connect with other people. And that happens to be social media, right? That's the path that they take. And they're looking, hey, like, what do I like? I'm a little lost here, and we have to have solid answers for them. And so, yeah, I kind of, I mean, I think we're on the same page that, like, I think it's weird to gender these like morals, right? Like, a man should be responsible, but like, shouldn't a woman be as well, right? We would hate if a woman wasn't responsible. Like, all these things I think work. However, right, if we're actually talking to these men, if we're actually going to appeal to them, if we act, and if this is a path for them on their political journey, which apparently it is, right, then we actually do have to have that answer. Yeah, so like a man has to be responsible, he has to be reliable, he has to be able to take leadership roles, right? And we have to show men, like, what does that mean, right? He has to be the support unit for his family, right? Like, these are all like things that we can instill in young men. These are positive traits that we can say that, like, are masculine, that we can save, like, the more academic conversation for later.
That's fine.
I think since COVID, generally men have been seeking like some answers for particular things. When we look at it, I do believe this is more like a class issue, because we do separate like rural men from like maybe like a corporatist man, where generally they go to college, they go get their higher education. Not all the time, they'll probably end up leaning more left when they do receive that higher education, but generally I do feel like on the college level we've also kind of superseded all that. We gave a lot of the stuff to the left, and there's nothing really masculine about even college now. And now people are like being told not to even go to college. Go learn a trade instead.
I don't understand
and
how
go
this
look.
is
Yeah,
class.
I know.
Class-based.
I know.
This makes this does. I want you to
Because well, it is class based because you're learning a trade instead of going to college, and then generally you become blue collar. So generally, and then blue collar is immensely.
You can make a class based argument for this.
White collar.
Yeah, you're not. So like why is the people who have gone to college, why are they less masculine? Like what's the argument you're making here? Because I don't understand. If you could expand, please.
Well, I mean, that's gonna probably. I think men tend to do that to themselves. They tend to treat college like it is now. Now it is being kind of gendered, because generally now we have like the Andrew Tate, the hustle culture. The hustle culture has made it gendered in a way.
The hustle culture hasn't changed college. Hasn't changed the nature of college.
Well, the Andrew Tate kind of hustle culture, like the grind set culture.
Yeah.
The mental illness
here, but like you haven't actually like drawn that out. Like what's the class? Like you're saying, if you look at a man who's gone to college and one who maybe has gone to a trade school, that there's a clear divide in level of masculinity or something. Like, could you expand on that?
Generally. But I think it's because the hustle culture has evolved into being kind of like this unhealthy, like thing.
It's the hustle economy.
Because if you look at Instagram, if you're looking at Instagram and you're looking at Instagram to constantly like kind of get reassurance or maybe find ways to like make money, or you're going to be fed that pipeline.
Okay, but again, that doesn't answer my question. I don't know why we're going to hustle culture. Like you're making an argument. Now, if you're saying that you're backing away from this argument, that's fine. But like I'm asking you to actually draw this out. Between trade school and college.
Maybe I'll help him out, because I think I see where he's going, but maybe I'm wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But it is seen today as less masculine to go to college, and one of the evidences I would point to showcase that is that more and more men are not seeking higher education. They're either not enrolling in the first place, they are dropping out. We looked at a historical black college. I forget the name of it, but it's 75% women.
That's crazy. But that's dumb. But
yeah,
Rick,
why is that
that's
dumb?
the argument.
I agree with
sorry, to be clear, are you making this argument?
I'm trying to steal man his.
Okay. So if that's the argument, that's a dumb argument, right? Like there are barriers that keep.
I don't think it's a dumb argument. I think maybe.
It was, hold on. Let me counter that, right? And then please hit me back, right?
Counter,
I
please.
Think, yeah, exactly. So there are barriers that are keeping men from getting to go to college, right? They don't have as much institutional help that we've like built up for women in the past 2 years. I think there is men who are feeling hopeless and they aren't achieving. I think there's there's achievement gap that's happening, like in the below grades that's keeping men from being able to go. There's a whole list of issues there, and it's been very much studied, right, as to why men are failing. But it's not that there's suddenly a lack of desire to go to college, right? Like, give me a poll or something that says that.
It's the lack of help, generally. If I'm going to steal your part of it, it's the lack of general assistance and the outwardly thinking outside the box, because a lot of people learn differently, and not necessarily men learn differently than women, and men learn differently from themselves from another man, and stuff like that. So people generally have
like
different
the
learning.
Point that Wick made. Yeah. That would be like that's
again.
I do want to hear from Visora.
I think there's just a bastardization of like, because the media is even picking it up, like Joe Rogan's like, you probably don't, they kind of hint at stuff like that, and the higher, but people listen to these figures. I know you can just dismiss it, Prime, because you don't listen to it.
I'm asking you to explain. You're just making assertion after assertion after assertion, and then I push back slightly, right, on you. Hey, expand on this, and then you move to another assertion. You don't actually expand on it. So please, like help us out.
I can expand on you're making a class argument. Let me expand on it for you for a second. The class argument comes from the lower socioeconomic status men are feeling more emasculated because of the upper socioeconomic status people changing algorithms where everybody engages and gets their news from Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, doesn't matter, to A, show more outrage because that's what gets you to do more engagement. We've seen this. It's been like studied. It's been shown in Senate hearings. It's outrage politics.
Yeah, and maybe it'll push.
I'll take it a step
like,
further
like
from this.
Trade schools.
I'll take a step further from this. I think that this entire, like, even this current discussion of do the Democrats have a masculinity problem is based on an assumption that is a lie. We are lying to ourselves because the Republicans are not masculine. Republican figures are not masculine. Trump is loud. He's not masculine. Andrew Tate wears women's jackets and women's pants and is also not masculine. Beating women up, raping them, and saying that you hate women is not being masculine. You want to know what masculinity means to me? Masculine traits of like that you could apply to young people that you can advocate for is community advocacy. Going outside and protecting vulnerable people in your community because you are strong and because you take that onto yourself. It would be working to better the lives of people around you. These are what I would consider masculine.
Why would you take a Republican or the right?
You know what sucks about misogyny is the bad part is it works.
I'll let you go in a second, but this is an important point, and I think this is kind of hitting at the core of the issue here that I want to get. Like Prime just laid out a host of systemic disadvantages that men have when it comes to higher education, right? For a host of reasons, okay? Then the question becomes, well, I'll just ask this simply to everyone. Like, what Democratic policy is out there that is purported to help men? What Democratic policy is being pushed forward to help men? Because we acknowledge that we're in a crisis of sorts. Of masculinity.
Child tax credit, equal maternity leave, anything that's all-encompassing and universal.
Hell, Biden was getting rid of student debt.
Women have to be having children.
Child tax credit is your answer to what
Nobody's right because we're talking about we're talking about systemic things that stop people from getting
rate to women.
No, first of all, like
probably the better route would be better education.
Yes, but like that ties into education. You can't go to school if you have to if you're stuck home taking care of your kids. You can't go to, like, for example, Biden was erasing student debt, which was helping men and women. But like,
and Wick, you hit the nail on the head. You immediately questioned me when I said that.
No, you're right.
Because the messaging is bad, right? You're like, I'm not saying, hey, men, this would be good for you. I'm saying this will be good for everyone. Men don't hear, oh, that's good for me. They hear that from the right, who's saying, well, men are oppressed. So you go and you talk to the right.
No, it happened again.
No, but you're right, and it's the optics. And to be really clear about it, you're 100% right. The child tax credit and subsidies to childcare do help men, but the right wing saying that men are oppressed while they're the ones instituting practices that continue not only the oppression of men but everyone else and make it worse is the issue here. How are you talking about education issues when the Republican Party is cutting the Department of Education, is cutting funding to universities that they disagree with, is making all of the tax cuts, not the tax cuts, sorry, the student debt cuts that Biden instituted reversed. So now you have to pay that back again. Like, the economic aspect of it absolutely falls into everything else. Like, if you can't afford to live, then that's your main issue. Right now, I think that the people who, the masculine, feminine, like, none of that matters. It's people that are in the working class, worry about getting substance for themselves. Their housing, it does matter, but first we have other priorities of life.
When we look at the...
Hold on. When we kind of have to... Well, you can go, then I'll go. Go ahead.
When we look at the election, when we look at what Trump's appeal was, is he provided like a winning kind of ideal, and then he also provided like an actionable answers, where the Democrats probably failed to like reflect that nature. All the lies he peddled. I'm not even gonna go through like the whole.
No,
bullshit
I'll agree with you here.
I know. Yeah.
Did he peddle? Did he put forth though? Like.
The wall, the because generally immigration, generally a lot of the mindset.
Hold on.
Which I would
It was a
offer
real
better
simple
job
message.
opportunities.
You could say it was a lie, and I would agree with you. But the real simple message was this from the Trump campaign: was that masculinity is under attack. Men, you are being oppressed. You are under attack, and we will fix it.
It's the same issue as the border. No, you're right. You're right. Both of you are exactly right. It's the same issue as the border. They lied about that just like they were lying about the masculinity issue, and Democrats capitulated and allowed them to define it. You're right. They let them define it.
Yeah,
Tim Walz actually finally did. Tim Walz came out just this week saying, no, like we allowed them to define the issue on immigration. We allowed them to define the issue on DEI, on masculinity.
That's not very masculine now, is it?
Yeah, well, that's the issue. It was what we let them. So let's fucking fix it.
Really, right? Just saying nothing is not gendered.
So let's fix it.
To throw that question back at Wick, or sorry, not just Wick, just like the mirror to that question is like, what have Republicans done for men, right? And I think this is like it's a weird formulation.
I can answer that question.
Please, all right, go ahead. Yeah,
what they've done for them is they've maintained a standard of what it is to be a man without having any disdain or disregard for the concept itself. That's what they did. They gave them a home where they're going to be respected and at least pandered to. Now, I don't have the full understanding of different political policies to say one way or the other what is or is not effective. But socially, I can give you that. I can't give it to you, but I can give you socially and marketing wise exactly why it's stronger on the right than it is on the left, and that is they have a concept of what it means to be a man. Maybe you can on the political side.
The reason is, no matter what
socially
policies there are, right? Like it doesn't matter if they're not helping more men. It doesn't matter. What matters is the optics, and all they have to do, because we've seated on this ground, is nothing. They don't actually have to pander to men. They just have to know that most people have this concept of masculinity in, like I said, media and just like traditional society that is the default, right? And this is something that academics are working away from, progressive society is moving away from, but we're not even close to being there yet. And these concepts that Visora is talking about, which are all true, are just not widely accepted. So when we push these things in the mainstream, which we should, and we should get there eventually, this is very alienating to people who do not understand them. And we haven't done the legwork in, whether it's people in high school or wherever else you need to like societally disseminate these ideas for people to be on board. So all the Republicans have to do is say, hey, we're not changing things. We're not making it weird.
Yeah, just some housekeeping. My
Actually,
internet's
all Democrats
going in and out. Just real quick, my internet's going in and out. I really apologize for that. I don't know what's wrong. I know it is women's fault though. Okay, Prime, go ahead.
So I think to combine Xerxes and Sway's point, right? Like I think you guys are saying something that has a level of validity to it, right? That people in their minds think like, well, this is a party of men, right? Whether that makes sense or doesn't make sense, right? We can adjudicate that a little later. And then I like what you said, Soy, that they don't actually have to deliver anything, right?
But they have
put forth optics, right? Oh, they have. So
they have delivered some stuff to men. It's just like,
what policies?
Well, I mean, they got rid of women's autonomy. They got rid of abortion. They're working to get because
they didn't get rid of abortion.
They got rid of abortion, not federally.
They overturned Roe
would
v.
you
Wade.
allow me to
They
speak?
didn't get rid of it.
Are you gonna ask me a question and then like speak over me the moment I start speaking?
I technically didn't ask. I made a statement.
No, they overturned Roe v. Wade. They're working towards banning no-fault divorce. They're speaking regularly.
It would be hard to get a divorce. I'm sorry. I apologize. You go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. The no-fault divorce when your abusive husband is beating the fucking shit out of you, you should be able to divorce them.
Case in point is that response, that immediate jump to the worst possible example.
It's not the worst possible example. It's a very common one that I've also had to endure.
The worst possible. That's the worst possible interpretation.
The worst. I could get significantly worse than that.
From the Democrats. I'm sure you can.
It's a common outcome. It regularly happens. Yeah, but not all men.
That's why they go for it. Exactly. They go for the not all men.
Because they're dumb enough that they need to hear that.
Interpretation.
I'm sorry, because some men. I refuse to accept that. I refuse to accept the grounds that just because some men do shitty things and women get to talk about that and say, hey, maybe we should have the right to divorce our husbands with, let's say, no justifiable reason, quote unquote.
But there's two problems with this. There's actually
because
two
it
problems.
regularly
Hold on, let Visora finish, and then
happens.
you go.
I refuse to accept the framing that this is A, misinterest, B, negatively polarizing to men. When men commit crimes on women and women say, I would rather you not do that, or I would rather have systems built that would protect me from this. I think that's a ridiculous
Can I try giving a
concept.
better example?
The
'Cause
men
I
should
no
be
fault
held
divorce.
accountable.
well,
is my
here's the
theory.
thing.
The men should be held accountable.
As much as I would like you to, Soypel, I think that this is a perfect encapsulation socially as to why males are hyper
Can I link something?
reactive to this, right? Because it isn't to say that these awful males don't exist, but the problem is earlier in the conversation, I asked for a positive example of what masculinity is, and
I
you
gave
didn't, you
you
couldn't
them.
give me that one.
I did.
But you could give me easily.
did
You could
give
give
you
me
them.
a negative portrayal.
I gave
well, that
you
was only
several.
after we moved forward. That was
Literally,
only
when I
after
said,
we moved
okay,
forward into
let
the
me, before I
conversation.
answer
But-
your
but
question,
understand, but you have to
explain
listen.
my
You have to
point of
listen.
view, because
You
we're
have to listen.
talking about
Hell no.
our points of
Mhm.
view. No, sorry, you get to cut me off regularly. I'm going to do the same to you. You asked me a question, and I said, in a debate
this is the
setting
problem.
where we are talking about our views, my personal view is this, but I would offer these answers. You immediately jump on the very first thing I said, ignore everything else, because you like to
didn't.
pick and choose your arguments, because you
I'm
can't
not. I'm
actually
making a
face
point.
one.
I'm making a point.
Fragile
and the
little
point that
shit
I'm
with your
making
weak-ass point.
is the portrayal of what men are listening to and hearing coming from the Democrats is what you are displaying.
What are they listening and
What
hearing
you are-
coming from
what-
the
I just told-
Republicans?
You won't. You have to listen. It doesn't matter what they hear from the Republicans. We're talking about the Democrats right now.
No,
It
but
doesn't matter.
no, it does. When the
literally,
Republicans
we're
are
not
saying
we're
that
not playing
rape
this or
should
that,
be
but
legal
we'll get
and
to
that
it.
women should be
No one said
property,
that.
then yes, no.
But that's
What
the problem.
literally Andrew Tate said that this
No
week.
one has said that.
Okay.
He's not a Republican. It
He's a
doesn't matter.
Republican
He's
figurehead.
barely even American half the time.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. MAGA still looks up to him.
Hold on. We got more people in this debate. I
Now-
want to get more people in. Soy Pill's being very patient.
Well, hold on, but you gotta let me land the plane, and then I'll just let it go. But please let me.
crashed
you
so
have-
many
you have-
planes
you
in
have
the
20
past 3
seconds.
months, sir,
So
so I
give me-
don't
so
trust
let me
you.
land
that fucking plane,
Alright?
please.
20
Okay,
seconds.
but let me
in
land
the
the
air.
plane. I'm gonna
Go
let it
ahead.
go. The negative portrayal of males is very, very easy to come out of the mouth of a Democrat. Very many young men keep hearing this, and they don't want to keep hearing it. The positive portrayals of males is coming from the right. Now, whether they're actually effective, literally, whatever, we're just talking about optics, as Soy Pill is saying. So, go ahead.
Okay. Soy Pill. And then
Okay,
Prime.
so
and then
I
Nasty.
completely disagree with the no-fault divorce one because I think that's an incredibly unpopular idea. But Visora, to his point, the Harry Sisson thing you brought up is a very, good ideal of, hey, here's this democratic figurehead, and he is doing something that is traditionally masculine, which is being, having game, right? He's talking to all these beautiful women, and he's being fired for that, or he's stepping down, and everyone else in that democratic mainstream has to disown him. And young
Exactly.
men,
Yeah, I think that's
want to be
ridiculous.
that, right? Young men see James Bond, they see Indiana Jones, they're like, oh, that's cool. He's like, he gets the woman, that's so cool. And this guy's doing it, and ostensibly is not, doing a Me Too thing where he's like, sexually assaulting
Exactly. It's
anyone.
not even
He's
illegal. It's just
maybe
wrong.
he
He's
lied
an
to them. That
asshole.
could have been. I don't know the full story, but
Yeah.
the point is, they see that coming from the Democratic Party. It's like, oh, you're being a little too into women. Get out of here, right? So that's the messaging they hear from the left. And you said, oh, it doesn't matter. Zer said it doesn't matter what the right is saying. And to a degree, he's right. All they have to do is not that.
That's not
right?
the
They
whole
have some
left.
positive messaging.
It's not even the majority of the left, though. It's literally
it's
is
what's
just
coming
the
out of the mainstream.
establishment
That's the
Democrats.
most visible aspects of the
It's
left,
the establishment
unfortunately.
But also,
Democrats. But yeah,
they're
you're right. It
writing
is the
the
most
articles
visible.
about it.
Democrats
You're
are
right. You're
unfortunately the
right.
ones with the most
I
power
just
right now,
just
so-
because we're in a actual intellectual setting, I just wanted to add a little bit of nuance to it. But you are right in your entirety, Soy Pill.
That's the trap you keep falling into, and I keep saying it's like a negative.
I'm
It really is
sorry,
the
but I
positive,
don't think
you're
that dumbing us down is a good
sorry,
idea.
I'm talking like we're in an intellectual setting, but like that's the problem. This country is not an intellectual setting. These people are like just so susceptible to the easiest
But this
arguments. And if
debate
the
is.
argument is, I understand, but like if you're saying, hey, what do the Democrats need to do?
1.5% was the difference.
I wish to God that everyone was as smart as you, Visora, and we just understood the nuance of, hey, like there are good and bad parts of masculinity, and we shouldn't embody those bad parts. But unfortunately, you have thousands, if not millions, of young men who look at this and they get turned off in so easily as, oh, you denounced me for masculinity, or they just hear the word
So
toxic
with
masculinity and they're
discussion
immediately
is
off.
so how do we get to change?
Well, it's not just that.
Wait, I have an actual question for you, Soy Pill.
the
How do
question?
we improve
Well, I
this without discussion of these topics, like in
So,
the academic.
I can answer that
This is gonna
question better
sound-
than
this
he
is gonna
can.
sound so
Hold on, let's
dumb
soy
and brain
then we
dead.
got Prime, then we got Nasser. Come on, we gotta.
But I can answer that
They've
question
been
better
trying to
than
do this.
I asked
Just
soy
just
pill.
I'm
hold it
sorry.
in.
Are you the soy
Hold it
pill?
in
I
your
know you
heart.
did.
You?
Okay,
No,
you'll
I'm
get-
landing the plane.
you'll
All right,
get
get out of
your
the cockpit,
turn
buddy.
soon.
All right, I'm here.
Okay,
Do I
we're
have aviators
co-pilots.
on?
What
Do you have
mean?
aviators on?
We are
You have
co-pilots.
aviators on? Get out of here.
Look,
all right?
I'm
Look.
right next to you. What are you
Soy
talking
pill,
about?
you are surprisingly based.
Okay, so look, it's gonna sound dumb. That's because you have to make dumb appeals sometimes. Sometimes you have to play this ground. So you look at how Democrats after post-election have been trying to be like, well, maybe Hassan, maybe he's the Joe Rogan. Now, unfortunately, Hassan hates the Democrats, and he does not embody most of what mainstream Democrats are going to do. So what we need is a Hassan-type figure, or those kinds of people. You know, if you're going to manufacture, pump out these weird little Twinkie, Harry Sisson, Dean, whatever they're called, right? You need them to be a little more masculine, traditionally masculine, not in a toxic way, but you know, they need to be like fitness influencers. They need to say, hey, look, like, this is how you treat a woman well, but here, look, I'm with a woman. Now, Dean Withers and those people, like, they have tried this, but unfortunately, and this sucks, their appearance does not emanate masculinity to most people. They look at that and they're like, that's a little Twinkie soy boy. And so it's unfortunate, but yeah, you do need to just play this game of there just needs to be more people
So we
that
need
are
an
like
Alex
a little
Jones.
more traditionally
We
masculine.
need an Alex Jones for the left.
We gotta get more
Alex Jones is
people
not.
in here.
He's
We
a
do not need an Alex
red
Jones.
male.
As someone
Hold
who's
on.
met Alex Jones,
Prime,
we don't need
hold
an
on,
Alex
hold on,
Jones.
hold on.
I'm fucking
Prime,
around.
the Nasser. Go ahead.
Sure. I just want to push back on this idea that Republicans have actually delivered anything that is like pro male, right? Like no fault divorce. I mean, like I just searched it up and it's like, well, no fault divorce, like the repeal against that has stalled across the country. And no fault divorce is a state issue, not a national issue. So Trump can like talk about it and he has, right? But he can't actually do anything about it. And then even state Republican parties have like put like no effort to actually make this happen. So they haven't delivered that, right? Like, you know, restricting abortion access, like that's like a weird thing to say that's necessarily pro male in any real
I don't
sense
think anyone
of
said
the
that,
term.
though.
I don't think that it is
No,
that
but
weird.
that was her example. That was her example.
Can I
So-
justify why I said that was a pro male? If you because you said it was a bit weird, so I'm wondering if you maybe didn't get it properly. But if you did, go on.
It's just so my point is that like there's like I think what we were saying previously these policies are illusionary, right? And we shouldn't even give ground on that the Republicans have somehow delivered for men in any material way. Like I don't
The
think that's real.
delivery is a
At the same
delusion.
time,
I do agree.
no, I
Like
totally agree.
it's an
Delivery is not for this generation of male.
it's
It's
an
supposed to be for the
illusion.
next generation
No,
of
it's
male.
it's an illusion that was delivered.
Please,
Well,
come on, please. So I think at the same time though, and this is to your point, I think, Visora, right? Your other point is that I think we can actually still have adult conversations. Now I stand by what I was saying previously, and that like when we're talking, especially to young men, right, we need to have a very clear, understandable message toward them about like what masculinity is supposed to be. However, right, beyond that, if someone is acting badly, and I have no opinion on the system thing, right, I don't care. But like, if men are actually badly, we should be able to regulate that, right? We should be able to say that, hey, that this individual within our group like is toxic, right? We shouldn't replicate what we see on the right, and just to say like, well, we don't want to be accused of being too feminine, right? By saying this guy who's being abusive or whatever the case might be, right? That we don't want to get rid of him because he's popular.
Yeah, just
Okay,
before we
respond
move
to that
on,
real quick,
let
and then
me.
we go to Nasser.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify really quickly that, like, in it, when I said that these were policies that the Republicans were delivering for men and that most were illusions, it is the illusion of returning to the traditional, like, nuclear family male system of, like, the hierarchy of, like, the man of the house is in charge and the man of the house gets to make the decisions, but also the man of the house has all this extra responsibility. It's that, like, the idea of that traditional family is what they've given to men on the right. Whether or not it's actually been implemented is a whole other thing. But to be fair, like most of what MAGA believes is a delusion anyway. So like it doesn't really physically have to be tangible.
Yeah,
I
the
wonder-
messaging is
if
there,
I may.
regardless of whether or not they're delivering. I think Prime, we probably agree that they're not actually delivering.
Yeah.
I think that like in Nasser, I'm gonna let you go after this, right? I'll let you respond to this first, but I think maybe we're all overthinking it. There is this perception, and I think it isn't entirely unwarranted, that Democrats and the left in general do not care about men, right? that we do not care about men, that we prioritize women, minorities, etc., over white straight.
Are there no
men,
men
right?
minorities?
I don't think
Well,
Republicans
hold on.
care about
White
men.
straight men. That again, I'm
Well,
talking
we're
about
coming
perception.
Like that would be my counter argument to that. I feel like Republicans, Democrats do care about men.
But Republicans are at least seen as
Doing
at
actionable
least
things.
giving lip service to this idea.
Can I give an example, Wick?
Can I please finish my point, and then yes, I'll let you all talk. Okay. But
Hey, how about me?
Yeah, again, let me finish my goddamn point, and then yes, you can all respond to it. I promise you. But you gotta let me get it out, okay? Please, jeez. Okay. It's always talking over the man in the panel. All you feminine. Anyway, sorry. Okay, but no. They at least give lip service to this idea of men. You have lost your way, and we're going to help you out. You are being downtrodden upon. Whereas in a lot of cases, men are told to sit down. Right? It's not your turn. And we spent this for years. For years, the left said, men, you just sit down. You need to be quiet. Women are speaking. Minorities are speaking. It's not your turn. You've had it too good for too long. And that has been. It wasn't the majority of Democrats saying this, but enough were that it became it became a thing, and people internalized it, and people believed it, and that is unfortunately how we are seen. The Democrats are seen as people who do not care about men. And not only that, they actively work against men in some cases. Now, I'm not saying
You're
that's
right.
true.
No, I think it is
saying
true.
That's how it's seen.
I think it is true.
Okay,
I just think that it's
I wanna go to-
everyone.
The
The
I want to go to
Democrats.
Nasser because Nasser's been waiting. Yeah. Go
I mean,
ahead.
we're the greatest country. We're the greatest country. America's the greatest country. I'm gonna say it. But I think Democrats. I think what Democrats excel at is actually not making the men and women issues a versus issue, because constantly when you look at the right, it tends to be more of like a confliction of men versus women, where
Yeah, but what do you think feminism is then?
what do you think feminism is?
Yeah, if you have men versus women.
I don't think
how
feminism.
how would you believe that?
Feminism was
I think
never a
feminism- I don't think
Democrat
feminism.
policy.
They never needed to be something like
The identity politics
and
side.
feminists literally live in, though. They live on the
Mate,
Democratic.
your side, the
on
Republicans are
spectrum.
the identity politics side.
Visora, don't give them that space, right? Because like what Nasser
I'm not
was
going to give
trying
them that
say is
space.
actually exactly
Yeah,
right.
but
like it's
that
not
would
that
be operating.
Yeah,
in
because
the
I want to
you're
take
thinking
it.
like
I want to.
thirdly-
No, you're right. I want to
feminists.
take it from
I'm
them.
thinking just yeah.
Well, Nasser's correct here. That like
So are
they're
you.
not actually in contention. So you're saying feminism, right? Like that it must be like men versus women. That's not feminism. Like, that's a person who has like a feminism was a one-on-one
problem.
understanding of the situation, right? And you don't like again, like it's not feminism was never. Well, sorry, I should say never, right? But the main.
We're supposed to be helping men too in the process of
yeah,
helping
like
women.
like
yeah.
by
Why is it
like
called feminism?
maternity
Why start
leave, right?
level one?
It's not like people are like, for instance, maternal leave, right? They're not just
But
fighting
because
Can I
it's
simply-
because you
they're
the right
fighting for
bastardized
paternal-
feminism.
May I
Hold on,
simply explain
hold on.
this?
Hold on. I'm like a few sentences, and I'm
Go,
almost
go.
done. I swear to God, right? So yeah, it's like looking at like maternity leave, right? They're not just fighting. Feminists aren't fighting just for maternity leave. They're fighting for paternity leave. They're fighting for the idea that men would also want to take care of their children, right? Give them that space. These things aren't actually in contention. People want to paint them that way. That's not actually the case. Done.
Like the
Yeah,
idea.
because when you
of-
look at it, when you look at the Republicans, it's kind of like a rural kind of mindset where camaraderie is actually a big thing with rural. Because I work blue collar jobs, I know I work a blue collar job right now. There's a lot of camaraderie, but when you look at like the Democrats, it's more like a corporate setting, and there's HR, and then there's generally bureaucracy and all that stuff. So you kind of get that kind of mindset of like how. How they roll the government, where everyone's kind of really equal, but yeah.
Hold on, just housekeeping. I'll be reading super chats in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So keep sending me your money, gang. Keep giving me all your money.
Yeah, send them all the money.
Also,
Make 'em rich.
The more money you give, the more masculine you are, young men. Okay, the more ladies you will get. If the $10 super chat, that's one date. a $50 super chat, that's first base, okay? $100,
always
you go all the way.
Really
Anyway, go
quickly,
ahead.
really quickly. One, the idea of why feminism is good for men is because the base concept is the idea of patriarchy means that men are
It holds them
responsible.
accountable.
No, it's not that. It's that men are
men
responsible
hold
for
men
all of
accountable as
these.
it is.
Shut the fuck up for 10 seconds. I'm giving you a
Why are you telling
definition.
me to shut up? He also.
Yeah, I'm telling you both. I'm telling all of you.
I'm sorry.
Everyone shut up. Let Visora finish, but then
The
Visora will shut up while
patriarchy,
you
I
go,
will.
okay?
The patriarchy oppresses men just as much as women because men are now put in charge of having to do all of the work outside of the house. You're like, men have to go to work, they have to come home, they have to feed the family, they have to be able to afford this. If you can't afford food for your family, then you're a failure of a man. You have to go die in war. Like, all of this is patriarchy. Feminism just says none of this shit needs to be all on the man and none of the house shit needs to be all on the women. We're all people. We can work this out amongst ourselves like regular people. Secondly, the other topic that you brought it to, Nasser, you're exactly right. And this is actually one of the things that I give the right props for. They have actual community. They speak to each other in person. They have the rural right-wing camaraderie comes from that sense of community, whereas America as a whole has gone too far
Almost
towards
viciously
hyper
nasty
individualism.
camaraderie.
Well, I mean, like they can get that way, but the Democrats are also far too hyper individualistic, as America is as a whole. It is a matter of not left and right here. That's a class distinction of up versus down. Ironically, it tends to be some of the poor in rural areas who actually have formed community, and it is more people need to form community as you get poorer, because community is how we've gone through hard times for like all of human history. So
Visora, I want to give Visora, can I give Visora an example though? Because I want her to understand this, because she's not doing this, and this is like an example of like how we should be doing it. So
Please.
like when someone says, "Hey, I think feminism is like this man-hating, dividing ideology," and you give a very nuanced explanation right that is exactly how you have to talk to people. Although maybe less condescending. To be fair, I'm sure you wouldn't be talking to Zers in public like that. But like, you know, it's a debate stage. I get it. But the problem is when you go into these college settings. Let's say I were to go up to a woman in a gender studies class. I've done this before, not this specifically, but said something like, you know, men have a disproportionate loss of children in divorce cases. And they'll say, instead of, which this is true, hey, there are reasons behind that, or this is why this is happening, or hey, that's actually part of the patriarchy, and explaining it, it's just, that's not as important right now. And it's not. It's true. What they're saying is true. It's much less of a big topic, but the perception is just this immediate rejection and this pushing away from a man's problem, which is a thing.
And we need to work.
See.
I think as men, we need to work to reframe that to generally come to like, well, these issues are just as important.
Just real quick, I'm going to let Cersei go right after this because he deserves to go right after this.
And I just wanted to say this is the exact same thing, and I think this is a terrible. Can I finish?
This idea that you just said, like you just said it in this conversation, that they say it's not that important, it's not as important right now, and it's not as important right now is one of the reasons, that mindset is one of the reasons that we're struggling.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing. I'm saying that.
Accurately, the young men today accurately intuit that for Democrats, not all of them, but for Democrats, they are just not as important right now.
Right. So that messaging is bad. And I wanted to give a very, I think, hitting home example. I think everyone has seen this before. When Democrats or anyone has talked about affirmative action and said the word white privilege, right? You say, well, why? You're a young white male and you don't understand the history of all of this stuff. And you say, why are all these people getting this advantage over me? And someone comes up to you like, you don't get it. You don't understand. They're right. Their frustration's correct. It's not ahistorical. It's based in decades of oppression. But explaining that to someone is very difficult. And instead of doing that, they just say, oh, you don't get that because you're privileged. And you just completely dismiss them. And that drives them to the right, who just have these false arguments that, hey, oh, cool. Being white is awesome. Come over here and we'll give you benefits. We'll have an all white scholarship. Look, or whatever the frick.
If
like
someone
Donald
asked me to explain affirmative action to them, all I would say is that's the reason why Biden became VP under Obama. That's what affirmative action is.
Right.
Because that way it also shows
nuance, but
that
Democrats aren't.
No, I know. But like doing it this way, like as an example, saying, oh yeah, if someone's like, what's DEI or what's affirmative action? You say, oh, that's the reason Biden was VP under Obama. It also adds in the fact that men do benefit from DEI, and so do white people. In fact, white women were the highest recipients of
women.
DEI grants, but like still, it is. To be fair, I was also against affirmative action.
Wait, white women?
Yes, white women were the
recipients of
primary.
affirmative
Yeah,
action, yeah.
they
What
got
a
it.
hilarious failure of that concept, eh?
Well,
Well, women are
Come on,
traditionally
but guys,
disadvantaged, but-
like you would
But
have
you
to
gotta let Bass-
understand.
it is Xerxes' turn, so Xerxes, go
But
ahead.
like you
and then
would
5
have to
minutes in super
understand,
chat. So yeah.
which kind of sucks actually. I think that like if this policy ultimately ended up helping a bunch of white women out, no offense, but young men are going to be able to see that they're not getting the, and I'm not even going to say preferential treatment, they're not getting the so-called privileges of being a male that is constantly berated and bombarded at them. But then you again, just as far as optics are concerned, you're seeing another party, or even if it isn't a party, another social sphere that is saying it's all right for you to be a male. It's a good thing you're a male. You should be a male. And here are all your different positive attributes. It makes sense that, let's just talk about custody, for example. I think it's important that Wick pointed it out, because the framing is saying that we don't care if you don't get to see your children. Well, if a man who cares about his children are being told by one political party that's not important right now, why should he support them? Why should he want to go over there and help them out if he cares about his family, which is the actual direct close people
I have a really wait. Hold on. I have an actual question.
Why he would even think that way?
I have an actual question.
It doesn't matter what they're doing. You keep doing tit for tat. It doesn't matter. I don't even know.
But they're not doing anything either, though.
I've got a negative versus a neutral.
I have a neutral question. Mine's
Hold on,
neutral.
hold on, yeah, you can ask after he's finished.
Okay.
Xerxes, finish your thing, and then
So
yeah.
the land of playing here, and I would like her question. It's like, no matter how we cut the cookie of whether or not, or the tit for tat of what are the Republicans actually doing, I give the ghost. It doesn't matter what they're doing. What young men are seeing is a political party that does not care about them, and sometimes actively has a disdain for different qualities that are inherent to them. I think like white people or young white men, I think it makes sense for them to look at any DEI, and be like, well,
You are
well, hold
speaking
on,
for
I
all the
wasn't
white
an
men right
oppressor.
now. I give you
Well,
the
think about
crown.
it.
Okay.
And I'll give them this one because it's important. It's like, okay, you explain, diversity to me because of the history of oppression. I live in a trailer park. What I got to do with me? That's fair for a white person or a young white man to be like, I don't have this power you're proclaiming I have. I don't have this experience. So it's like, why am I being punished
Now
for
we're bringing a
something
whole
over
other thing
here? Why
into
am
it.
I being told to eat shit over here when I had nothing to do with me? That's an important thing that needs to be asked and discussed. Who actually says we're going to help you out?
Okay.
The Republicans.
That's the issue
We'll
exactly.
get to
though,
it.
is-
We'll get to it. I got to get to super chats. I got to make a little money. This is my bread and butter. And then after that, Visora will ask her question, and we'll move on from there. Cool, good, great. Let's get me some money. Okay, $2 from Cameraman 502. Men relate shoulder to shoulder. Thank you for the $2. $5 from Joe the Mig. Equating the basic responsibilities of protecting your family and earning money to care for them with a system of oppression is a genuine psychosis. Thank you for the $5. $10 from Miles Kinslow. Democrats have not only abandoned positive masculinity, but have embraced toxic female behaviors, victim mentality, manipulation, patronization, etc. Thank you for the $10. J-Mac, thank you for the gifted 50 gifted WIC memberships. Welcome to the show. Really appreciate you. $2 from Joe the Mig. Are we pretending fourth wave feminism doesn't exist? $5 from Joe the Mig. Democrats do care about men, quote unquote, from the party that, through policy, has crippled the development of men and boys in K-12 and higher education. $2 from Federal Methodist. I got nothing. Your panel is answer enough. Thank you for the $2. $5 from Old School. I've generally seen more women in the stat classes I teach. I generally see more men in the linear algebra calculus classes I teach. But math is masculine. $5 from Two Links. To the ones who believe in toxic masculinity. Oh, I'm just going to get through these real quick.
Sorry.
To the ones who believe in toxic masculinity, one challenge. Name an inherently male trait that can't be applied to women that is positive. That'll be something we can do after I get through these. 10 pounds from Jacob Buckingham. Oh, Buckingham, very British name. America thinks masculinity is Hulk Hogan. Britain thinks it's Winston Churchill. Be more like Britain. Thank you for that 10 pounds. And then finally, $5 from Testicle Johnson. Dems clearly have a masculinity problem. Instead of learning to change a tire or lifting weights, they play Dungeons and Dragons and hand paint Warhammer 40,000 dolls.
Ooh, Colin,
Well,
you're
those are
up
still
next.
masculine
Okay,
activities.
I have some
Yeah,
like,
those are still
I
masculine
have some
activities.
real
But
fucking.
everyone's more mad about that
Hold on.
last comment than anything else. But yeah.
But
They're attacking him.
There
Yeah.
is
That's happening.
No, hold on. Visora had a question, and I want to let her give her space to answer that, to ask that question.
like,
Go ahead.
honestly, I forgot my question at this point, but I've got like several other points that came up in that time span. One being an answer to the question of name a trait. There is no inherent trait that belongs to any, like humans aren't inherently anything besides social.
Well,
Everything
can I ask you
else
a
is
question?
socially learned.
Can I ask you a
Yeah,
question?
go for it, please.
Do you have a concept of toxic femininity?
Yes.
Like, could you lay out or dissertate? What would that look like? Just real fast.
I can, like, systemic or interpersonal, because they'd be different. But
Let's
like,
go with interpersonal. Let's just go
okay.
with that.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of like women that also abuse their boyfriends and then like pretend that they're the ones being abused. That happens, not often, like enough that it is
So they
overtaking
call it
the
like
other.
Darvo? What they
Like
call it?
it's not
My
the.
anecdotal version of that.
But
I have a
that
good one for
exists.
you.
Anecdotal
That
version of-
exists. There's also the type of person.
can I-
Hold on, because I just want one more, because this one's really important. This one pisses me off
go
that
ahead.
when people do
I
it.
want to talk about women.
It's when it's like I've seen a lot of women do this when they do something as a mistake in general, just like an accident. I've seen a lot of women go, "Oh well, you know, I'm just a girl," and that pisses me
They
off.
infantilize themselves?
Yeah, the
Mhm.
infantilization.
So then, could you define
Confidence.
toxic masculinity? Just real fast.
It's when you do something that has a negative effect on the people around you or yourself in trying to embody traditionally masculine ideals. In the same way,
I mean, that's the smart
exactly what
answer.
you just said for femininity
Mhm.
was perfect. It was, hey, sometimes people see femininity as being servile or like, you know, a little more like weak or like, hey, subservient. And in doing so, like diminish themselves and like, oh, I'm just a dumb woman, right? In the same way, the example I was going to give is, you know, woman
No, I have one
embody this
final question.
effeminate.
I have
real
one
quick
final
before-
answer,
I'm
too.
gonna,
I still haven't answered.
Soy Pill, hold on. I'm going to give
But
Soy
my
Pill
final-
space to denigrate women. Soy Pill, go ahead.
Right. So like
The
women, you
final
know,
question puts it all
traditionally try
together,
to
but go ahead.
crash that plane, man. Okay, so women traditionally try to like make themselves look better with makeup or dresses, and that's like a feminine trait. There's nothing wrong with that inherently, but a toxic feminine trait would be, hey, in order to make myself look better, I'm going to demean, degrade, or otherwise do something mean to some other woman so that I look good in comparison. This is toxic femininity, right? So it's just not. It's not
I have an
masculinity is
add-in.
bad.
I have an
femininity
add-in.
is bad.
I have an add-in, because it's not just making other people's lives more miserable, it's also making your own lives miserable. I covered this on my stream
I said
last
as
week
well,
of
yeah, I
watching
agree.
Jesse Waters talking about how he has 3 rules for men. One being
soup.
no soup in public, no crossing your legs, and no drinking out of a straw. To which someone was like, oh, but he was drinking a milkshake. To which Jesse Waters replies, well, you shouldn't be drinking milkshakes. Milkshakes
Yeah,
are
that's
for
gay.
kids.
Yeah, the
That
modern standards.
unironically, this is
like,
both gender ideology
pop
and
men
mental illness.
culture.
That's toxic masculinity. Honestly, I would go further and say the push to return to family values is toxic gender ideology. Period. Like, it's not just
Hold on.
one or the other.
No.
No. Not the idea of
wouldn't
family
even agree with
values.
that.
I mean
Let her
the
explain,
the media push for this, not the idea of like traditional family values. Those aren't toxic in and of themselves. It's the coordinated campaign of this is the right way to be, the Christian traditional family values that need to be
the nuclear.
Yeah, like the current administration's nuclear.
The toxic nuclear.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
see,
the
even that,
toxicity.
Visora, if you say that,
I
you've just
disagree
alienated
with
so many
this
people who have.
I don't
healthy
care about
ideas.
alienating the right, to be honest. Like, I'm never trying to
Well, okay,
message
well,
to
then let's
MAGA.
keep fucking
No,
losing,
hold
I
on.
guess.
If I may.
No,
That's
because
the whole
wait,
point of this
hold
debate.
on. 84 million Americans didn't vote. More than half the country did not vote. I
Yeah,
worry
and
about
these
messaging
people
to
who aren't as
them
clued in
over
as
MAGA.
you and aren't as smart as you hear that and they're like, what, you don't like a nuclear family? Because they don't understand what you're saying. So you can't come out with that. That messaging is bad, unfortunately. Even though you're right, it's bad messaging.
No,
Do you
she's
think
not.
that I
Hold
would
on.
message it?
Yeah.
Do you think that I would be
Okay.
messaging it like
Okay.
this if I was trying to
Okay.
do propaganda?
Enough.
If I was Ben
Enough.
Shapiro, I would clip what you just said and
Enough,
blast
because
it
this is
everywhere.
important.
Please do.
This is important. This has to be
I
said. If
won't,
I may.
'cause I'm not
Go.
Oh my
Okay,
God! You
winger,
guys
but-
just keep talking, and is this on?
We have so
Hello?
much
Can
to
you hear
say.
me? Hello? Hello? Is this on? Okay.
I think
It's
you're
not
muted,
just
Wick.
bad messaging. That's funny. The idea that you are telling people that the idea of having family values is bad, or at
They're
least
toxic.
is toxic
See,
because
right there.
Again,
Who
this
totally
is
misunderstood.
shadowboxing.
If I may finish,
This is
if I may
shadowboxing,
finish,
but okay.
right? I'm not shadowboxing because what you said in your comment was it creates this toxic normativity that this is how people should be.
That's not what I said.
And here's the problem is that most people, especially young men, they want a family.
With your
That's
proving
not what I
want a
said.
family.
That's not what I
Sorry,
said.
Yeah, but that is the implication.
totally got it wrong.
You use the
Often you
term
didn't explain it
toxic.
right.
Hold on. Toxic, just as its connotation. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing.
Thank you. All right. So what are you implying when you say that sentence? What do people hear?
I'm
Socially,
saying,
what are they hearing?
I literally said that the
I know exactly what
traditional
adjective is.
family
Yeah, it's a descriptive
values
word.
in and of themselves are not negative. It's the media
Yeah,
campaign
but
push for them.
you need to make it dumber.
Yes,
Yes, you need to make it stupider. Be stupider. Say it to me like a
okay.
nerd.
Let me bring this down to the MAGA level. Family good,
positive.
Republican bad, Andrew Tate
All
bad,
right,
Donald Trump bad,
You also
family
have
good.
to, but you wait a minute, Viz, but you also have to olive branch, because if you keep harping on just like the one aspect of it, and you alienate so many people, so you just gotta work on olive branching your messaging.
Realistically,
and I think that's what Democrats really need to do.
No.
They need to work on messaging.
hold on.
The Democrats need to
olive
focus on
branches
substance.
are right in a way.
Xerxes had one more question. He said
unfortunately.
he had one more question that he says will tie it all together, and I will give him the space to do it. So go ahead. You had one more question.
So the
tie
one
it together.
final question, the tie it all together, is why is it that there's more of a stronger focus on toxic masculinity than toxic femininity? Why is it that we
Because men do. When women are toxic, they make a man cry. When men get toxic and mad about their masculinity, they shoot up a building. When's the last time? Okay, name me a female mass shooter. Yeah.
Oh
Okay,
God.
great. So what? It's true. It's literally true. It's not my problem.
He doesn't get it. But that's extreme.
No.
It's not extreme. It happens literally every day.
Prime. Let's give it to Prime. Prime.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't point out the fact that men keep shooting up buildings when women don't. Name me a woman mass shooter. Find me one.
Please.
Sure, there was a woman who shot up a school the other day, like a couple months ago.
There was two recently.
Yeah, but they're quite rare.
Yeah, but men are better at it.
They are rare. Yes.
But anyway, but like to her point, right? Like it's not simply like mass shooter, right? Like when men grow up in a world that like tells them that they have to deny their emotions, right? They can't actually cry, they can't show themselves, they can't share themselves with their partner. When that is like the form of masculinity that's pushed, right? Then these emotions get bottled up, and then they act out in horrible ways. So like, yeah, of course, mass shooter, but like in a more tangible sense, domestic violence is a real thing.
Bruh,
right?
half the time I'm saying make it dumber. But y'all are telling me to get it dumber.
Help you out.
I know.
Visora, please.
But why? No, you're right. No,
helping you.
I'm curious why can you get to go into nuance? Why do you get to do nuance and I have to dumb it down?
You won't go into nuance.
He literally is. He is agreeing with me. He is correct. He's saying the nuance part that I would have said if y'all didn't keep saying that I need to dumb it down. I'm agreeing with you, Prime. I just don't understand why you get to say
I think you're proving the point.
It doesn't matter. The point is
because of my black privilege. So
wait, right there. Wait, Prime. That's a perfect example.
I think Prime
asked you why doesn't black privilege exist?
Just wrap it up very
quickly.
Yeah, just wrap it very quickly. That like So we have like domestic violence. We have like I don't know, these general attitudes towards women, I think actually also are part of it, right? Like this general disdain for women, to think that women are like conniving, controlling. I think these are
where would that come from?
Signs that we're cultivating a masculinity that's not actually in harmony with the things around it, right? So especially not femininity. That it's in opposition, and it doesn't have to be in opposition. So when we talk about like the consequences of toxic masculinity versus femininity, right? Usually, like the worst of it is life and death, right? And the rest of it is like literally making the lives of the women around, like subjugating the women around them. Like, so like it tends to be from what I see. And you can maybe give me examples where it's more the other way. I
give you
right?
I can.
Okay, please. So like you can maybe give me examples more the other way, but it seems to be that on whole that the consequences are disastrous for toxic masculinity. In a way, it's not the other way around.
Well, here's the thing. Let's give you an example, right? Let's talk about true cuckoldry, and that is to say, when a young lady is no, this is important. This is real people's lives. You can't laugh. Seriously.
Don't
Because-
Republicans
think
call
about
you
it.
like
If-
Donald Trump daddy?
Hold on.
Let him
Is that
speak.
not
They
cucking?
do,
Let
but
him
hold
speak.
on.
I want to hear
That's
about
why I
the
said true
cuckoldry. Go ahead.
cuckoldry. When
The
I say
true
true
cuckoldry. The
And
cuckoldry
which is
that,
to
that
say-
extends
I'll
beyond
explain.
the
Mhm.
normal false cuckoldry to the
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
let him
right?
talk.
And let me explain.
Go
Let me
ahead.
explain.
Yeah,
let me
yeah, yeah.
explain.
I want to
This
hear.
is
I
a
want to
very
hear.
important concept because what an actual cuckolding situation is when an organism, in this case, we're going to talk about women, gets impregnated by a different person, and then they have their husband or their boyfriend raise a child that is not theirs. This is a serious issue that can affect the child medically, as in they can't even get the correct blood transfusion from their father because it's not their real father. This is an issue that affects young men directly because they're investing resources in children that aren't theirs. This affects them in custody. So when we look at this and we talk about toxic femininity, we talk about the deception of lying and having someone invest resources in a child that's not theirs for years, this may not be life or death, but this is years of emotional trauma that you're giving to a child and to a father, a would-be father, to said child.
And how
Now, the
how
point of
often
me
does
bringing
the
this up is
opposite of this
because- hold on,
happen?
you asked for an example. Hold on. The point, hold on. You asked for an example, and I'm giving you an example of
This
what
is a
I would
very
see as
unique
toxic
circumstance.
femininity.
I thought you were done.
And this is the problem. But this is the problem. You disregard the lifetime, even if it is a minority, you are quick to disregard the life
hold on.
that a
Hold on a
person
second.
and
I'm
a
not
child would be
I'm not disregarding.
living
I'm not
through that
disregarding. Hold on.
experience.
I'm not disregarding.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
so
Pro.
that sounds bad, and I can imagine that'd be awful.
You can't say,
right?
see,
For
you're
various
still
reasons.
disregarding it.
Stop trying to
Let
read my
Brian
emotions.
finish.
I'm just trying to respond to you.
Mhm.
So, my simple
Mhm.
question to you is, right, like, okay, acknowledging your cuckoldry, right, which of things that are on
Mhm.
your mind, acknowledging that, right, and then stacking that up against domestic violence, against not just domestic violence, but the general sexual violence directed towards women. In your opinion, I'm asking you, are these two things equal? Is that how you see it in your mind?
No, not necessarily equal. I think that's foolish to look at every single question as whether it's equal or not. The question is, why do we disregard this behavior so quickly? And the reason why I'm looking at this is because we're not taking the emotional damage that happens to males very seriously, but there's another side that is.
I will agree to
And
that.
that's the right-leaning side that's taking it seriously.
Zeus,
Or
what
at
would you
least
say- what
it
would you
has
say if
the
Donald Trump
appearance
started
of
a
taking
campaign
it
today?
Hold on,
Sorry,
wait.
and he
I
talked
want
about
to ask a
one
question to
person-
Xerxes' point.
If you're
How
going to
is-
start the Xerxes machine, he's the Overton
How are they
window is
taking
going
He
to
just
be
made a
thrown
he just
off
made
of
a
the fucking
I know,
cliff.
but he made a claim, and I want him to
would
back it
love
up.
to just-
Okay, let's give it to Soy. Hasn't gone in a while. Let's give it to Soy first, then Visora. That's the order
Look,
we're gonna go in.
This all spawned off of this very silly false dichotomy that yes, obviously there are men's problems that need to be addressed, and in rejecting those, this is what I said at the beginning. If your messaging is that's not important right now, even if that's true, and it is true to a degree, it's not. It's going to alienate a whole shitload of people. The problem is that
why do it?
toxic. 1 second. Let me finish. The toxic masculinity and toxic femininity are both existing things. They're not the same thing. In the same way, white privilege and black privilege probably both exist, and they're not the same thing, right? Like the problem is the framing of this as, oh well, why are we talking about this and not this? Because a bunch of people have this ahistorical take on it, and unfortunately, if you explain it to them like this, if I was talking to a layman, they would be completely lost. They'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm a white guy in a trailer park. What the fuck do you mean I have white privilege? So you can't come at it like that. You can't come at it as the, oh, you have this positive and somehow like explain this in a systemic sense, because right now everyone's trying to explain to you the difference between toxic, masculinity and femininity, and it's not working because unfortunately you have a very narrow scope of these things. We need to talk about these dumber. I'm sorry.
Well, ironically, no.
You
The problem isn't that it's not working. The problem is that
pass. Before you answer Visora, the question,
okay, go
you
ahead.
answer them both.
What has
when
the
Visora gives you
Republican
your
Party
question.
functionally done to show men that they care about them in any
I'll
way?
give you
They don't have
nothing.
anything.
Nothing. It doesn't change the core of my argument. You do understand that, right?
I do, but you're
Okay,
not
thank you.
getting
So
my
as long as you
argument.
understand that.
Is that the entire delusion here is that the Democrats hate men, and it's an entire delusion manufactured and
But it
sold
is
to
manufactured.
specifically
Because
the right.
when I just gave you an example of how toxic femininity, lies and deception can destroy the life of a man and a child. You disregarded it offhand.
Literally
In fact,
not
we played
at all.
Even Prime.
I didn't.
played
Wait,
Don't Forget. He
hold the
said,
fuck
"Is
up.
domestic
You're saying that
violence
I
the same
disregarded
as-"
this shit.
Yeah,
That's a
say what
lie.
difference does it
You're
make?
lying.
Prime did.
There's
He said
so
Prime
many-
did.
He
Hold
was
on,
talking to
Visora,
me
he's saying Prime
first.
did.
He was talking
I know,
to me.
but
He
I
said
was.
you.
I
But then
included you
let me
guys
take
together,
that a
so that's
step
my bad.
further.
Go
Let me
ahead.
take that a step further. That's real. Okay? But how often is that happening versus how often?
What difference does it make?
It makes a difference in scale.
How?
Because numbers of people suffering from, like, are you retarded, mate? Can you not understand scale of numbers? Population
If
then?
if one person was cuckolded, we say that's one relative to a million people.
Sure.
Right? The problem is that's still a human being that has lived a life.
What is this?
And now what is this? What I'm saying
literally,
is
you
when we
people
bring up
cuck
these male
yourselves.
issues, you say literally, what is this? When we bring up male issues,
Can we
again,
get the
in real
kink
time,
stuff
I'm
out
showing
of
you
this
guys.
topic? I don't
we're
care
playing
about this
tit for
kink
tat.
bullshit.
We're
I don't
playing
care
tit
about the
for
kink
tat,
bullshit.
and you're
You want to
disregarding
know
it.
how the Democrats are going to
But
win?
it's not a
By
kink.
disregarding
Listen,
idiots
look
like
in
this
the
one.
mirror.
No, fuck
Look
you.
in the mirror.
Disregarding
Stop,
Zerse
stop,
is how
stop, stop,
Democrats
stop.
win. The argument here is Democrats win through substance. Substance. Unions, jobs, climate. That's what people care about.
I really don't. On the core issue, I feel like Democrats would handle this issue just the same way Republicans would handle this issue. Generally, by letting the person that wants to take care of the child take care of the child. A lot of when we're doing the single father, it depends on how the court works.
My dad and my mom got divorced, and my dad got custody.
Yeah. Yeah, and it depends on how much that father wants to interact with that child and what the stepfather wants to do to interact with that child. I mean, sometimes it works out. Sometimes, I mean, the black community has a father problem. Like we're not gonna acknowledge that at all.
Well, actually, it doesn't.
I don't think it does.
That's beyond the scope of.
Maybe we should ask why. Maybe we can ask why that's an issue.
No, the why is the men women are choosing. Is that what you want to hear?
No,
is that the one?
that's not
are you ready
why.
for that conversation?
No,
Then
I don't think. What let
You're
me
not ready for that
explain that.
conversation.
Yeah,
Explain it.
Please.
Explain what? The caliber of individuals that young ladies are choosing to reproduce with? Explain the issue that we're not focusing on.
There's no dad.
Men that are rearing
Stop
children.
taking the Zerse bait. I don't want to have the freaking.
Are we taking? Are you incel pill? Or is that what you're telling me? Are you secretly incel pill?
Yes. Let me try to retrack us. Let me try to re-rail us. Right. Let me try to kind of direct the conversation just a smidge. Okay. Right. So Visora, you've made it clear that you think that by focusing on substance such as unions, such as the economy, such as jobs, this will naturally bring men healthcare.
Yeah, I think all of it together will bring men.
It will bring men back. However, has that not been what the Democrats have been focusing on?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Not at all.
How is it not? What have they been focusing
on?
How have they done? Like, what were they focusing? What were they
focusing
focusing
have they been doing populist policies in the last election?
Bernie Sanders, for example, who is
Bernie Sanders is not.
Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat.
He's not our president.
But he caucuses with the Democrats.
But he's the only. You know what? AOC and Bernie Sanders are the only Democrats that exist right now to me. As far as everyone else, there is no Democratic Party except those two people.
Can we take this back? Wait, let's take this back.
And Bernie Sanders don't actually represent the mainstream of the Democratic Party. I wish they did, and then we can make that argument.
There is no Democratic Party. Yeah. Those are the only two Democrats that exist right now because they're the only ones that are doing anything actionable.
Well,
literally, the Democrats have moved to let them do it policy.
The Democrats, uniparty shit. It's uniparty shit. It's just uniparty shit. There's the AOC, there's Bernie.
But that's another issue.
Yeah, that is a whole other issue.
Other issue.
But let's take this back to pre-election for a second, just so we can have like a clear basis of like people that we're talking about, right? Kamala Harris's campaign did not do any kind of populist rhetoric, did not do any kind of identity politics either, didn't mention anything like that.
It only talked about reinforcing the protection of abortion, which I don't see why males would be.
That was the only
fond of that.
identity politics, which came from the immediate revocation of Roe v. Wade, which was very popular, by the way. But they didn't do anything else. They didn't do any other type
Well,
of
why
identity
would that
politics.
appeal
They
to
weren't
young
talking
men,
about.
though? Why would abortion is an identity?
Well, think about
politics.
it.
Well,
We-
wait, why
push
wouldn't
back.
it appeal to men?
Even if it isn't,
Hold on.
why would
wouldn't
a young
it?
man
Wait.
that wants a family? I'll
You
tell
guys
you.
Yes,
are all-
I'll tell you.
you're
let me
all kind of
answer
talking-
your question. Why wouldn't they? If abortion rights also fall into miscarriages, why would you want, let's say your
Except it
wife
wouldn't. A
who is
miscarriage isn't an
let's say
abortion.
your wife is pregnant and she has a life-threatening pregnancy, like they need to abort the baby or your wife's gonna die. That affects you, does it not?
Yeah, but I mean, I would have
I
no
could just
say
get
over it
another wife?
regardless, remember? Because I'm a male.
No, I feel like if it's your wife and they're dying, you do get to have a say in, hey, honey, I really think you should
That's
get
the
this
first I've
abortion
ever
so
heard
you
of
don't
any
die.
person.
Hold on.
That's
Maybe
the
you
first
should
time I've
speak
ever
to
heard
some
anyone
women
say
more
I
often then.
Rewind.
would have a
Because
say
I think
over
we're missing
abortion.
it.
I don't know,
we're
maybe you
missing
should
it.
speak
We're
to some
talking
women.
specifically. We're talking about.
I am. I'm talking to you right now.
Hold on. We're talking
And you're
about
learning.
specifically young men. We're talking about specifically young men who are
Okay.
generally unmarried.
What has the what did the Democrats do for young men? As we said earlier, canceling student loan debt, economic help was
But they
good.
didn't.
They did. Biden did cancel student loan debt for quite a lot of
That
people.
thing got held up in the Supreme
but it
Court by
literally
for
got
how
stuck in
long?
court.
Well, it
Yeah.
got overturned by Donald Trump. The courts were fine.
No, it didn't.
It passed the courts. No, it did.
He could honestly.
He could have kept
Biden
it,
could have
yeah.
did an executive order and generally made it more
he could have kept
forceful,
it.
but he chose not to because he knew it would be stuck in like court litigation.
Initially, Biden tried to forgive student loan debt, was struck down by the Supreme Court, but then he went back, he tailored it to a more narrow focus, it applied more narrowly, and he was able to get it through. That is
But
what
aside
happened
from that, there was the child tax credit as
But now it's gone, so it doesn't matter.
well, I mean, we were talking about what Democrats did. Democrats they don't exist anymore. There's no Democrats like policy, so we have to talk in
There's
the
the
past.
housing policy that was kind of populist.
housing-
Of course, they barely talked about
Yeah,
it. but-
like they didn't go anywhere near far enough on the substance because they're liberals and they don't believe in going that far on the substance. The Democratic Party that existed, the establishment, they didn't want power, they just want to critique power.
You know what's funny is that Trump wasn't the first influencer president. It was Obama that was the first influencer president. He greatly used Twitter to his advantage, and he greatly used social media. And somehow, along the lines, the Democrats had never grew with that for some reason. They kind of sat on their laurels and kind of ignored things and thought the status quo would be enough. And unfortunately, that isn't the case. We are now in clout culture, which is generally hyper. I saw a video of Xerxes, the hyper agency one, and that's a big deal. I think a lot of a lot of the red pill speaks to men. Eventually, they will grow out of that because red pill is one step from being gay, in my opinion. And
How does that make sense?
Well, because
One step
literally
from being a
men being
homosexual?
This isn't a red pill debate. We're
men
not
being
doing the red
around
pill
other
shit
men.
today.
Wait, it's actually
boys will be
incredibly relevant,
boys.
though. I'm happy someone finally brought this back to the substance of the debate, which is why is red pill growing so much right now? And it's not because the right wing is so good, or this is like this hyper interesting actual ideology. It's because the Democrats don't address these very niche things.
Yeah, but then
about
they get
men
fucked,
coming
and
of
then
age.
they realize that
It
they
doesn't
don't need to be
matter.
red pill
I think the
anymore.
red pill's dog shit. I think all of these right wing things are dog shit. But the point is, the choices between nothing and negative on the Democratic side, especially on the dismiss men's issues, all the way to, hey, I'm totally listening to you, and then here's this dipshit ideology. But unfortunately, that's the only route they can get. So that's why you have all these people following an Andrew Tate, a Sneeko, and all these things. And the problem is the Democrats currently do not have an answer to that because, like I said, they have the Visora message, which again is too smart. Unfortunately, it's, hey, these things are not nearly that important right now. We're talking about, the
But they are
dominance of men
important.
in the
See,
culture.
but this
They're
is-
not
this is the
not
problem.
important. Let me
It
finish.
is important to these men.
I'm not
That's why
saying
It's only the red pill leaning towards the politics, not the other way
okay.
around. The politics aren't leaning towards the red pill.
It unfortunately is.
Even-
If you look at
even
the
if
growing
it
movement, and
isn't-
if Donald Trump went up and said, "Hey, there's this man in Mississippi, and he wants to turn into a walrus, and I think we should donate 10 trillion of the
Red pill will
budget
eventually
to
die.
making this guy turn into a fucking walrus,"
become something else.
Would you say, if I said, "Hey, that's not really important right now," would you? Well, he's a man and he deserves empathy. What do you mean? It's his issue. He cares. It's about curtailing voters. And unfortunately, men are a big voting bloc, and we do
It's
need to
not
appeal
the
to them.
same thing to talking about custody rights, which is a legitimate issue we did
Custody
bring up
rights
and we
is a
did
legitimate
confirm
issue.
in
It's it
say,
is
quote
a
unquote,
very
I'll give you
small
an
it's not
legitimate
important
issue.
right now.
Hold on, stop.
Most
I'll give
people
you a
work
legitimate
custody
issue
rights
that I think the
evenly.
right has been better on than the left when it comes to men. Title IX protections for men who are accused of sexual assault in college campuses, right? One of the things that Biden did that I was against was he lifted the requirement of the what was the standard of proving your case, and he lowered that to make it so that men or anyone really accused of sexually assault on campus was giving less access to due process.
Donald
right?
Trump
Much
did
less
this
access.
for high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools. Like literally did this year. And
However, Trump reversed that for Title IX on college campuses, right? Where he reinstated the
How is
standards
that bad
that
for men?
provided. Hold on. He reinstated the standards of proof, the burdens of proof that were put on the accusers in college campuses. One of the things that happened a lot during like the Me Too era and before even was that men would get accused on college and they would have no chance to defend themselves, and they would get kicked out, and it would later find out, right? What was that? I forget her name, but recently you remember the Duke case in colleges, like
Yeah.
the Duke.
Yeah.
That was the lady came out and says, "I just made that up." Like 20 years later, she not 20 years later, but she recently came out. "Oh, I just made it up. I just made it up." But those people, those men got shafted, right? They got kicked out of their college. It was terrible. It was terrible.
But this is a perfect example, Wick, right? Like first, I'm going to start off, and this is my triggers. Please don't interrupt me. I promise I'm going to elaborate on this. This is a very small issue of men being accused of rape. However, a very important one, right? You don't want to be falsely accused of rape and get punished for that. And so, if you message, "Hey guys, we're caring about this. We don't want you to go to jail for something that is unjust," suddenly you've now just won over the entire swath of men. Whereas the Democrats say, rightly, but in a bad way, what is this like? What 10 people per college or less every 4 years? It doesn't matter if that's the case.
No,
It
stop.
matters if they
Soy
hear
Pill.
that.
Everyone shut up right now. Soy Pill, you're making the same argument that the people who are complaining, like I've complained, like, hey, they're deporting immigrants right now with no due process. And it's just a few of them. It doesn't
it's
matter.
also literally
That's
the same argument.
you're making
You're
right
right.
now.
No, wait,
No, it's not the exact same argument. Wait, no,
you're
I have
right.
to counter
Because it's
Wick.
the
No, I
same
wanna yell
argument
at
on
Wick
top
right
of
now.
that of like trans people in sports, and everyone's like, well, there's like 4 trans people in the country that play sports. True, okay, that's not in and of itself huge, but the issue isn't them actually playing sports. It's capitulating to the right-wing narrative even a little bit. Don't capitulate even a tiny bit, because they're wrong and they're stupid. Yes, I'm too smart. They're too dumb to understand it. You have to up their level of intelligence. I'm sorry, but that's the only way.
That was not my counter to Wick. It's understandable that it's like, hey, there's a big difference between violating someone's rights and getting rid of a due process and getting someone kicked out. This is not good. I'm not saying we shouldn't address this. I'm saying that the framing of this right now is immediately what I said, and you got mad. This is just proving my point in real time, because I would not be saying this on a much larger public platform if I was a politician. I wouldn't say, hey, but it's only 10. Who gives a shit? This is a very important thing. But when Democrats do that, what happens is what you did. Is you say, what the fuck? This is a big deal. What do you mean? And it's a big deal to the people it affects, and morally it doesn't matter how many people it affects. It matters morally how am I addressing this injustice. So you have to talk about it, and you have
I think this has affected more people than you understand, right? Because it's not
Wick,
only.
I am agreeing with you. The reason I started off this sentence with "this is going to make some people mad" is because I said the truth, which is this doesn't affect a lot of people. And the reason I said that was to illustrate that in saying something that is true, you're going to piss a lot of people off and alienate them away from your party and your messaging. And that's why you can't just say things that are true. You have to have better messaging.
It's not
on it.
true. It's not true. The fact that this doesn't affect a lot of people.
Wick, do you think it affects more than 0.5% of the population?
Every single man.
What difference? Do you think it affects more than 0.5%?
Whether or not they are accused or not.
I know.
I think Wick is getting at like the media presence of it.
My point is that it can affect any male, and that's why males care about this. They see an injustice, they don't like it, and you need to talk about this and address it. The reason I said it's not a big deal is to illustrate that in saying something that is technically true, it is not a big deal in terms of quantity. People will get mad at that, and you can't use that as your messaging. That was my point. That's why you're crashing out on me for saying it. But I mean, you just keep proving my point in real time. Every time we say something true that's bad messaging, you get mad about it. How many people does
It's
it
not
affect? Rick?
true.
How many
It's
people
not
does it
true.
affect? With?
Because what
How
you are
many people
saying,
does it
and if
affect
you
with?
allow me to finish uninterrupted, I can explain to you why you're wrong, okay? So what you are saying, or what you're trying to put forth, is that because only a few people actually have to go through the processes that are laid out in Title IX, that it doesn't actually affect the other people. And I reject that premise. I think that the premise is that every man who is in this culture, in this society that is going through these rules, it absolutely weighs on their mind. It worries them, it affects them, it changes their behavior, and it changes how they view not only the system, right, that they're in, but the people who are advocating for the different points of the system, and each other, and women as well.
Can we
It
take that a
becomes an
step further?
adversarial thing.
Can we take
Okay,
that
yeah,
a
you
step
just
further?
agreed
We'll
with my
take it a
point.
step
Thank
further.
you.
Go
No,
ahead,
because
please.
like you're right, exactly right about this, but this affects not only like exactly not just men, not just women, but everybody. But take this and grow the problem now with how many people in America are afraid of just police action for speaking out for not liking something, because now, like, you know, you go to a protest at a Republican town hall,
yes.
yeah, and you get kicked out. They'll drag the woman off out of her chair and they'll take her outside, but they'll do it to the men too. It doesn't matter. Right now, the bigger issue isn't who is more oppressed. We are all oppressed now, guys. We live under
Yeah,
fascism.
it shouldn't be a versus
Yeah,
issue. It should
now
never be a
we're
versus
talking
issue.
about who's first in line for the camps right now, and I would rather talk about, I don't know, how to get out of this issue, how to talk about like real issues that affect everybody and also men. For example, if you're talking about masculinity, right? How masculine of a man are you gonna feel like if your 14-year-old kid in Florida has to work the night shift because you can't afford food, and they lowered the working age so that 14-year-olds can work overnight now because all the illegal immigrants got deported, and you know, now we need to fill those jobs. Do you feel like a manly father for your 14-year-old having to work overnight and not go to school the next day? Because if I was a
Some people
father,
actually might.
yeah, well, those are shitty
That's the
fathers.
thing. Some rural,
There's they be shitty mothers
I
too.
worked when I was 14.
No. I know
Yeah.
working when you're 14 is not
Give
the
it-
issue.
character.
That's
give it
fine.
to-
I
give it
worked
to-
when I was
yeah.
14. I'm saying when your kid is forced to, like, you can't afford food for your family because otherwise, unless your kid works the overnight shift and doesn't go to school, like that was the situation I laid out, which is not unreasonable for Florida. For many Floridians, millions of people there.
Let's give it to Xerxes for a minute, and then I want to give it to Prime, and we'll go on for there. I have a couple more super chats I want to get to too, but Xerxes
I know,
first.
all I was saying was that, like, if we're talking about the perception of like masculinity, and to Prime's extremely earlier point, we still haven't really truly defined it. Some people might honestly be like, this is just what men do. We work hard, we make sacrifices, we do what we gotta do to make sure our family gets taken care of. That 14-year-old is just learning that lesson a lot younger. I mean, if we're talking about perception, some people they will just accept that.
I would
that's just
call
how
that
life
toxic
is for young men.
masculinity. That's what I would call toxic masculinity.
Yeah, I understand it. I think I understand what is trying to be articulated with toxic masculinity, but I think that the fact that we regard it as if it is a code of conduct in and of itself is kind of a misunderstanding of like what we should even refer to masculine traits. Like the word itself really means things that are primarily found in males, right? You know, masculinity is more reflection of what is, not what ought. But we use these terms and these concepts as a sort of moral code, or like some sort of like badge of honor we put on to bequeath the title of man to someone. I think that there's a lot of things wrong with that. The fact remains we do it, and so you know we operate in that framework. But in that way, I think when it comes to, again, toxic masculinity, there is a lot more nuance to the concept that's not given to, or a lot more nuance given to the idea of, like, just for example, working hard as a man. Like you say that that's toxic masculinity, but another person is going to view that as a positivity. Like, I love my
Contextually.
family, so I'm willing to work hard.
You're
for
actually
them,
right, and actually
there is that nuance in that concept, and I think that a lot of people, they don't hear that nuance when they hear toxic masculinity.
You're right. I've had this discussion with one of my chatters on stream, in that I said that the idea of you have to work to for your family. Like, you are the one that has to provide. Your wife stays at home, takes care of the kids. This is as much of an oppressive state on you as it would be on your wife. Not even accounting for like whether the hypothetical wife wanted to be a stay-at-home mom or not. It is oppressive to you as the man of the house in this nuclear family setting to have.
But you see how there's a lack of nuance there.
No,
though.
no,
You
no.
say
Well,
it's
I am getting
oppressive.
to the nuance, like why it's oppressive
Get
is
to
the nuance.
Get to the nuance.
It is oppressive because you are now expected as the sole bread earner of the house to provide, and if you fail, not whether you do or not, that pressure, that guillotine is hanging over your head. If I fail at providing for my family, then I'm a failure of a man. It is like, because that's the words that were used by the chatter, was if I failed to do this, I'd be a failure of a man. And I think that is you socially constructing a box for yourself that you have to fit into, and that's oppressive to you. All of this is made up. It's all made up.
But it might be made up, but it doesn't exist in isolation to relationships between men and women,
No,
right?
of course not.
Because for as much as there might be other men who might say you're less of a man, there are women who say, I don't want to engage with
we're
you
not talking
sexually
about
because
that.
you're not that category.
We're not talking about how other people view you.
We have to.
No,
Because it doesn't exist in isolation.
You're right. Wait. Hold on. We're missing something. You're missing a bit.
Enough.
All
You're all missing a bit. Okay, you're all missing a bit. We do have to get more people in on this discussion. It's gonna go. It's gonna be Xerxes, and I love you, Xerxes. I do.
I do have to go.
I
I have to go pee for a second, so I'll be right back.
Crash.
Okay.
I'll be gone for a second.
Then I'll save my time. We'll give it to Prime for a moment.
I hadn't actually raised my hand, but I will. No worries, friend. I should be the star any which way, so it makes sense. I guess what I want to put forth is that, like, I think the formulation of the question, the topic itself, is a bit off, and that, like, I don't think that Republicans like do much to necessarily like the Republican Party, right? The party apparatus actually does much to deal with this topic of masculinity, like at all, really. I don't think that's like a big thing within like their platform or what they push. And at the same time, to reflect that, I don't think the Democratic Party should be doing that as well. That's not where we look for politicians, right? We all had like trouble like talking about policies on both sides that actually address these things. But where this conversation is happening is on like conservative, like leaning influencers, right? It's an influencer space. So like on the right, they're having a lot more conversations about masculinity, manhood than we see on the liberal leaning side, right? The leftist side. And that's where it should go. And I think the distinction here is important, right? Because like it's different when you're asking a party apparatus to necessarily fund these things, to build these things out, rather than looking for like to support like grassroots influencers who are like coming up and like actually can genuinely speak to the audiences that we need to be spoken to.
But Prime, that's what the Democrats are doing, right? Like they fund, like I said, these Harry Siss and Dean Withers. Those are Democrat. I don't want to say Democrat operatives.
The DNC is not funding.
They're not parents.
So what they can do,
yeah, but they're promoting them, right? Like these are the people that are getting the most attention.
Okay, right, but that's a difference. That's also a difference too, right? So I think the best the party can do, and I think this is what happens on the Republican side, is that for these influencers, they can appear on their platforms and then like raise their platforms or something, right? In that way. But it's different than asking a party apparatus to do these things, because I don't think either one is set up to actually have these conversations. Instead, we actually want to be finding influencers on the left who have these answers, who can fit the role. Like what you were saying, or someone was saying about like fitting the stereotypical even look, right? Having the muscles, like, like doing the fitness thing, but still having a steady hand and be able to push these values and responsibilities. That's what we want. But I don't think we will get like the DNC is set up to do that.
I agree. The Democrats should give me money.
If I may, and I wish Visora is here for this. I don't know what she's doing, but she'll be back soon, I hope.
She went to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, that's true. But I do want to get this out because it's important, and I think this will drive the remaining 20 minutes we have.
Subscribe to Wick.
In a more okay, we'll get to that, right? But in a semi-productive fashion. One of the things that men want, especially young men, is purpose. Okay, they want purpose. They want something, right? The traditional role of being a provider, of being a supporter, of having that responsibility to care for a family, what a lot of young men see that as not as a burden, not as a box, but as they matter. They're important. They actually serve a function that if their function was, if they don't serve this function, things will go wrong. And they want that space. They want to be the provider. They do. They want to matter in a very real way. And again, you may argue that this is a bad way to matter or a toxic way to matter or what have you, but Republicans are providing this way to matter for men. And I don't see that same thing from the Democrat or the left side. I don't see that.
I think it's perfectly fine.
Hold on 1 second. But
Go
the
ahead.
Republicans, I don't think the Republicans are providing this. I think the
Neither do
conservatives
I.
are speaking to it though. Like,
Okay, by
what
providing,
do you-
they're speaking to it. You're
Sure,
Go
sure,
ahead.
sure. Yeah, no problem. But so, but what do we actually want here, right? Like, I think I agree with your point overall, Wig. But I think that's been undermined, right? By like women, their wages increasing, their role in society increasing, where women can.
That is part of the crisis, yes.
Yeah, right. So like, is that what we want? Do we want it simply to be a case that men are like paid more, and so they're in a monetarily advantageous position, and then they can be the leader? Or
no, he's asking for validation.
Or we can sure.
Let Prime finish. Let Prime finish.
Yeah, almost done. So yeah, like, can we define what it means to be a provider in this day and age? Because before it was like just having a financially advantageous position. But you're saying, is it validation? Is it I don't know, to feel that their roles I get within the family is better defined in some way? Like, I don't know what that means.
Okay, let me try to answer that.
In today's,
Well, I was just telling you, it is.
Hold on. Let me try to answer that because you did ask a question. I think it's important to answer that. I think that what men want is to feel that they matter, right? And how do we provide that? I wouldn't say by going back to where women can't have like fucking jobs or can't have fucking a bank account on their own.
I'm not going back to that.
I don't think that's the
government mandated girlfriends.
Yeah.
We're not going back.
I've spoken to that topic before.
Oh,
women could just be nicer to men.
Wait.
Don't take the bait.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm gonna forget. Because
my answer doesn't matter, okay? Because your question is more important than my
no,
answer.
I'm gonna forget. Otherwise,
go ahead.
Because in your setup for this, you said that Republicans are speaking to this, and Democrats aren't. And I would disagree. In fact, I think the Democrats spoke to it more, especially during the election, because there was a lot more talk of, let's give you increases in your access to money. Let's decrease your taxes by $6,000. Let's give you the permanent child tax credit. All of this
You're
again.
doing it again.
No,
You're
but
being too smart.
It's all of it is
but
money.
They didn't focus it on men.
If men want a purpose, men want a purpose, do they not? Well, the purpose that they want is to...
Men want to be pandered to, and we're not pandering to the men.
Yeah,
no, they don't want to be pandered
yes, they
to.
do.
They want value.
They are valid. They're valid.
But this right
Wanting
here,
to be the provider is valid.
Don't the Democrats confirm that worth and value to
men
males?
just want to be able to answer a question without getting interrupted.
Why can't men
just want to have fun? My question is to Visora, why don't the males see that coming from the Democrats then? If that's what
because
they believe,
of the media environment.
Why is it not communicated to them?
Because of the media environment. The media environment is entirely right-wing that panders.
Who does Harry Sesson?
What are you talking about? The media environment is all right-wing. Harry Sesson makes like a drop in the bucket. Yes, on TikTok.
Who gets pandered to?
I don't know. I don't go on TikTok.
Women.
No,
it's not young men.
No,
the Democrats do not pander to young men.
TikTok. Wait, hold on. That's a lie. TikTok panders to you based on your algorithm. TikTok panders to. Yeah, it's based on whoever the fuck is using it. My guy, if you love Andrew Tate and you go on TikTok, you get pandered to by Andrew Tate manosphere shit. No, but take this a step further. The reason that we all think this is an issue.
I'll leave you, please.
I'm honestly done.
Phineas has a good answer to this. I'm going to read it, even though he didn't pay me any money, but it's perfect. We helped men by helping everyone is a democratic version of responding to Black Lives Matter with All Lives Matter.
How about?
Well, I agree. I agree that like I don't like I don't like this policy or saying that the policy of like child tax credit equal helping men, right? Again,
Chat,
I,
oh
I
my
like
God,
I think it's a
like,
good policy.
it's
Like,
so
but like when
simple
people
of
are talking about, hey, we have these maybe
everybody
systemic
is
issues that are
oppressed and
holding
apparently like,
a
oh,
group
sorry,
back,
you're
right?
too
And then we
broad
say,
with
okay,
that.
well,
You're being
here
too
is a
smart. That you
policy
can't
that
understand that
raises
everyone
all
is
boats. It's
oppressed,
not
that
necessarily
all of it is
bad,
fucking
right?
with
You
you.
don't have to put these things in opposition, but that still doesn't necessarily address the thrust of it. And I think it's valid for people within a group, right, who's feeling
And Prime
themselves
is
being
giving
held
them
back
too
by the
much
systemic
like
issues to
credit.
want, right, their politicians to quote unquote pander to them, or to actually, what that actually means, address the issue.
Yeah, like this whole thing is so silly. Like this, I don't know why this is an arguable point. The right, I agree, obviously is not providing material things to men. They're obviously, making all these wealth disparities. They're making people's lives work. But
You're
all
right,
they have
not
to
laws.
do
It is
is,
conservative
again, this is
propaganda
a
makes
neutral
men
to
feel like
negative on the
victims.
Democrat side versus a positive, right? They are not appealing to men on the Democratic side, and on the right wing, all they're doing is, hey, look, I like guns and trucks and cool stuff and sports and shit. Don't you want to vote for me? And it's working. That's the problem. The whole debate is the problem that they just have to have brain dead fucking
right's
traditionally masculine
relatable.
pandering, and it works. And we need to do some
But
sort of
they
thing
don't
that
do just that. They don't do just
need
that.
to just do that. That's the
One of the
thing
most
that's winning people
effective
over.
attacks. One of the most effective attacks that Trump had during the campaign was, Trump's for you and she's for they them, right?
Which
They're
was a
for the
lie.
other, right?
This is
Yeah, I
exactly what I
understand
am
it was
saying.
a lie.
No, no, I know.
That's
I'm saying
exactly
it's
what I'm
effective
saying. The
attack.
messaging
We don't have
is
to throat
something that's
clear every
completely
single time
irrelevant,
that it was a
talking
lie.
about trans
We've
issues,
said that
and it
enough.
works.
I think people have gotten it.
It's
Okay,
the
that
media
we don't believe
environment.
it. We can genuflect later. But here's the crux and the core of it. As I've been trying to get out, and my brevity does. Oh, that pizza looks delicious. The brevity is not one of my strong suits, and I apologize for that. Okay. But what I've been trying to get out is one of the ways that Democrats need to come forward and to win and start the process of winning men back is to recognize that they fucked up, that they have been dismissive of men's problems, that they have been telling men to kind of shut up and sit down, and we're going to stop doing that. I think that's the first step, to say we aren't going to allow our
I have an example.
politicians to dismiss you
Yeah, I
anymore.
agree.
To
I have an
make a
example of
black
this.
woman
It's a
speaking, we
simple
will sit
No,
thing.
down
hold on.
and
I
shut
have a
up,
really
alright? So-
simple explanation that you're right, Wick.
I'll
That
sit
you could
down
just
and shut up, and you can say, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, you should, as you should. Get me a beer too while you're at it. Look, a really easy way that we can do that, by the way, is just change some of the wording that we use. Like, for example, we talk about deaths in war and we talk about women and children all the time, but we don't ever mention men because apparently, like, men are all counted as combatants in that issue, for example. That's one thing you could do. Just a small little increase in how you word something instead of saying, look at all these women and children dying, into look at all these people dying. And yes, it's more women and children, but it's not discounting the fact that men are also being killed and also counted less. Let's say if we're talking about Gaza, for example, the count of how many civilian men died, I'm gonna go ahead and assume is just a couple hundred, maybe thousand short of how many were actually civilians versus how many were combatants. And we always talk about the women and the children, which is important as well, but it's the phrasing. So I can see that there could be some phrasing distinction to add a bit more pandering to men on the Democrat end. But at the same time, like, can we drop the idea that the Democrats actually work for you in any way? Like, there's like 3 Democrats that give a shit about you.
I disagree. Look, we're going to have a debate, me and you, Visora,
That's a
maybe
different-
Prime too. I think that the Democrats are working for people, and they're
Some of them are. I think most of them are controlled opposition.
But Biden, for example, did a lot for this.
I
country,
agree.
right?
Biden
Especially
domestically.
unions
Yeah, but Biden's
and
gone
all
now,
these-
so
yeah,
that's not
And
even relevant.
Obama,
Yeah.
Obama did a lot for people, right? He was very strong.
Obama's
and
gone
things
now,
like
so
the
that's not
border.
relevant. The
But
DNC is
here's
pretty
the
much
thing.
dead
We're
right
talking
now.
about
Here's the thing, if I
Democrats
may.
today, Wick. Democrats today.
Now.
Democrats today.
Well, Democrats today don't know what they are yet. They're fighting. They're in a
Well,
civil
that's
war.
what,
It would
no,
appear
they're
so.
controlled
I mean, it is
opposition. They
They,
bent
no,
the
they are in a
knee.
civil war right now.
Yeah, like
You're
the-
on one side of the line. I'm on the other in the control.
We need
I'm
to
not a
acknowledge
Democrat.
Biden's issues.
Please,
Oh my
wait,
God,
do
why
not
can't-
call me a
Oh
Democrat.
my God. Okay.
Go, Wick, go.
This idea that we can appeal to men by changing how we refer to things sometimes is not going to work. We need to be stronger.
Well,
We
yeah.
need to come out forcefully, and we need to say, we fucked up. we are going to do better.
Fuck that.
Right?
No,
No,
never
fuck
admit
that.
wrongdoing. That's emasculating.
I disagree.
Wick. We need to come out and say, actually, we've done everything right, because that's all that Trump ever fucking
That's
does. When's
true.
the last time he ever said he did anything
Yes,
wrong?
never-
Fuck that.
never
I'm not
play
gonna come up and be like,
defense.
oopsie doopsie, I'm so sorry, man. I'm gonna come out, hey, you're a fucking pussy ass bitch if you don't vote for a Democrat. You want me to
Yes.
fucking slap you across the face? That's what we're gonna
The
be doing.
soy pill, based as fuck. What you come
Not
out
gonna
and
work
say
for us.
is the Republicans have been lying to you. They pretend like
Look,
they
I'm
give
gonna
a
bully
shit
you for
about
your
men, but all they've done is destroy your lives, take your rights away, make it harder for you to get near any woman because now every woman in America is terrified of Republican voting men. That's what they did for you. How about you join the side that actually gives a shit about improving your life? Whether you're a man, a woman, child, I don't give a shit. We just want to improve your life if you're an American. We work for Americans.
Needs to be wider and larger than every Republican and mog them in every debate. That's how we win. I'm
Yes.
sorry. It's actually going to be
You're-
how it works.
Exactly. Stop being nice. Stop playing defense. Control the conversation. It's their own. They should be defending everything themselves.
Okay.
Every single
Let
point.
me let me read these.
TLDR,
super chats,
Wick's a
then we're gonna
bitch.
get to closing, right?
Sorry.
We're gonna get
Well,
we're gonna read these super chats and we're gonna get to closing statements. 'cause
I
know
gotta
people-
head out. Hold on, let me do
Oh,
mine. Just
yeah,
head
do
out.
yours real quick if you have to go. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks all for well, thanks Wix for inviting me. Thank you all for having a great conversation. I think it was a lot of fun. Shout out to everyone. Nice to see you again, Bass. And Nasser. It's been a very, very long time. I hope you're doing well. Visora, fiery as always. And like
to see
awesome.
ya.
I think you're great. Just letting you know that. And then of course, Soy Pill. I haven't met you before, but this was a lot of fun. I'll send
Nice to meet you, man.
yeah, I'll send you a friend request. Hopefully we can work together in the future. But again, Wick is fantastic. I really appreciate him having me on, inviting me. A really amazing individual here. Subscribe to him. Support my friend Wick. Yeah, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah, thanks.
ya.
Bye bye,
Cheers,
and we'll
man.
we'll see you
Good to
soon.
see
We'll
ya.
read out into him in a second. But I do want to read these super chats, and then I want to get to the closing statements, and we can wrap this up. But $5 from Joe the Mig to say delusional. Clinton era Dems rolled over. Republicans with a unified liberal message. $5 from Miles Kinslow to say the Trump administration first term helped protect due process for men during the rape on campus hysteria. Thank you for $5. $5 more from Joe the Mick. She's genuinely wrong. Domestic violence rates between men and women are near parity in the US and UK. You need to get the Tin Men on these discussions, Wick. Hey, you have them DM me and I'll see if what we can do. $5 from TL1524. It's funny to watch the toxic feminist not realize she is one. The point is demonize half the populace. They won't vote for you. It's that simple.
Thank
$2
1/3.
from Joe the Mick. $2 from Joe the Mick. Wick, don't allow this whataboutism. £5 from Jacob Buckingham. How much for the bike with the cap to never be on a panel again? You're the only one with a cap on, so there you go.
What's a bike?
I don't know. He's British. It might be slang. I don't.
Hope it's not
$10 from Joe the Mig. It's not a social construct that men want to care for their family. Our hormone profiles literally change to increase our care aspect when we get married and have children. Blank slatism must end. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Testicle Johnson. We need to normalize men windmilling their peens in front of their partners.
Hell yeah.
Okay. $5 from Chernog Rebellion. For people so smart, the left wing sure does suck at explaining their points. Maybe instead of glazing yourself about how smart you are, self-reflect. $5 from Lisa. The Republicans appeals to feelings, and Dems are trying to appeal with facts and data despite your feelings. Facts don't matter if people don't feel good. Thank you for the $5. And finally, $5 from Joe the Mick. Republicans pursue policies to help the nuclear family. Quote, Republicans are lying to you, end quote. Thank you for the $5. Okay, with that, thank you, all of you, for being here for this. I don't know if it was productive, but it sure was interesting debate. I really enjoyed this conversation. Thanks to all the people who showed up. I do have links in my comments below to all their stuff, including Primes, who had to leave a little early. We got some great content coming up. Tomorrow, I'll be debating Counter Connor, or counterpoints, if you will, on the deportation issue and the immigration issue. He says Khalid Mahmoud Khalid, Khalil, I'm
Khalil Mahmoud.
butchering the name. Thank you. should be deported. I strenuously disagree. So we'll have a little
Due
one-on-one
process
debate.
for
I'll be entering the
everyone.
ring. I'll be entering the ring and defending due process and freedom of speech. Yes, even for non-citizens. That should be fun. On Thursday, we're going to have a show on Trump saying that he isn't joking about wanting to run a third term. So that is going to be a fun discussion as well. So tune in for that. And with that, let's give it to Bass to start us off, or let Visora have the last word. Bass, tell people who you are, where they can find you, what your closing thoughts are. Go ahead.
All right, well, I'm Bass FZZ on YouTube. Like I said earlier, I'm a social commentator, I like to say, talking about society and all that good stuff. To close, I think that without much of trying very hard, I've kind of shown exactly what the issue with the Democrats or the more left-leaning side of these discussions are. And that is, for as much as they themselves might, if I give them the grace, understand that there's nuance and complexities to these issues that young men are dealing with, oftentimes they are very quick to dismiss them, at least on the front end, and they don't give much space to the emotional issues and ways that young men are going through and what they're level, all that good stuff is growing so much in male favor is because there is a space of, at least, even if you don't agree with it, at least some type of standard or concept of being a man. Whereas on the left-leaning side, they either have deconstruction or just they're told, or they only hear of their toxic aspects. And as such, just from that psychological point of view of like, well, this side doesn't like me, but this side gives me something to go for. Whether the Republicans, conservatives, or whatever even adhere to any promise is irrelevant. They're not outwardly hating them and telling them they're terrible people. And so I think that's our masculinity problem right there.
Yeah.
And I'll
Thank
end it
you
with
for
that.
thank you for being here, Xerxes. I always appreciate you on the panel. I appreciate your perspective. You can find his channel. It's linked in below in my YouTube comments.
It
So
was good.
go
This was
check
good.
him out. Nasser, go ahead.
Well, I think when it comes to masculinity, it changes through the ages. Generally, it also, some people have to, it's kind of really subjective. You know, there are one-parent households where the boy in the family will have to grow up a little bit sooner than in certain cases, or there'll be parents on both sides. Or so I guess when we're talking about the single-parent household, they're going to be in search for like a masculine figure, and the red pill may end up filling that gap. Unfortunately, we need better role models, probably on both ends. It's not necessarily just one, and it doesn't really even have to be on the political lines. It shouldn't necessarily be. It's like we need parental guidance outside of politics, at the local level, among your community, that doesn't have anything, it doesn't have to do with politics. We just need good role models that are not like hyper clout, the hyper clout generation, we'll call it. But it's just interesting. And I liked Viz, but Viz also needs to like olive branch a little bit more. We gotta stop harping on negative traits and kind of olive branch and kind of understand that males make mistakes and males need to learn to grow and be held accountable. And then same thing with Xerxes. Men should probably be held accountable at times, and they need to be held accountable at times when their mistakes are made. So we need to olive branch both ways, you know? All right,
Both
I'm done.
ways. Bye, olive branching. No, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. And gang, just to be clear, I'm not
we get a
ending the
flex?
stream after this. I do have some things I want to talk about, but I am ending the panel. We're going to send these lovely individuals out. I just want to let you know. So don't leave. Stay. Okay, Soy Pill, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like I said at the beginning. I don't know why we kept deviating off this. The messaging and the pandering is not there for the Democrats. The Democrats, like Xerxes said, unfortunately, I have to agree with them a lot in this debate. I say that, Xerxes, because you and I we just don't align. But when you say something that's right, I gotta acknowledge, yeah, Democrats are doing neutral to negative pandering to a very large swath of the population, which is men, specifically white men. And I'm not saying we need to identity politic and embody that. I'm just saying that you need to acknowledge their grievances in ways that aren't alienating to them, and that's what we're doing. My point was proven like 2 or 3 times in this specific panel. Visora was saying something based and objectively correct, but it didn't matter because people didn't understand it, whether that was Wick or Xerxes, whoever. And that's just proves my point. It's not about the point that being true. It's about how you present it. And right now, the way we're presenting it is bad. We need more people on the left to embody masculine traits, to be, bodybuilders, fitness influencers. We need people to be, like I'm the gun guy, I'm the truck guy. That doesn't mean we all have to do it, and I don't think we all need to do it. I think there's plenty of room for all sorts of men all over the spectrum. I just think we sorely need the traditionally masculine ones so we can win those people that are on the right back. Happy Trans Day of Visibility, Trans Day of Visibility. More trans men need to be testosteroning up the place with woke masculinity. That's what I think. And all I can say is, yeah, if we need, there we go, there's the flex. Yeah, all I can say is, yeah, let's be more masculine. Let's really do it, left. Dang, I'm pretty.
Good job. Soy Pill, always a pleasure. Thank you for being here, and I do really appreciate your perspective. You can find a link to his channel in my description. Last, but certainly not least, always fiery, one of my favorites, Visora. Go ahead.
Well, first off, I didn't know it was Trans Day of Visibility, so thank you. And happy Trans Day of Visibility to anyone who might be watching and is trans, or not, really. But, no, I agree. And realistically, I think that the gender role stuff, I don't tend to give a shit about because I don't believe in gender. I'm a gender abolitionist, but I can engage with people who do. But I think all of this goes beyond all of that to just the point of empathy. It's just empathy. We don't have engagement in local communities. We don't have in-person social interaction the way that we used to do. And because of that, and because of the online engagement communities that we built in the last 20 years, where you have a mask, where you are anonymous, where you can say more, where there's less consequences, we have lost our ability to empathize with other people to the same extent, even if it's only conditional. Maybe you do have empathy in some cases, but online generally, especially when it comes to politics, we don't apply empathy to anybody, let alone the opposition, just kind of in general, anyone who disagrees with us as a society. Not all of us. And this is a larger issue on the right, but it does exist on the left as well, and not just the Democrat left, further to that as well. So really, I think empathy is my key here. If you want to win as a Democrat, empathy,
Hearts and minds.
substance. You got to improve people's standard of living, improve the material conditions, and you also have to, we would have done better in this last election if we did push DEI and identity politics. If we did, Kamala Harris never said the word.
1.5%.
Yeah, Kamala Harris never said the word transgender this entire election. Maybe she should have. Maybe she should have. Maybe we should have pushed harder for protecting DEI initiatives. Maybe we should have had Kamala Harris talking about how this is mostly white women who are getting benefits from it. I think it's a matter of messaging, as you have said, the Soy Pill. Secondly, it's the empathy. And thirdly, it's the material conditions. Everything else is a distraction that is manufactured by the right. The masculinity issue exists, but it is also a manufactured issue. It's not to the extent.
Anyway.
It's not to the extent that, it would exist without the media environment around it. But
Okay.
That's my take.
Okay, gang, you can find her. I linked to her YouTube channel. You can click on that link in my YouTube description and give her a follow. Thank you all for being here. We're not leaving. I'm just letting them go away. So I'm going to leave you guys to go away.
Thanks for having me on, Wick. And nice to meet you all. See ya.
Nice to meet you all.
Holy shit, guys.
Alrighty. That was fun. No, I did. I appreciated that.
End that call. Hello. Hold on. I will be back in half a second. There we go. God damn, that sucked. The brain damage was wild. It was very funny. when I said gender abolitionist, I didn't see him do it because I wasn't looking at the screen. The guy like getting really mad about that. That was excellent. 10 out of 10. You'll love this. I gotta see.
Duh, I disagree with the author of this script. And I agree with the author of this script. Yeah. Duh, I'm wrong. And I'm right.
Yeah, basically. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope that wasn't too bad for y'all. Let me look through chat a little bit. Gen Z and millennials don't want to vote for genocide. That's true. And again, like, even though they were saying that Zoomers shifted undeniably right, that shift was temporary, guys. The Zoomers are not shifting right. Zoomer boys that are stuck on social media and have been brainwashed are there. The rest of them, not really. Zoomers are mad, just like we are. Maybe not to that same extent, because they're not as politically aware and active, or maybe even educated based on some of the media that they're consuming, but that's also not true. It's just not. The convo basically came down to Republicans send me to war, want them to support an entire family, want them to work for fucking 60 hours, want to send them to El Salvadorian gulags, want little boys to work in factories, but the Dems don't talk nice enough to men. Basically, yeah, that was really the entire argument. I mean, it was very telling that, like, what, it was Visora's right, but they're too dumb to understand it? It was not fun. You missed severe brain damage and colon cancer, pretty much. Did anyone mention problems that men are facing and what politicians could do to solve those problems? Well, I did. But no, the rest of them didn't really. You had the opportunity to go hard on fighting for your American freedoms and completely fumbled it. I tried, man. They kept cutting me off. I was literally pushing that when Wick cut me off. Which was very annoying, in fact. It was kind of rude. I'm kidding. It wasn't that rude. But, like, yeah. Have we not learned to reach across the aisle and give 300 rats in a skin suit a little hug and a kiss like Gavin Newsom? Yeah, apparently not. Thankfully. Oh, yeah. Jeez, hold on. There's a lot of chats coming in. I'm going to jump into this fascist meat grinder because you're not nice enough to me, pretty much. No, I agree with the glasses guy on that point. The idea, substance, or truth matters in a debate. Specifically, in a debate is wrong. Debate is 100% performative. It has nothing to do with truth or substance. Well, I agree with that. But, like, he wasn't saying this in a debate, like, context. He was saying it in the debate format, but he was saying it about Democrats as a whole, with we focus too much on substance and not enough on performing. And I agree that we could perform more, but I don't agree that we spend too much time on substance. Roxface, I can't wear a muscle shirt in public anymore. Who tells you you can't? Well, no one, but I feel like it's really close by how Republicans tell me Democrats are acting. Yeah. They think feeling ostracized the same as being oppressed. True, they do. So wanted to join in on that panel with you. Grim Reaper, I would have loved to have you on there. I think Democrats were trying to play feminist extremists. Now you can't put men and extreme feminism together. There is no extreme feminists that were Democrats, like, that were trying to, I don't know, hate on men. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a real coalition. There's like 6 people, maybe. What's up, Zichap? You got in right when it ended, so good timing on that. Yeah, you did miss the debate, but it wasn't a fun one. Anywhere near as fun as I expected it to be. Be fair, like, the lineup changed a little bit. Whew, okay, well. We still have a lot of news to cover, but I feel like I should be nice to you guys and not make you listen to Elon's town hall yesterday. Unless you want to. Do you guys want to listen to Elon's town hall yesterday? I would have loved true radfem Democrats. Depends on the type of radfem. I can think of women's issues relating to equal pay and reproductive rights, but men simply don't have these problems. like the ones that I mentioned specifically around men is like the expectation of you have to provide everything is like one that I put out there is you have to provide everything, and if you fail at this, then you are a failure as a man, is an ideology that many men believe in America. The blue-haired feminist is a character and not a real person. Go to any bookstore, actually look up feminist literature. It's not what that is, obviously, but like reality, these people, you know? Here's IDK if you're a rad femme, but it would have been so fucking funny if you started shitting on their entire idea of masculinity by start being misandrist. I thought about it. I could have, like, at least for the debate. Not that I believe any, like, of that. I'm not a misandrist, but it would have been fun. But I didn't think it would be productive. Hogwatch, hogwatch, hogwatch. Alright, let's do some hogwatch. Well, let's start with this one. You hate men. I can't believe that they called me a fucking, like, what was it, extremist feminist or feminist, radical feminist? Are we looking at farm animals? We're looking at Animal Farm, actually. Bottom right was the worst. Yes, absolutely. This is true. Now hold up, because I'm getting some links ready for you guys. Oh, actually, let me talk about this one first. Not Hogwatch. Because I did mention this during the debate, and I think that it's quite widely ignored. So, Tim Walz has been doing the rounds. He's been going around. Oh, why did chat disappear? He's been doing the rounds. He's been doing his town halls. And in one of these town halls, he said something that I have yet to hear from any other Democrat.
That our strength is our diversity. We've been talking about this for years as a country of immigrants, and we let them define the issue on immigration. We let them define the issue on DEI, and we let them define what woke is. We got ourselves in this mess because we weren't bold enough to stand up and say, you damn right we're proud of these policies.
Yeah. Proud being woke. Dark woke, motherfucker. Like, I can't hear much either, but here, it's the loudest that'll go. I'll just say it out loud for you.
That our strength is our diversity.
Our strength is our diversity.
We've been talking about this for years as a country of immigrants.
We've been talking about this for years as a country of immigrants.
And we let them define the issue on immigration.
We let them define the issue on immigration, on DEI.
And we let them define what woke is.
We let them define what woke is, when we should have stood there and said, goddamn right, I'm proud of these. This would have done better.
We got ourselves in this mess because we weren't bold enough to stand up and say, you damn right we're proud of
We got ourselves in this mess because we weren't bold enough to stand up and say that we do support our policies, that we are proud of these policies. I still would like whoever bottom right was to explain what lefty Democrat is. You're not going to get any real explanation from Xerxes because Xerxes doesn't believe in reality. So, there's that. I think both males and females have extreme ends. Feminists have fantastic points. Unfortunately, men need an update because, unfortunately, they're stuck in the right wing and weaponized. I mean, to be fair, lots of women are also on the right wing and are being weaponized by the right. That's not exclusive to men. Again, I don't think that this issue is a gendered issue. I think the issue is a class issue. Now, as someone brought up, I think it was Lennon who brought it up. Yes, there is talk about Donald Trump running again. No, I don't think it's worth talking about consistently. I'm going to bring it up once just to, like, give you the coverall. They're talking about a third term. Stop giving it coverage. Stop validating it. Just laugh at them, call them, like, idiots, and move on. And also, Donald Trump is not going to live long enough to serve through this term and then another, but...
And the second new headline, President Trump saying he would not rule out seeking a third term as president, telling NBC News there are several methods to accomplish this. Also new today, and the second...
You know, I brought a prop for that debate, and I didn't get to use it. I was expecting at least one of the, I was expecting the incel one to start crying so that I could pull up this and say, hey, did you need a pacifier? Are you okay? Then Obama can run for another term? No, he can't. Simply Steve. They're making it so that the only reason that Trump can run for a third term is because any president who didn't serve 2 consecutive terms could serve a third. So, because Obama had 2 consecutive terms, no, he wouldn't be viable. But at the same time, like, of course, the federal election is going to be rigged anyway. But, you know, there it is. 12 more years from the Daily Mail. They want 12. How Trump could be president until 2037. That's what they want. I wish you had brought up the dummy. I was waiting for a good, you know, moment for it, but there wasn't one. Here's Laura Trump talking about how they want to put him on Mount Rushmore. Like, this is all just cuck daddy fantasy. Like, it's the king, you know?
Is in charge of the National
All hail the God
Service.
King.
The National Park Service is in charge of Mount Rushmore. A lot of people wonder, will we ever see President Trump's face on Mount Rushmore? What do you think?
Well, they certainly have room for it there. They just signed the order last week. On July 3rd, 2026, we're going to have fireworks at Mount Rushmore. And we've got a lot of amazing USA 250 events planned from across the country.
With a is
all hail the emperor, I guess. What's wrong with her face? It looks so unnatural. She's had a lot of plastic surgery, and it was done poorly. That's what's wrong with her face. While we're still in the aftermath of a debate, by the way, I forgot, I want to show you guys these. Some brain damage that you're gonna have to suffer a little bit more of. Here we go. Here's a Jubilee-style debate.
Anti-vaccine lies cost lives.
Also
I just had a baby, 7 months old. And, you know, my baby, I was like, no, I'm not getting any vaccines. The doctors came in, they made me feel like a very bad mother.
You are a bad mother. I was gonna say, hot take. I haven't seen this clip yet, so I don't know what's being said here, but if you're not vaccinating your kid, you're a bad parent. Honestly, if it was up to me and you didn't vaccinate your children, like, Child Protective Services should take your children from you, or the state should force you to go, I don't know, do some parenting classes or something like that. What's up, Maddie Holmes?
Mother for not doing that, right? I was very pressured. And then I had a family friend who had a baby at the same time, was a few months in, gave vaccines to the baby, and the baby had seizures and has had seizures since.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the birth of a 7-month-old. The fact that anyone made you feel bad in the
Jubilee's function is to laugh at conservatives being stupid, Ronto.
healthcare system, I feel like, is a failure on us in the healthcare system, so I'm sorry that happened to you. In healthcare, it's very difficult to predict the future.
I know.
Because
Sorry,
there are
mate.
so many unknowns and there's so many variables in healthcare. There are things that are that are outside of our control. And we try to do the best with the limited amounts that we can control. So when we see 2 things happen simultaneously.
I have a lot of stuff on topic to show, in fact, after this as well. I just wanted to show you this terrible mother. Look, do we need to finish the rest of this example? Like, yes, you should vaccinate your kids, and if you don't do that, then you're a bad parent. The issue with this specific video is the idiots kept red flagging and Dr. Mike couldn't finish explaining shit to people. Yeah, unsurprising. Unsurprising. You know what? Hold on. I opened some links, but I want to show you some other links first. These I feel like are a bit more pressing to the moment. So, this one we saw already at the beginning of stream. If you weren't here, this one's for you. This is the issue of masculinity on the right. We spent this entire debate talking about how the left has issues with masculinity when this is the right wing. This is your median conservative right now on Twitter. To be honest, I've never seen my wife happier. I'm glad the Jews took her from me. She deserves better. Those dudes you were debating kept pushing warming over eugenics at times. I saw that too, yeah. Couldn't really get into it, but What really made me insanely mad during that debate as well was the fact that like I couldn't go into nuance, but like they were all good with listening to Prime say the exact nuance that I was, but sure. This is a kink thing, but it's also an insecurity thing, and it's also a fascist thing. This right here, the Jews took her from me with this picture. This is the foundation of Republican ideology. Honestly, it was an insipid debate. That's probably the best word you can use to describe it. This right here, though, is the foundation of Republican ideology. I'm much happier having deleted my Twitter account. Yeah, I don't blame you, Zoxfist. And it so you were the only good thing on that debate. Well, thank you. I'm glad you endured it, at least for me. I totally saw them shutting you down and ignoring you. Like, it was annoying. Like, I was having the same point. Even Prime said it. But, whatever. You're a woman and have conviction and are the source of like 85% of right-wing male insecurity. Hence why they're like, oh, you have to be nicer to them. You're being too smart when this is how right-wing men act around women.
Can I hang out with you?
That guy just stole my car, so he's...
Where'd he go? Newport Coast? Huh? Can I hook up with you? What kind of vagina do you have? Is there any?
We talked about this at the beginning of the stream. First and foremost, not how you approach a person in a car park, but secondly, like, this is the disgusting shit that not only do they believe, but that they enjoy. They create content and enjoy this.
Or Audi?
This is inhuman behavior.
I'm gonna call the cops if you don't.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
You want me to be nice to these people? You want me to put an olive branch to these people?
Annoying, dude.
Why are you following me?
Because I want to fuck.
It's not satire. No, this is real.
My fat ass cock is ready to get hard for you.
This is conservative men. This is what they're normalizing. Remember how like they laughed at me when I said one of the things that Republicans did for men was taking away women's bodily autonomy. They all laughed at me.
Why would you call the cops on me, bro? I'm just speaking.
It doesn't matter.
Fuck you, you little bitch, you little void. Oh, you little. Whoa, what's wrong with you? Chill out, chill out, chill out. Hey, chill out. Chill out. Chill out. You just kicked me in the balls. You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me, you're gonna.
Oh, by the way, they are all this guy. I don't know who this guy is, but this is all Republicans. The guy that'll start an argument, and then the moment that someone hits back, she throws her shoe at him, he maces her and then runs away. Every Republican. Every single one of them. They'll start an argument, and then the moment that it hurts them, that they're losing, gone. It's a total kink, too, as well. It absolutely is. Ironically, if one of those girls were like, okay, let's fuck, he would freak the fuck out anyway. He wants violence, not connection. That's true. No, this is beyond Nick Fuentes' behavior. Nick Fuentes, like, is a femboy anyway, so closeted femboy. But you want to know how these people, treat their wives? Hey, we were talking about the nuclear family. How conservative men want to support and take care of their family. They want to, they want to be the provider. Here's one of the wives of probably the most prominent conservative figure in the world right now.
Selling it because...
Or not wives, baby mamas.
I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support. Selling it because I need to make
She's selling her car to make up for the 60% cut Elon gave to her child support. Grim Reaper, I don't know how far up that paragraph was, but, I mean, I'll read it after stream. I do read the chats. They want to control women. They don't even like women. This is true.
up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
Chat logs are a thing.
That's a great question for him.
It is a great question.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi.
It's his modus operandi when women speak out. Why is Elon acting against you in some way? This is his baby mama.
That's a great question for him.
Do you feel like he was sort of vindictive against you in some way? Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out. Fuck Elon Musk. We do need some of those soldiers after World War II. They saw this shit happen. They'd get up and like the fact that we are in this context now means that all of those people are gone. Like they don't exist anymore. They're either too old or they died, because that era of, I don't know, giving a shit about your country, the era of people who knew what happened, who know what fascism looks like, who fought fascists is gone. It's just gone. It's entirely gone. This is what I was trying to say in the gender debate. Yeah, I mean, Ilria, you're right. Oxpecker, people conflate the opposite sex with an abusive parent or a past romantic partner a little too often. If anyone ever new to political discourse and the first issue they're loud about is feminism and anti-feminism, they are both potentially in very destructive headspaces and need personal support before making bold statements about societal discourse. This is true. Again, like, I would say most of these people, especially most of the people who are like vocally anti-feminist, are just mentally ill. When was the last time you spoke to him? Oh, what's up, Nasserga? Good to see you. Nasser, go and follow Nasser. Nasser was one of the good people in that debate, top left. I know some of you liked him. I quite enjoyed your vibe, Nasser. You were fun. But, like, again, you want to talk about how family values looks like on the right wing? Your facial expressions were hella funny. Yeah, the pizza guy, Captain Buggy. You made it fun by, like, I don't know, fucking around on camera. This is how, by the way, this is the ex-wife of Hulk Hogan, who was, remember, at the inauguration. He was doing rallies for Trump. This is a prominent conservative figure. In fact, Hulk Hogan, former wrestler, this is the type of person that, I don't know, conservatives would often look at as a manly man. Let's see how they treat their families.
Your face out there and know that all these horrible things are going on behind the scenes. Yet he marches on. He marches on like, yeah, oh, I'm promoting my own.
Yeah, he was at the RNC, the guy who tore his shirt open. You know Hulk Hogan, the fucking wrestler.
Beer, real American beer. Yeah, look at me. Woo!
I would have too if I was her, Simply Steve. Oh yeah, sure, I got you, Camel.
Yeah, he's such a hero, right? Not. Okay, I'm gonna give him my thumbs down. I've given him more opportunities to come back and make us a family and try to, I'm sorry, it's so sad.
Where's the providing for your family, you know? He's so fucking racist. Oh, of course he is. But, like, he's a piece of trash. But the reason I'm showing you this on top of, like, 4 other examples of conservatives being shitty to women who they're either just meeting or in a relationship with or married / formerly married to. I've yet to see an example of a Republican, of a conservative in a healthy relationship. Hell, look at this one. I don't know. None of all these people claim they just want to provide for their family. Yet none of them actually give a shit about their family. Look at Lauren Southern. She was one of the biggest marketers of trad lives. She wrote this in May, talking about how horrible her life as a trad wife was. And this is written by, like, a right-wing view. Like, if you read the article, it's framed from the right. I dislike this framing that these people give a shit about family values, give a shit about, like, Wick was arguing that men want a purpose, and that purpose is to care for their family. No, they don't. No, they don't. A destiny potential wife. Yeah, basically. They don't want to provide for their families. They want to produce offspring, basically. This is the lady who had a trad wife kink and then realized gooning her relationship setup is harmful. Yeah. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris actually has a diverse family that love her. I mean, to be fair, fuck Kamala Harris, but bro, middle-aged white ladies need to rethink the trad wife is a kink, not a lifestyle. They get real mad when you call it a kink too. I don't know, like, the idea that this is a real thing is silly. Does anyone know the egg apron lady? No, I don't. Egg apron lady. It seriously is a fucking kink. No, you're right. You have a link for that? Egg apron lady? Because that sounds interesting. And here, you know what? I'm gonna pull up a small Vosh video actually. I think that this applies to men and to women and to NBs and everyone in between or outside of the spectrum. That's fine. This is important. And I think not only does this apply to all of us, but men specifically need to pay attention and take this advice. It evolved into a kink due to TikTok. I feel, nah, trad wives were a kink from the very beginning.
The internet has poisoned people's brains. People are so used to self-hatred, they think it's conceited to love yourself. You can actually get flamed online for being positive about yourself. It's insane. It's considered relatable. Why is self-hatred relatable? Why is, like, self-deprecating humor relatable? Why? Why is it that if a comedian or some Twitter poster says something like, oh, I'm garbage, I hate myself, that's relatable? Who says relatable when they see a post that's like, yeah, I rock? Not you.
I do. I do. You guys need to understand that you don't need to view the world this way. You get to decide your perception of the world.
That's what makes me different. That's the Vosh difference.
You are right about the acceleration, Nasser.
Posts something along the lines of, I'm feeling great today. I see that and I'm like, that's me. That's the difference between you and me, man. When you quote tweet a picture of a garbage can and you're like, this is literally me. I quote tweet a video of a kitten rolling around on a bed and I say, that's literally me. My body and my mind are infused with positivity, yours with negativity. We'll see who survives the winter.
Please take that advice to heart, because that is also quite a large foundation of this entire issue of especially men thinking that the world views men as lesser. Fact check, reality check here. Everywhere in the world, men are viewed as greater than women on average. That's still the case. It was always the case. It is still the case today. But this is the larger issue, is we all view ourselves from a negative lens now. And you don't need to. It's not good for you. Negatainment sells. Jajex, you're on point. Dan did so. Well, between the Anglo-speaking machismo and the Latin American machismo, it has a clear modern origin. It's called Christianity, and the Abrahamic religions added into the obsolete stereotypes. That's true as well. And like, again, you got to remember that all of these gender roles are made up. You make them up. They're not real. It's the same it's weird to have this argument with like a conservative man, because usually I'm arguing that gender roles are made up, so, you know, trans people existing isn't affecting you. It's not, we're not even saying, like, no one's saying that trans people existing means sex isn't real. But now you have to have this argument with cis men about policies around cis men and how they feel. I don't care about pandering. I don't care about extending an olive branch to the most hateful people in the world when they lie all the time. I view assholes as lesser. Gender ain't a factor. It's not even about assholes, man. It's about empathy, brain matter. To be a person, you need empathy. They're human beings. But when you lack empathy, I don't see you as a person. You're a human, but you're not a person. They're not like us. Dan did so in my personal case. I do not relate to self-depreciating or overconfidence. I am me, and I know me. And as much as I hate being assumed, I hate assuming others. That's base, Dan did so. But like, most people aren't like that. The wealthy trad wife realizing her husband was an asshole, that she had given up her own dreams and abilities to be a trad wife. Yeah. Well, they are real to those who hold that frame, but it's an expression. And yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it is only real to you and to the people you engage with regarding that specific topic while you're engaging with. It's the same as trans people existing. Empathy is the only thing that allows humans to be more than bacteria. I agree. America is currently anti-human. I also agree. Iraq, actually, but the rest of the world's on fire and also can't relate to happy tweets and whatnot. I even still can relate to happy tweets. I just, yeah, the world is on fire. Here's the egg apron lady. Now I'm curious.
Hannah, blink if you need help.
Okay, it's my birthday present from Daniel. Hoping their tickets to Greece. A hat I can wear in Greece.
It's not a hat.
It's not. Oh, my egg apron!
The fake smile says it all. That lady did not want a damn egg apron on her birthday. Why would she want something that reminds her of
I did see this before. Yeah, no, she's not happy with that. That's fine. Look, another part of this that I think we need to, like, really hammer down on is the fact that no one thinks anymore. Everyone just has AI do the thinking for you, and nobody has any ability to do critical thinking, introspection, think about nuance. It's an apron that had eggs on it, crispy. It was just, here, I'll show it again. It's a poor girl that's,
Hannah, blink if you need help.
Been given this as her present for her birthday when she didn't want it.
It's my birthday present from Daniel.
It's nothing. It's not that big.
Hoping their tickets to Greece. A hat I can wear in Greece.
It's not a hat.
It's not.
Oh, to go out and collect eggs. Sorry.
Egg apron!
The fake smile says it all. That lady did not want a damn egg apron on her birthday. Why would she want something that reminds her?
That's what it is. It's fine. It's a present from the 1700s. She's a trad wife. That's the point. It's their kink. From what I understand of gender abolitionism, it's about getting rid of the stereotypes and the expectations that any gender needs to act and behave in certain ways or be talked to standard based upon that gender. No, basically, yeah. It's like you can have your gender. That's fine. Like you having a gender is not a problem. You have a gender. It exists. You engage with it. It's what gender is subjective to you. Now, I'm a gender abolitionist in saying, yes, I want to remove the association of certain stereotypes and expectations with a sex at birth, you know, because gender roles are stereotypes and expectations that are generally attributed to one of the sexes at birth. I think that none of those matter in that connection. There should be no attribution. That stereotype isn't even true. Like, it doesn't exist. Your gender is this thing that you come up with based on how you feel, and you want to engage with the social norms and expectations of a sex. But even that doesn't need to exist under a gender abolitionism. You just do the thing. You just do the thing. It's not masculine. It's not feminine. It's just the thing that you're doing. If you are collecting eggs, like that lady with her egg apron, you are not doing a feminine activity. You are just collecting eggs. See, at least the one YouTuber I know who does trad things is really just making her own historical clothing and food, then filming her friends eating period correct food. Well, I mean, like, again, that's an activity. That's a cosplay. That's a, like, if she's doing it with her friends, that's cosplay. It's Marie Antoinette being a milkmaid. Kinda, yeah. Fuck all of that. All of this really does come down to a lack of ability to do critical thinking. Americans can't do critical thinking. Americans can't do nuance. Americans can't do logic because most Americans can't even fucking read. Guys, like, and just to be clear, I mean, like, we know what they want. This is what they want to teach kids in schools. This video is a bit quiet. I'll try and make it as loud as I can.
This bill sets out required content in Tennessee and family life curriculum, and briefly stated, the success sequence is accomplishing the following milestones in the following order. Obtain a high school diploma or its equivalency.
Chris Beats, 64% of Americans can't read above a 6th grade level and comprehend what they're reading, statistically.
In the workforce, a technical school or post-secondary school. Get married, then have children. Some children are not privileged to recognize that or live within that, and so in these classes, these children will be given this key to success.
They want to teach kids in grade school that their purpose is to get married and have children. I believe all Americans should be required to do like 2 years level of college education, even if they want to do trades. To be fair, like, American universities are also dog shit and kind of a scam right now anyway. Like, it's the whole system needs to be changed from the bottom up. It's worse knowing that they won't learn the correct lessons from the obvious incoming consequences of their actions. No, they'll learn the exact opposite ones. Crispy, me too. I am also glad to be in Australia. Keep them dumb, keep them desperate, and you can rule forever. Hence why I kept getting very upset at the point of you're being too smart. If I dumb it down, then what are they going to learn from this? We're basically 1917 Russia. We're a literate backwater hotbed for revolutionary ideas. Honestly, I mean, you're not wrong. Here, I mean, here, this just says it all, actually. I was going to show you something else, but... There's a couple actual points to that, of where we are as a society, and where they are as a society. So, we may have to teach the right. I don't think we can, Nasser. I don't think you can teach the right. What I keep saying is the only way that we can move forward right now is to ignore the right, message to the people who don't pay attention. And the right will catch some of that and come over as they feel the consequences of their actions. You know, like, once they touch the fire and it hurts, there's a split moment where reason can enter their mind. And we have to be loud on the left for them to see it when they have that moment. But I don't want to spend my time messaging to them. There's more people that didn't vote than did. They won by a 1.5% margin, as you said. There's like 2/3 of the country don't want this shit. And so if I'm messaging to the other 2/3 of the country and they, you know, get hurt by their actions, they can look at the messaging to the 2/3 of the country and learn from it. And if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. But honestly, I don't feel like there is a possibility of reconciling with most of these people. A lot of these people are just straight up hateful. Want a voice? I mean, I was going to watch this video, but I mean, sure. You can call on voice. Let me just play a couple clips first.
Rules for men. Men don't wish other men happy birthday. Rules for men. Men don't wish other men.
This is where they're thinking on the right. This guy lets his wife order dinner for him. Do you know what he orders? Soup. Men don't wish other men happy birthday. No one outside of DC in the news business really cares about this story. There is no video, there is no sex, there is no fraud. No one even knows what the Houthis is. Where the fuck is that coming from? Official leaks to reporters all the time. This time they accidentally leaked to a reporter. Like, they're stupid, guys!
He knows.
Oh, by the way, the most, like, the base of the projection. İyi geceler sana da Grim Reaper. İnşallah iyi bir yayın geçirdik burada.
Also, like, Trump is so confident in what he knows. He's not at all threatened about bringing one of the smartest people in the world to work. But like a person who is insecure wouldn't want that. But he's very secure. He's like, yeah, let's work together. Let's do it. Yeah. I think that's.
I agree, Comrade Lennon. Nasser, you wanna call in? Well, I actually don't think I still had Discord open. There we go. I am ready when you are. There we go. Oh, wait. I can only do voice. I can't do the video because I have this video open. What's up? I don't think I can hear you.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I got to turn off your stream real quick. Ah!
Yeah, fair enough.
Give me 1 second. Alrighty. Alrighty, what sucks about being in a panel is you really don't really get everyone's idea of what their politics are, and then generally where their positions are fully at. So I guess politically, where would you say you align politically?
I mean, I'm a libertarian socialist, and I mean libertarian in like the classical sense, as in like left wing. But my ideal ideology isn't what I try and focus my messaging on. I'm well aware that we're nowhere close to that system. I'm on the left. I'm further left than the Democrats. I don't believe that the vast majority of the Democrats actually work for you anymore. I think they work for capital and have bent the knee. The only ones who don't are the ones currently speaking the loudest. The 4 or 5 of them that actually still believe in democracy. And I think the Republicans are fascists. As a party, I think that to be an elected official or a media pundit for MAGA, you basically have to be a soulless demon. And I think that the population of MAGA is majority brainwashed people just from daily life engaging with social media, Fox News, like from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed with fear, rage, outrage, all that stuff. I don't think that they're all evil. I mostly see MAGA closer to like a zombie horde in that they will kill everything good in front of them. They are infectious and they have a single top-down structure of one-mindedness. And that's my general position.
And then I have generally like 3 questions because I try to like gauge people. I try to gauge people in this 3 questions, and then generally and then we go from there. The second question is generally, do you view yourself more on the capitalist end of the spectrum or on the communist end of the spectrum?
I'm definitely not a communist, but I don't believe in private property. I'm a socialist.
Okay, so you're on and then on the third one. This one's the most difficult one that like ask people because generally it's kind of like, where do you see yourself philosophically? Like a realist, a spiritualist, a creative anti-realist?
Humanist, I guess.
Humanist, okay.
Like,
So it's kind of spiritual, kind of realism.
I don't have any spiritual beliefs.
You don't have any? You're no spiritual? Okay, so probably realist, creative anti-realist. Okay.
Yeah, I believe in what's good for humanity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For me, it's generally I'm kind of apolitical now because now the Democrats are totally like really. I'm unhoused, I would say. Democrats have kind of decided to be silent, and the only 2 people that are speaking are. I like AOC, but I don't like her enough to vote for her, and I like Bernie. But Bernie's just, I don't feel like he's going to make it to the term by the time we get there. Yeah. So by the time we get there, it's like, shit.
There is a thing that a lot of people miss out here in that specific case, because yes, like Bernie is definitely not going to make it. He's not running again. And I still don't think like AOC would even win an election if she ran, but I don't think that that's her purpose. I think right now, her purpose, as well as people like Bernie, as well as the couple libs that are speaking out, their purpose is to normalize the left-wing rhetoric, because I firmly believe that in our lifetime, soon, in fact, likely more than anything else, that the Republicans will start a civil uprising, a civil war, a rebellion. Because they're going to be the ones that are also suffering, and they're the ones that are, you know, the insurrectionist types. And when that happens, I want us to be the only, like, the rhetoric would be normalized enough that we could stand on the corner and be like, well, those are the insane, like, Christian nationalists and the Nazis trying to overtake the like government because they work for the billionaires. Meanwhile, we're over here, the people who aren't in power, the couple people who are left from, you know, where the Dems were, who are speaking to issues that actually matter to you, and I don't know, make us look better, you know, because still most of the country isn't going to be involved in that violent uprising. They'll fail, and the leftover 84 to 150 to 200 million people will see us as the only rational actors in that case.
The reason why I tell you the olive branch is generally because we've kind of been doing the learn it your fucking self kind of mindset for like the longest now, with Obama and then with Trump the first term and then Biden. And then it's kind of, now we had COVID that happened. And COVID's kind of lowered the IQ of just the general populace in general.
It broke people's
So,
brains.
yeah, it's fundamentally broke people's brain, even mine, and to some degree. I guess to some degree, it kind of opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I became political, and then generally, I also became gay. So generally, that literally.
You'd be so many people discovered that they are either like gay, bi, trans during the pandemic. It's a miracle what happens when people are forced to think in their own head for 10 minutes.
I tend to lean capitalist, mainly because but I don't like for-profit capital. I don't mind landlords. I know the landlords thing sucks to dick. I do believe we just need to make housing cheaper for everyone for all the time. If it means punishing landlords to not always, I think capitalism shouldn't always have to be for profit. There are like good figures in that regard for like a Dan Price who, and some of the Japanese culture does this as well, where they generally, they take the loss as a fucking CEO, and then a Scott Galloway is a good conversationalist about this. He's talking about it.
There used to be
a lot of that, but yeah.
There used to be laws.
Yeah.
The fact that I can understand your point of view. In fact, like, yes, I'm like anti-private property, but I don't like, you can't, that's not just like snap your fingers, we're there. You got to build systems on top of it. But firstly, I don't think that
and capital works for all that. So generally you want, I'm not saying that like things like that in a communist aspect wouldn't work either, because I've seen co-ops work, and I've seen co-op businesses work in different manners and other elements. But
look, first I just wanted to touch on the point because Arberlin also said it in chat, and I was about to forget that I don't think that any of sure, I'll turn my mic volume up. Sorry, guys. That any of the policy that we're advocating for should be based in punishment. I don't want to punish these people. Maybe Elon Musk, sure, but like aside from that, I don't want to punish these people. And capital.
You know what sucks? You know who I was mentioning? You know who I was trying to mention at the time?
You were talking about Elon
who
Musk.
I worked for. Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
I guessed it.
So. Yeah.
But
actually, the philosopher didn't guess it. The other guy, I forgot his name already. Oh my god.
I won't talk too much about him because I don't want to get you in trouble or anything like that. But
no, it's fine.
What I do want to say is you are right that you need the capitalist system to build some of these socialist systems. As even Marx said, socialism grows best in a bourgeois liberal democracy, and I agree with that. Now, the issue with changing some of the systems to be less reliant on profit is that they're only going to be temporary. Like, capital's existence will always work towards the capital class, whether it's immediately or whether it's slowly changing the laws. Like I talked about this on my stream a little while ago, because we did think about the business plot of 1933 when they tried to overthrow FDR. The American financial class tried to do this, and in that same time frame, the entire point of putting in FDR as president, of running him, was because class consciousness was on the rise in America following Hoover's horrible policies, and the capital class were very afraid of the growing pro-communist, pro-socialist sentiment, and so FDR was a middle ground to appease the working class of America so that they don't go towards the socialists. And it did work. And to be clear, I do like FDR. I named my cat Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And he did do a lot of good things, but his entire existence was predicated on saving capitalism anyway. It's a complex series of issues there. I don't think you need to immediately jump to right now.
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
Do you know what hypernormalization is?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of it? Do you feel like we're experiencing a second round of that? Because that happened in like the 1970s. So generally, I feel like we're going through like the second bout of hype, along with the possible pending next Great Depression. I don't know what's going to happen with these tariffs. We're so close to this.
I mean, I've
weirdness.
talked about. You should watch my stream because I talk about that all the time. Yes, we're definitely going through
Right.
hyper normalization, and I mean, to be fair, like they want to crash the economy on purpose. That's a whole thing that's in play.
That's a scary concept that the powers of that be would want that, and that makes me question whether that should. People won't see it, but it should make you question on whether you want to be a capitalist at that point, if it happens.
Yeah.
Well,
to be
because
fair,
if you
they're
can't
not-
hold the balances and checks in order, and then you're just punishing everyone,
They're not capitalists.
then that might be the concern. It's getting fascist, right?
Well,
right.
they're-
Like,
yeah,
we're reaching into fascist territory.
But fascist, no, because you can be fascist and capitalist, because fascism is a social.
No, I know.
But like, they're not even capitalists. They're anarcho-capitalists, which is like an incoherent ideology. They want fascism for you, like the bottom class gets.
Well,
ruled
Elon
through
wants
fascism.
neo-feudalism, it
Yeah.
seems.
I mean, so does Teal. Teal is honestly a bigger issue than Elon to me. Elon is really kind of the front man, but I'm way more afraid of Peter Thiel than I am of Elon Musk. But then there's also Larry Ellison, who's developing the AI software that's going to go into every single camera, that's going to go into police cameras. We've watched Larry Ellison talk about how the camera will see a crime and it will notify a police officer to come deal with that crime, rather than people being involved. We're getting the Big Brother police state. Like, they say this stuff themselves. But beyond that, I'm also concerned that like we're in a World War III situation right now, where we're setting up for the pre-war campaign, and I mean, I'm very much pro-America losing this war, and so I don't know. I'd kind of I've been focusing a lot on European politics as well, and Europe is fucking
How do you
terrified
feel about
of us.
Ukraine?
I mean, Ukraine is doing great right now, holding off the Russians. There's Ukrainians in this chat. I have a couple people who do geolocating for Ukraine in this chat, and the Russians are committing war crime after war crime after war crime. But they've been.
I feel the move was to move from like Afghanistan to focus on Ukraine was mainly so we could focus on the resources there.
Well,
I hate
no.
to say that, but it is because lithium and coal and uranium are very prominent there.
Yes, they are,
So,
but that's
they're
not
not the most prominent.
At least
Yeah,
that's
yeah, because we could. The deals we're making with the South America, it's really weird. It's
see,
but
like,
it's not the main reason we're there,
Wait,
but
what-
it is a supplemental reason that we might be there.
What is your point on South America? I'm really curious, but like, no, it's not like my reasoning is very different.
They're the greater. They have the greater amounts of lithium, uranium, and all that shit. So
Yeah, South
and
America
cobalt.
fucking hates us. Now, the reason that
Well, they have
Russia-
cartels, so they
Yeah. Russia has more of all of these minerals and resources than Ukraine does. And as I've said before, Russia also has high amounts of storage of potash production. Now, potash is something that we buy from Canada. We're going to be buying this from Russia. We dropped agricultural sanctions on Russia, and we'll be able to do this.
Mhm.
The reason that we were in Ukraine...
Yeah, all the Russia stuff's very frustrating because generally, Russia was pretty much reaching their third world status pretty much
They
really
were about to
rapidly,
lose.
and now that
was their win
and now they're being propped back up by, and it sucks because I guess it's because Trump's kind of just a mobster president.
Yeah,
and
he
he
is.
wants to relate with other mobster
Exactly.
people, which is really, really, really, really gross. And that's why I didn't want him in in office, because I don't want a mobster president. I want yeah.
The man is Tony Soprano. You're right. I've said this before. And in fact, I'll go beyond it. So we're sometimes he acts like the mob, but most of the time I see this government acting closer to the Taliban than any like other Western government. But there's a big risk when it comes to Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine, and Ukraine is, you know, on the border of Europe right here. Now, Russia has 150,000 troops sitting in Belarus currently, saying that they're doing military drills with Belarus. Now, they can't come down into Ukraine. This is suicide. This is the most fortified section of Ukraine. What they can do...
The reason why they want the reason why they want Ukrainians is mainly to add them to the military fodder, because generally they can propagandize to the point of pretty much making all Ukrainians second-class citizens.
Oh yeah, no,
so they end
they're
up becoming military fodder for whatever next war they fucking want to take over land
absolutely. That's
over.
what they always
And
do.
that's the most frustrating part, because Russia's always been a hierarchical system that generally treats Russia above all the other locations that are around Russia, and they tend to make military fodder of those
imperialism.
Yeah.
But so, like, right now they have the 150,000 troops in Belarus, and both German and Danish intelligence say that they expect Russia to test Article 5 within 6 months. Kaliningrad over here, in between, not in between, but, Lithuania is in between Belarus and Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is Russia. This is Russia. And so if they have 150,000 troops here, and they can't go down, where do you think they're going to go? They're going to go here and take Kaliningrad. They're going to cut off Lithuania from Poland, and then they're going to go take Latvia and Estonia. Now, we're taking Greenland. Putin went on television and did a conference just 2 days ago saying that he supports America taking Greenland, and in fact that it's a great idea and that it's serious and we should take it seriously. Now think, if we have trade relations, military relations with Russia, and Russia has all of this in their territory, we have Greenland, we're threatening Canada, and we likely will invade it.
I'm actually wondering why we're optically doing that.
Because it gives us...
I feel like it's to...
Why Canada? Canada's really simple.
I'm trying to... because I'm no longer like... I used to be like military, and I used to be intel. So generally, I don't know... I knew a lot about Russia before, and
Zomi,
like the whole third world...
Zomi in the
first
chat
world posturing.
Knows more than pretty much anyone here. Zomi in the chat, who's saying 90% of military age males from
but I'm not too
Luhansk.
sure what opportunist thing we could be taking advantage of Greenland for, other than just Greenland itself. So
Greenland,
really
Greenland has
Canada.
It has access to rare
Canada's
earth
never
minerals.
happening. Mexico's never happening. I don't understand
The same way
logic in
they
any of
said the
that.
same thing about Ukraine. They said it's not happening. There's logic. Think about it. Listen. So Greenland has tons of rare earth minerals that we also want, but it also has natural gas and oil. It also opens up shipping lanes through the Arctic as the ice melts. But in an alliance with Russia, controlling this and possibly Canada means that America-Russian alliance controls the entire northern hemisphere. Canada is really simple at just this, but there's still more than it. The only sources of fresh water in the entire world that are still increasing in amount of fresh water, not decreasing, is the Great Lakes. We want fresh water.
Yeah.
Canada has lots of mountains.
The underground reservoirs.
That
feeding into
too.
it.
That too. They have ice melt, like they have water, but they also have stuff like iron ore, aluminum. They have timber. They have a workforce. It's imperialism. It's the same thing that, like, it's the same reason that, it's the same thing that Russia does when they take a region. Like, Russia took the Chechens and then now makes them fight in their wars and exploits the resources that were there. Trump also just likes the map being bigger. That is also true. But
he wants a legacy.
He does want a legacy.
That's what it really is.
But there is a financial
Gulf
incentive.
of America wasn't the... Good, yeah. That's the other annoying part. Even when Trump will die, he'll still be a Trump. There'll be other Trumps to deal with.
There's strategic advantages. We already own the ports of Panama, for example. Was it Blackwater or Black Rock?
I'm fine with Panama because we constructed it and built it, and we worked. There's a real reason why we want that trade line.
Well, we bought it. I'm fine if we bought it.
Yeah.
You know, we're not taking it. That's fine. The company bought it. That's perfectly fine with me. But I mean, like the El Salvadorian concentration camps, like we're the Hitler country. We're Nazi America right now. There is...
I feel like we're moving towards outsourcing our prisons to El Salvador, which is going to be like a really scary prospect.
Yeah. I mean, like,
you're just going to literally see Americans disappear just to send them to a prison in some other country just so Elon can fucking... Because this is a thing. Elon can build a Tesla plant in a prison.
Yeah. And to be clear, like some of the people that were like we've seen, one of the guys that got arrested and got sent to El Salvador for a tattoo had like a ribbon autism tattoo for his brother. We're not America first. We're corpo first. Like the prison companies right now, the private prison companies are making bank. We're gonna outsource some of the prisons, sure, but not all of them. The prison industry makes us a lot of money. Like even before Trump, Alabama, for example, will rent prisoners out to corporations. If you are in an Alabama prison, the prison could rent you to McDonald's for you to be a cashier during the day, and then you come back to prison when your shift's over. This is a thing that already exists. They get paid like $1 an hour. That's slavery. On the other, and like, it's not just the immigrants. Again, like U.S. citizens, Native Americans, veterans have been arrested, but then they're also genociding trans people, which objectively is a genocide. I won't argue on that topic. I've gone through like the list of what qualifies, and it qualifies. They are attacking poor people across the board. Everyone that gets any kind of government assistance is a parasite. Meanwhile, you know, Elon gets to steal $21 billion. They're going to crash the economy to turn the economy into a crypto economy so that you can never gain wealth again, because I don't know if you know how crypto works, but there's only a limited amount in the blockchain.
I know how I use crypto.
Oh, fair enough. I don't, but they want to turn the economy into the crypto economy. Like,
well, when you want to buy hormones out of the illegal, it's a good usage of your money.
I don't support buying things off the black market. It'll get me banned. But yeah, you know, like I can understand that. The only like crypto was created specifically for money laundering and to use to do illegal things with. Like that was its initial purpose. So you know, now it's just rug pulls.
It's a wild west affair that money isn't, and that's what seems so appealing about it to people who want to take advantage of others. Because there's no regulation and no one's ever held accountable. So it's like the full libertarian dream. Oh my god.
The libertarians that aren't the good libertarians.
Well, full libertarians is like anarchy in that regard, isn't it? It's literally a power structure will take over. A better or worse power structure will take over. Because that's what Elon's is right now, is a full libertarian. At least posing as one.
Yeah, but he's a libertarian in the modern sense. Classically, libertarians were left-wing. They came from socialists and took parts of anarchism. Like there's anarchist theory embedded in libertarian.
Yeah, there's a separate libertarianism that has become to be that billionaires have prescribed themselves to being, where they're kind of like a we'll call it as a god class libertarian.
Yeah. That's
where
what
they feel like they're
You're 100% right.
Which is there's a whole college somewhere that allows them to fucking get educated, and I'm pretty sure Peter Thiel buddied with fucking Elon long enough to teach him about that. So it's kind of frustrating, and they want the neo-feudalism that they are trying for. And I just don't know what the answers are for a lot of that. It kind of sucks when you're the poor brokey and you literally have to like watch it all happen.
They're not an Ubermensch. I don't think they can pull this off because I don't think America in general does not have the sauce for like proper fascism. Americans will not sacrifice what needs to be sacrificed for fascism to actually properly exist and maintain its existence. Like, because that's what fascism is. You live for the state. The state doesn't work for you. Americans ain't gonna buy that. All of the right-wing
because they want their
ideology,
freedoms.
even now, even today, all of the right-wing rhetoric and ideology is coded in liberty and freedom, and you would have to give that up for fascism. However, you also
always found it interesting that people would talk about the homeless, but then they're like, we want to imprison the homeless. If you were like a freedom absolutist, you would just leave the homeless alone. But it sucks. It's sucky. It's a shitty answer, because generally the homeless.
Why not just give them free houses?
That's freedom.
Because it's less costly to the government to give them free houses.
Well, we did give them like free sanctuary.
No, I mean, like, there's
and they didn't
more
want
empty houses in the United States than there are
houses.
homeless
Yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah.
Just give them the house. That's their house now. That saves the government money. It actually makes the government money because, like, statistically, this has been studied.
I guess if there's a tax incentive there somewhere where generally they'd still have to pay taxes, but it's like so weird.
But like, if you give them a house, they're more likely to go and get a job and then pay taxes. The reason we don't
Yeah,
do
yeah,
this
yeah.
is because
They're
it's
assimilate
not
to
fair.
society. Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
fair argument from the right. That's what it is. It's always been that. It's the same reason why, like,
It's I got my. It's the I got mine. They shouldn't get theirs.
Yep. It's the same reason
same-
why
in
Latin
a different
voters
manner.
shifted
Yeah,
right
yeah.
this election.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree. I really. It is kind of frustrating. I can't think of a better answer, other than like. I want to try and find a good capitalism answer, but there is really no good capitalism answer right now without just kind of going full Bosch on me. Oh my god, kill me.
At this point, I think I might be further left than Vosh.
Oh boy.
Not by a lot.
Without the.
Not by a lot, but you know. I don't know, man. Like I don't know.
Do you live in America?
I moved out of America in 2018. I live in Australia now.
How do you like Australia?
Like a lot. I actually just got my citizenship, so I'm enjoying it.
Congrats.
It's nice here. Like, we have an election coming up, and our Labor Party, which is to the left of the Democrats, to be clear, like as a starting base, but not all that much, is making sure that TAFE, which is trade school universities, are free for everybody. They're cutting a large amount of student debt. They are taking $150 off every household's electricity bill. They are, we have public health care, and we have something called bulk billing for GPs, which some GPs were no longer doing because they weren't getting paid enough through the state, so they had to start charging.
Sounds like proper trickle down economics. This sounds like proper, like if you were to do trickle down properly.
Like, not necessarily entirely. It doesn't fully trickle down, but it trickles down more. Like
Enough, yeah.
Like, we have shitty systems here. Our electricity prices are expensive because we sell the electricity to a different country and then we buy it back from them for more expensive for, like, corpo profits.
That
so, like,
just sounds
that's
like-
an example.
That sounds weird.
But we had a Nazi rally and then we arrested them.
That was good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's good because fucking Nazis.
Based.
Fuck Nazis. Punch a Nazi.
Don't punch the Nazi on camera. When you're
just
at
don't
a
get in trouble.
protest, don't punch the Nazi at the protest.
On the masculinity stuff, I think it's more of a class issue than anything, and generally it's kind of like I feel like I know he wanted to get very English fail. He wanted to do philosophy when it came to masculinity, and that's fine. I just feel like it's more of a class issue, and then generally, there are a lot of single mothers out there that generally have, and I don't really think the divorce system is necessarily wrong because there's just a lot of fathers that check out at being fathers. That's not. It sucks. I'm the bearded guy with the pizza.
Oh, yeah, he was the top left at soccer. No, like, I get what you mean, and there definitely is a class issue here. But I also think it's a health issue. I think he's in chat, Captain Buggy. He's watching the stream. It's a mental health thing as well. I mean, again, like, I don't know if you saw when I showed the guy who was like, I'm glad the Jews took my wife from me and stuff like that. Like, that's mental health issues. The guy who was approaching, like, women, I showed these for UK men,
the whole hyper information. That's what I probably call that, because generally you're being force fed information at a rapid rate that you fall into like really bad demographics like incels or black pill or red pill. So you're just getting force fed this information and the algorithm's not helping that.
Did soccer, that was funny. 5 men and you in the debate if there's anything less ironic definition of masculinity. That was funny. Like
I was the gay one. That's probably like I didn't even do the I was gonna leave out the gays are picking up the slack for masculinity. I was gonna go that
I
route.
didn't get to do my
I'm like
bit
the gays
either.
and
We should do this again.
I wanted to do the gays are picking up the slack on masculinity in the white collar and the blue collar world, generally working IT and working in the factories. And it's like, oh my god.
True. I would have jumped in and said the lesbians are the real men in America now. I didn't get to do my bit
It's still
either.
it's a bad joke because we're like a fragment of the population. It's not necessarily like
But it's a joke. Just like how
But it's
like,
yeah,
bringing
yeah.
this would have been a joke if I was waiting for one of the right wingers to get mad so that I can be like, oh, you need
Oh
a
my God.
pacifier. But like, it's
I don't think anyone was right winger in that. I really don't even think
that was just an incel.
the one because was he an incel?
He
I don't
was an
even.
incel.
I really wouldn't want. I don't feel like he was he. I feel like he's just kind of jaded on a lot of that, and I think he just listens to a little too much of the
I think
the
in
manosphere.
practice he might
Because I talked to
not-
him after before, like because just for a bit, and he didn't seem like. But I don't know. Maybe I'll have to probe him on that. Maybe maybe I will probe him on that and be like, yeah.
I don't know, like especially
But what's
these days,
happening there?
If you're in the manosphere, like the kind of shit that I see coming out of there is genuinely like psychosis. Like you can't masturbate.
It's funny.
to keep
Actually,
your
I did
male
ask him that. I asked
essence.
him like, how do you? Because he and him parse differently on. I do like the I do like some of the Andrew Tate stuff. Unfortunately,
And even a broken
but
clock
generally
can be right
the
twice
like
a
the
day.
yeah, or twice. Generally the embetterment shit, just stuff where you can you don't necessarily have to be in the nuclear family aspect of things. You can be better than that kind of that demographic. It doesn't mean you have to like be hyper fucking sexual about it and
It's the same thing
and
as
all
the
that,
Voss
but
short that I played of just don't hate yourself.
or the
be
poly.
positive. Like,
But I do still believe red pill is just as a through line to just being gay because you're literally just broing it up with your bros and literally.
I mean, it is very gay. In fact, I would say that this current administration is the most bisexual administration we've ever had as a country. But I do think that like red pill is a psyop that produces mental illness. Like everything under that umbrella, yes, there could be some correct points, but those correct points don't necessarily come from the idea. Like the self-betterment stuff is pretty simple, like general analysis.
It goes on really. It runs on dated logic for what masculinity was.
Again, like my definition of
And it sucked.
masculinity today is you get up and you will protect the weak that are in your community, that you will help people, that you will go out
with a level of empathy and logic and leadership and togetherness that generally brings people closer together. That's what I liked about being in the military, because the military kind of brought like a good like the respect of being like Valorant and trying to bring people together. And that's there was a time when the military was looked at positively for America, maybe World War II. I don't know about post World War II. Yeah.
Right when we were fighting the Nazis, and then not after.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were trying to keep the trade lines clear. There was always going to be piracy, and I feel like we still kind of want to keep doing that now. I think there's a benefit to having like all that too. I feel like having global trade and having global like communication is
of
very
course.
important.
In fact,
Yeah.
like they're the ones that are isolating and destroying the American hegemony.
Yeah, yeah. I hate this now because it's literally like it's the opposite of what the military should be, and it's the opposite of
I mean, they don't work
America.
for that
What
anymore.
America
That's
should
not
be.
the purpose. The purpose isn't let's be the world's hegemon. The purpose is let's be the old school colonial types. But like, I still stand by my point.
My fear is that. Oh, yeah, let me let you go. I'm so
sorry.
sorry.
Your fear. I want to hear your fear because mine can wait.
My fear is that we will do the Great Depression and it will fully get blamed on the Dems, and it will work. and then we'll just have more Trump or a right leaning figure that actually it doesn't even matter because the left's inaction pretty much have resulted in that in any way. I don't believe in a third term, but I believe there will be a right figure to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, look, what's
even
gonna
if it's like
happen now, based on what I'm seeing
another
from
Trump or
people like Bannon, people like on the right,
Or
like the
Vance.
Nazi right, like, you know, like the Nick Fuentes, the Bannons, that side. From what I'm seeing from them, Tucker Carlson even, is a shift in their rhetoric to not only hit the Dems, but hit the Republicans and hit Trump even, specifically for capitulating to billionaires. My biggest fear, and honestly my prediction, is they're building a nationalist party. And they're going to try and win over Dems by saying, well, look, these people only work for the rich and the billionaires. They don't work for you. And they're going to try and win over the Republicans by saying the same. And they're going to run this campaign by saying, both parties are shit and failed you. We need the Nationalist Party. And I see that road being built. Whether they end up taking it or not, I don't see the future, but within 2 years, maybe 2026 primary, I see this maybe being more of a talking point. I also don't really think that we're going to get a free and fair election again, but my greater issue with how we can go about fixing this country, and to be clear, I don't think you can fix the country. I don't think we can ever go back to what was. I think it's too far gone now. We just need to build a newer country. And that is hyper-individualism is the problem. Every American thinks that their house is a castle and everyone outside the walls of their house is their enemy that wants to rape them, rob them, kill them, etc. And I need people to go and talk to their neighbors, go and become a part of their community, go and talk to your fire department, talk to your police even if you are, like, especially actually if you're one of the marginalized at-risk groups. This is an important thing to do. You want to be able to, you know, be liked by the community, protected by the community, and investing time and energy in a community like this grows your ability to empathize, and it makes it more difficult for you to be separated, to divide and conquer, you know? As being defenseless allows for a bigger fish. That's true.
Yeah, military is important to have. Unfortunately, I understand their argument where generally, as long as and it sucks because it's like that's probably part of that toxic masculinity part, where generally people are really interested in power and land, and maybe imperialism could be thrown in there somewhere.
Honestly, honestly, right now,
Yeah.
I feel like we live in the woke Reich. And these people are all loser nerds who want to play Civ all day, but with real life. That's what I see. Like they're loser nerds playing Civ with the world map, and they don't believe in reality. Like you, me, everyone else, to the people who are making the decisions are not people. We're just NPCs. We're the little person characters in City Skylines or some shit.
Yeah.
We honestly right now, the timeline wise is closer to a mix of like Cyberpunk 2077 and The Expanse than anything else. We're out here like finding new ways to make your life bad. Did you hear that for bird flu, RFK Jr.'s idea is we should let it spread so that we can breed super chickens that are immune to the bird flu?
This man is a lawyer and a art historian or literature. I don't know which. One of those two, or both.
When did he say that?
That man is not that man thought riboflavin was some foreign chemical. You know what riboflavin is?
Yes.
It's vitamin B.
Yes.
It's literally in everything you eat.
The price of eggs.
You cannot avoid riboflavin. I don't know why this man thinks this shit. He thought MSG, and then the other argument is MSG. He thought MSG was something like complex or
yeah, well, because
like,
they're stupid. Also, because they're dumb. He doesn't believe in reality. We
But
have
then for some
Shia
reason, I
Hulud
guess
in
because
there.
he's this is also the other problem. Reality television has broken people's brains. We literally gave people years and years. We should have stuck with animation and fucking music and creative shit. We would have been a lot better. MTV ruined us.
I disagree.
We
I
should have
think
stuck
that's
with art
culture.
and animation and music.
I agree to an extent. I don't like reality
No,
TV.
because it gave people the false illusion that, because look at the Logan Pauls
You know what?
and
No, you're right.
the
You're
Adrian
right.
Rosses and those characters. These are all like reality TV of the modern era
Donald
now,
Trump.
and
Donald Trump.
and
is
they're all
reality TV.
lying, and they're all fake, and they're all, and it's not to say that this is like inherently bad. It's just vapid. It's very vapid material, and it makes people dumb. And
I mean, take that and multiply
that's
it
yeah.
by like 50 bajillion, because now we have like this shit. But again, like The Apprentice was a reality TV show. We might not have had Trump if not. You were right, by the way. I think reality TV should have never existed. But I think that social media now, this is the biggest issue.
Answers of why he's a public health threat go past the anti-vaccine stances.
Yeah, I've seen this video. It's generally the ideologue right Christian.
Yes.
Versus the scientific. I'll let them watch it because I don't
can
know.
we
If
normalize just telling these people to take their religious beliefs and shove it up their ass because we live in a country that has separation of church and state?
Public statements that HIV doesn't cause AIDS.
Yeah, the hard part is telling religious people that.
Poppers, which is a party drug or a recreational drug that people use, is really the reason why AIDS exists.
I love telling religious people that I hope Allah turns their kid gay or trans.
That is not someone who clearly understands science.
Ones that I'm arguing with on the right, to be clear, not just regular religious people. I'm just gonna be like, hey, you.
That's another issue. In parenting, we don't. I think a lot of parents think that when they're parenting their kids, they're gonna get another them, and they don't realize that.
Most parents think their kids are property. That's a big issue.
Yeah, but they don't realize when they remove themselves from the equation that kid's just another person. So,
it's all magical thinking. Zachap said it perfectly. Magical thinking is protected class more and more each and every day. Yeah, but that magical thinking is their foundation. They built the party of like the MAGA movement on that. The MAGA movement got built on QAnon, which was imaginary thinking, which was built on MAGA 3X, which was built on the Tea Party, which was like, it's all just been an evolution of their magical thinking and how far they can take it away from reality. I mean, here.
The problem about that is that even though QAnon existed, the left ended up holding all the conspiracy problems.
I think that we are
and the communism and fascist problems. So I don't know what happened there. Where
the communism thing isn't real.
But it's
there's never been a communist country on this planet, not one.
I know.
But like that's not
one that's completely communist.
Well,
other than like not even China, really. I guess you can't even really say that.
You can't. Both China and the Soviet Union had capital. They had markets. You can't have. It's not even socialism, let alone communism, which like Marx didn't differentiate between. But then like it's this shit. It's the fact that they're just openly lying.
Well, you heard Lucas's reporting there where the president says he doesn't care if the prices go up on U.S. cars. So what's the message to the U.S. consumer?
The message is that tariffs are tax cuts, tariffs are jobs, tariffs are national security.
This is anti-human shit. Like, this is Orwellian, yes, but I think the entire premise is this is bordering death cult vibes. In general, I don't know. They're not a real party. They're not a real government. We have the Taliban, an Afghan warlord at the top with his two other warlord buddies vying for control. And that's the system that we've created now. Because we have the Talibani warlords running the country. In fact, like I've said this, Republicans hate America, MAGA specifically, more than anyone else in the world. The MAGA movement, or even the average MAGA, hates America more than anyone in ISIS possibly could, because they have a deeper understanding of American ideals and structures and institutions to hate. And they've been taught to hate all of it. They hate everything. Matt Walsh was talking about how instead of returning the Statue of Liberty, we should take off the stupid poem about the huddled masses because America's not the world's homeless shelter. This is anti-American. These people hate this country and everything it was built on.
Yeah.
The Christian nationalists hate this country and everything it was built on. Can we message this? Like, I feel like successful messaging-wise, we can just say that they fucking hate America. They're enemies of the country. They're anti-constitution. They took away the Constitution on day one.
I feel like Matt Walsh is on a limited timeline anyway with the Wire or with the Daily Wire anyway, because I feel like eventually
They'll jump somewhere
he's gonna either parse from the Daily Wire or they're gonna parse from him. So
there's a billion grifters to take his place because the entire right wing is built on grift. Like, I want the conversation when we're talking about which side is worse to be they literally hate this country and the Democrats are not good enough. That's the distinction. Is one side is just not good enough and the other side fundamentally hates this country. Can we have that messaging as successful? I feel like yes.
yeah. We just gotta the Democrats gotta do something. They're literally not doing anything right now. And I'm like, oh my god.
I mean, what can, like...
The only ones that are doing some of the stuff is like a man that's too old and AOC. And AOC, I don't even know... I don't even know all her policies. I would have to like look up like her like political policies to even... But a lot of people just hate her to hate her, even though she's... she seems like a fiery character.
They kink hate
like
her.
A fiery character.
They kink hate her. If you go on Twitter, you'll see like a bunch of them thirst hating her.
No, I've seen all that shit.
But like, this is what we needed to do. This is in Turkey. I've been covering like protests all over like Eastern Europe for a while. This is what we needed to do. Anything less than this is not going to cut it, and this needs to be everywhere.
Yeah.
This is 2 million people in Istanbul. We need 5 million people in fucking New York. We need 1 million people in DC. We need 3 million people in Los Angeles. We need Americans to say, I'm not going to work tomorrow, or the next day, or the next day, or the next day until this is fixed. Like, Kat Abugzala. Kat Abugzala, a 27-year-old running for the Democrat Party in Illinois, has real, like, change on her mind. She wants to make, like, a difference. What I've been saying for a while is the way to change the party. If you want the Democrats to do something, trickle down ain't gonna cut it. You gotta do it from the bottom up. I thought she was 27, 25. Yeah. But they're calling her a dumb whore.
There needs to be, like, a gathering, but I just don't know where that's gonna be and who's gonna be hosting that, because... There needs to be a distinct leader for all this, but the Democrats haven't made one yet.
On a state level,
it being left to AOC and being left. That's the other thing. The Democrats don't support that.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't.
The DNC doesn't support what AOC, and so it's just
because the DNC doesn't work for you. It's uniparty. But like, even take that exact example. You're 100% right. The DSA. State level wise, not federally, but on state elections. In the past election, when Kamala Harris lost, the DSA as a third party picked up 50 state legislature seats, more than any third party has in decades, like more than the Green Party has in my entire lifetime, for example. And both Bernie and AOC have done, rallies for the DSA. Now, I think on a state level, the DSA is an option to see if we can make it work. It's not good enough yet. There's not anywhere near enough people looking at the DSA. But let's say if we have an election in 2026, for a lot of the state level stuff, I think you should try and vote DSA. I mean, obviously, you look at the candidates and you look at what they are actually doing. But 50 state legislature seats to a third party is not a small thing. Like, that's a pretty big deal. And then you take that and you take the failing Democrats and how little they did throughout this entire process. And then you look at like everywhere else in the world where people are mad. Like this protest is happening because the opposition leader 2 years before an election got arrested and his ability to run was taken away from him. this is how other people are reacting, like in other countries, to just infinitely smaller issues than this. But maybe a coalition of a meeting place, as you said, the DSA, where we can meet here, we can try to see, like, do a test run in 2026 when it's not a federal election, see how that goes, and then maybe make change from there. But I don't really have too much hope in that either. I think that we need to do this via collective liberation. And I mean, experts are apparently saying there's going to be a civil war in America. Like, there's high risks here. And if that happens, I want the left to stay out of it. The civil war is not going to be between the left and the right here. It's between the right and the government. That's why they're going to have the civil war. Now, they might yell about how they want to come after us, but almost none of the people are mad at us right now. Because we're not doing, we have no power. DEI's gone, woke's gone, you guys got what you wanted, the left is dead. Who are you going to be mad at? Nah, them.
Yeah.
And so I want us to have a solid position.
It'll be interesting to see where the Doge thing goes. Surprisingly, Doge did an interesting, good thing today, where they fired a health insurance CEO, surprisingly, for pretty much denying healthcare to like a 3-year-old child. So that was generally kind of an interesting thing that Doge did.
Okay,
we'll
sure,
see. We'll see if
say,
more positive things come out of that. But I really don't like the idea of Doge at all.
Well, I mean,
so
the entire point of Doge
Yeah.
is just mass privatization. What Doge is doing to America is what we did to
I know.
Chile, Argentina, Iraq, Russia, shock doctrine shit.
Literally, the second thing he removed was consumer protections.
Yeah.
So generally, it's like, what the fuck?
It's just shock doctrine shit. But they're also doing that shock doctrine shit on your mind. That's the other part of it, that like all of this discourse and rage baiting is for that purpose. So we're paying attention to that instead of paying attention to, I don't know,
Like I like even though I work for the company, I'm not opposed to people attacking our plants or the dealership. I do feel for customers, but I understand that too. But it's not necessarily their fault, because a lot of people might have,
Don't go attacking dealerships and lighting Teslas on fire. Like, you don't do that. That doesn't make us look good.
Protesting's fine. I think protesting's fine.
Here's my biggest
I
worry.
maybe not firebombing is not so fine.
My biggest worry, Nasser, is I don't know if you've heard about in 19 days, on April 20th, there is a report due from Homeland Security and the DoD that Trump ordered on January 20th of this year, 90 days. And that is to decide whether or not we're going to declare the Insurrection Act. That lands on his desk on April 20th. Now, if he did sign that and declared the Insurrection Act, that would be martial law. And that's what I'm genuinely concerned for, is that they are moving towards doing that. The rhetoric shifting of calling the left generally domestic terrorists, whether or not like it has anything to do with Tesla or not. Especially like they want to arrest AOC for teaching immigrants that they have the right to not open the door when ICE is knocking, or ask for a warrant and stuff like this. They want MSNBC, CNN shut down. Like, the martial law stuff is scary, and there is real reason and evidence that they're likely to do it. That shit's scary.
Yeah. Someone was like, they just mechanically light themselves on fire. No, they're not.
No, I've made that. I've been making that joke. I've also been saying all cars matter. So, you know.
Oh, okay. As the guy that does the batteries, they don't light themselves on fire. They're pretty resilient on that.
I've heard that if you just insult them and you're a little bit mean, they get their feelings hurt and they just boom.
No way.
I'm kidding. I'm fucking with you.
You're funny. Yeah, I know.
But like,
I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, actually, I was about to have him take over the stream for a second while I go pee. I cannot imagine a Kamala voter setting cars on fire. I imagine libertarians affected by Doge somehow doing it. Latin Americana, you're exactly right. The people who are doing the violence to Teslas, to Tesla dealerships, are right.
Maybe accelerationists, yes.
Yeah,
That might be a factor, yes.
because all of the, I mean, like, think about the last time there was a big Tesla-related terrorist attack. It was a right-winger doing the unaliving and blowing up his
I don't know,
Tesla.
but if it's happening in Rome, that might be actually people who actually don't really like Tesla, because most of the activists.
Oh yeah, in Europe.
Stuff has been in Europe, yeah, mostly in Europe. So it wouldn't surprise me if
Mostly
like
in Europe, is it? Because
yeah.
I've been seeing
Yeah.
everyone in America talking about
Because
it.
I put it that link I put in is a literal picture of a news article. I'm like, pretty much was just saying global sentiment's probably not a good thing.
I mean, Europe just doesn't like Nazis, so you know, Europe still remembers how bad Nazis.
No,
were.
I get it.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
But in America,
I guess we have to
no.
relearn that lesson in America. Yeah. It doesn't help that we have red pill figures like Myron Gaines, not helping that.
No. To be fair, like, I know you can't go around calling everyone a Nazi because then no one listens to you, which is why I call them demons, ghouls, and zombies.
I usually just say, like what closer to what they would be like KKK, but
I mean, yeah, they're KKK. I've called
that's
them
general.
Stalinists
There's literally a America that allows a KKK chapter in every fucking state. So
They're also
because that's the
sometimes
freedom they are in
They're sometimes fucking Taliban. They're sometimes Stalinists. They're sometimes the KKK. Sometimes they're Nazis. There's different coalitions in the right.
Have you ever heard of Jackson Hinkle, right?
Yes, he's a Russian asset.
Yeah.
Covered him on Russian state media.
And Infrared's the other Russian asset.
Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Lauren Southern.
Oh yeah, I'm really hard on them, especially Dave Rubin.
Tim Pool gets White House access now.
No, I know that.
He gets access to the fucking White House press room. I mean, of course, it's just Russia, but you know. Yeah, like Hinkle is a propagandist for the Russians. Most streamers are just grifters, in my experience. Like, from what I've seen, most of them are. I don't.
How do you feel about Hassan?
I think Hassan is good, except on China. I think he's too much of a China stan. Captain Buggy in my chat is also CCP pilled, but I can forgive it. Like, but everything else, I'm cool with Hassan on. I just don't like his China takes. As far as I know, I don't watch.
It sucks because there's things I can't talk about, and it sucks.
Can you mention something in like a DM and I'll bring it up?
No.
No? Okay, fair enough.
Because it's like government and shit. Because there's a reason why America does the Israel thing, but it sucks, and I hate it. Yeah. And generally, I just don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, it's same.
It sucks. In reality, I wish the Israel government was kind of like dissolved. I don't mind Israel existing. I would prefer a two party whatever Fed post. Am I bordering on Fed posting now?
They did say that it is no longer allowed to
say two.
Yeah. Look, question from Zachap. Do you believe in horseshoe theory?
Do I believe in horseshoe theory? Do I believe in the ebb and flow of politics? That the politics will probably flow right back from where it's ebbing from?
As in more like you can go too far left and you end up on the right, or you go too far right or you end up on the left, is what he was saying. But I, by the way, agree with your point on Israel. And since I'm not in America, I will say I do think that it shouldn't exist as in this form that it is. In fact, Albert Einstein agreed with me in 1948. Albert Einstein said, you know, his quote. I am technically allowed to read that quote. I don't have it up, but I'm not going to. But, you know, you can go look that up. I think, realistically...
I kind of wish there was, like, a way to, like, find peace.
That's not possible.
I kind of hate the heavy... I know.
What's going to happen now is that
on both
within,
sides.
like, 2 months, we're gonna erase Gaza and the West Bank. Israel is going to take parts of Syria. From what I can see, and I do a lot of geopolitics instead of just like focusing on any one country, it looks like the major powers in the world, the Axis powers, China, Russia, America, India, Israel have made deals. Iran not included, unfortunately, based on they were in the BRICS side, Russia ally. I think Russia might have just given Iran up there because all of these countries are going to take land. Do you know who Alexander Dugin is?
Dugin. I've heard the name, but I don't know. Yeah,
He's
I
a
don't know.
Russian philosopher that Russian state media often refers to as Putin's brain. And if you read any of his writings recently, he's talking about Great America, Greater Israel, Great Russia, Great China, and Great India. This is it is a trade in land. I've talked about this on a map and shown the different regions that could be at play here. Now, of course, it sounds like a LARP, but I mean, every world leader is pretty worried right now. Europe is having their emergency meetings, rearming. South America is all fully aware that we're coming after them. Canada is ready to fight guerrilla war against us. Like, it's real because we're making it real. Australia is threatening to kick America out of Pine Gap, which is the only, Pine Gap is how we target missiles in the entire Middle East, Russia, China, South Pacific area. Like, us getting kicked out of Pine Gap would be huge. Actually, I feel like America would just invade Australia if we tried that. Kicking out, stopping AUKUS, where they were going to buy nuclear submarines from us. There is a global shift in power structures and alliances away from America. Because we're the evil country. Throwing the US out of Pine Gap would be wild. It would be based as well. This is Talia's. I gotta pee. You mind taking over my stream for a minute and a half?
Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem. That's fine. Hello, stream. How you doing?
Join the Discord.
Join the Discord. Sub to Visora. Do your he's in Australia. That's a very interesting kind of concept. Generally, we had a debate. The debate was generally have the Democrats pretty much failed on masculinity. Me and her were both the no's. We didn't feel like the Democrats have necessarily failed. So it wasn't too bad. Because I feel like that's a parsed issue. It's generally more of a class issue. It's a class issue, and then it's a parental issue, where generally the parents have to take, how's it going? It's going good. It's going good. I am here in Austin, Texas, and the weather is great. I got a pizza that I still haven't eaten because I literally. What are your thoughts on Hassan? My thoughts on Hassan is he's a great himbo. Past dad, I don't necessarily agree with his politics. Probably because I'm a little bit more capitalist minded than he is. But at the same time, the current systems are taking advantage of everything. So maybe it's not a time for capitalism. Maybe we need to start poking at that bear for a bit. I think just those things though ebb and flow. Those things do ebb and flow as well, like capitalism, communism, and all that stuff. I feel gato. I like Hassan for his street non-political stuff. I'm sadly an old guard DGGer. Sadly.
Oof. Old guard DGGer.
Oof.
At least you left.
No, well, I left and then I just came back yesterday. I went back into the Discord because I wanted to debate on this issue because I don't know anywhere else to debate.
Come in my Discord.
Are there people in your Discord all the time?
Yeah, my Discord
on your voice?
Pretty active. I mean, no one really does voice, but I'm trying to get that going. I mean, if you join my Discord, I might hop in voice every now and again. I don't know. You can try and see if people want to debate you. More places, the better.
That's the difference between Hassan's. You know who Doobie is, right?
Vaguely.
Doobie's the Frog. That's usually on Prime K's like Reverie. He's also the host of the political Discord, which is the biggest political Discord on the internet.
Yeah, no, I don't engage with that kind of stuff. I have no idea.
He's the owner of Political. So it's generally he tends to be a contrarian. He likes to play the devil's advocate a lot, unfortunately. So it's like a
Yeah, look, I don't like playing the contrarian. I don't like playing devil's advocate. If I am for at least like a moment, I'm making a point and I'm making it clear that I don't believe that and I'm making that point. Otherwise, like, I don't see the value in it because we're not in a rational political system. Playing devil's advocate when, I don't know, fucking politics is rational, sure, I can get that, but oh, there's philosophy. A lot of people that want to argue philosophy in this chat sometimes, whether it's in this chat now in the
philosophy would be my weakness generally but I think I do have a lot more in common, and I do kind of understand the populace a lot better than, because I tend to jump a lot of white collar, blue collar jobs, and now I'm in the blue collar realm of like what Tesla is. But before that, I worked a white collar job, which is that's why I could say is like there's a very big difference between how these environments interact. And even in the political sphere, you could probably say that the Republicans are very, very, very camaraderie, and the Democrats are very bureaucracy
It's the
in that
community
regard.
aspect that I do give to them, yeah. But like for example, you know ContraPoints, right? Like we watched this video of hers, the conspiracy one that she just put out
The
recently.
conspiracy, I love ContraPoints. I love my
This was a
trans friend.
10 out of 10 video. And
She's all her videos are 10 out of 10. I won't give that same honor to Philosophy Tube, but she's like an 8 out of 10 at best.
I agree.
But ContraPoints is always a 10 out of 10. But there's a clear difference. The reason why is because I know the history of I know the history of everyone. If you give me, I'm a former Intel. I'm an Intel analyst, so I just dox people and learn about them in a gross nature. So she used to write like document that she used to do the academic fucking writings for philosophy for like the longest, for a couple of years. So generally, she's been on it for a very long time. Mental masturbation, pretty much. It is mental masturbation now.
It is
because I feel like we've treaded all the stuff, but unfortunately,
what's really mental masturbation is the conspiracies shown in that video. Like again, like even watching that makes you understand MAGA on a deeper level. But Philosophy Tube's Is Nietzsche Woke video was also great. I do think Nietzsche is somewhat woke. It tracked. All right.
I did watch the Philosophy Tube Nietzsche stuff, and those were good. I actually don't have a problem. I like Bread too. I actually watch everything. Is that really bad? No. I don't know if that's bad or good at this point. I think the last thing I did was I did unsubscribe from the Young Turks.
Good.
But that's because Cenk pissed me off to the point of like.
I mean, they work for Peter Thiel.
But now it's like he works for. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they renamed TYT Studios to Poly Market Studios. I'm not even remotely kidding right now. They do Poly Market ads, sure, but like they named the studio that. They work for Peter Thiel. Because Peter Thiel owns the Poly Market.
Do some research on that. That's interesting to know. That's probably why I got turned off so heavily so fast.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up some links for that. I have some. I'll just
because once he started doing the bootlicking shit, and then I was like on my X, I was like, God damn! But now it's kind of like, well, at least he's doing something. So I was giving him that olive branch because the Democrats aren't doing anything, and I don't really know of any Democrat doing anything other than fucking AOC and Bernie now. So it's like, fuck.
Well, that's because the Democrats don't work for you. But here.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Ugran and Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Poly Market Studios in LA.
Poly Market Studios. They put this in an unlisted video too.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Poly Market, right? So that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal, but does it matter?
You should have. by the way. Like, if I took a sponsorship and the sponsor was doing immoral things and my chat got mad at me and I said I didn't know, that's not a good enough excuse. He didn't just put money into Polymarket, by the way. He's one of the main founders and donors to it.
I'm going to say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why? Okay.
Frustrating.
Peter Thiel also financed PayPal. Did anybody ever use
PayPal?
How do you feel about AI?
I hate AI. I think it's devil tech. I think AI in specific cases, like maybe medical care done by a doctor, but a scan that an AI is looking for stuff in. I like AI as a tool that is very hyper specific and not easily available to the public. Video game AI is
I
great.
kind of disagree on that. I kind of disagree with the not available to the public part. I do think.
This is why.
Well, I guess.
Where is it? It's
the Ghibli shit was funny, but sad at the same time.
Was evil. That shit was fucking
because if you know what Studio Ghibli stands for, it's kind of really shitty.
That was evil. You should read this though. I'll send it in the chat. The impacts of generative AI on critical thinking, self-reported reductions in cognitive effort.
No, I agree with you. I don't even have to read that to know
fair enough.
what that's probably stating. Yeah. I agree in that regard. A lot of that. But that's generally been being done with the iPhone in general and the tablet culture and
which are all
the streamlining of.
At this point, I'm getting closer and closer to Butlerian Jihad build. Butlerian Jihad is like a Dune reference. It was one of the books where the AI and the humans have a full-on war to get rid of all thinking machines.
That's funny. Yeah. Actually, didn't know that. I never read Dune, but I like the Dune movies, which is really.
I didn't read it either. Video essays is where I got that from. That's why there's no computers. Is they fought a war to destroy all thinking machines. That's why the Bene Gesserit exists because and the Mentos, the people who could do math in their head, they all evolved because of a lack of computers. What's up, Repentant Man? Plus, deep fakes is a huge issue too. Deep fakes generated by AI. There's
I feel that's actually where I feel like where we need to move towards with copyright is it just needs to come with a birth certificate and you're literally ownership of your likeness from birth to death until you either sell it to someone or something along the lines.
See, I'm against copyright. I don't agree with copyright as it in its existence
of your likeness though.
Yeah. No, everything I put out is Creative Commons. Every piece of content I've ever put out is Creative Commons. So.
Well, what if YouTube felt like they wanted to be we own this now?
Well, they do.
Would you feel okay with that?
They already do.
Technically, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, whether you want it.
Yeah,
or
I know.
Not,
that's a bad example. Yeah.
It's more just not. I don't believe in copyright, but I also don't think corporations should run for profit and I don't it is a mix of several different views here, but I still stand by I don't believe in copyright. And if they take my likeness and make something that I disagree with over it, I'll call them out. And that's evil and bad, but I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, but at that point, it's just finger wagging and it's already on the internet.
Yeah,
it's just
I don't care enough.
The internet.
I don't
Once
care
it's there,
enough.
it's there. Yeah.
Because it would happen anyway, and we don't live in a country of laws anymore. Not the same way. We live in a country of laws for the poor, and the wealthy have no law. And depending on how close you are relationship-wise, either economically or politically with the wealthy, you can have power over someone who has less influence in the state of law. We're back in feudal times, essentially. It's the lords and the serfs.
That's where we're headed. Neo-feudalism.
It's kind of where we already are. I mean, have you seen this?
Well, we walked out of neoliberalism straight into neo-feudalism immediately, right? It just instantly happened.
This infuriated me. I was screaming watching this.
And I laugh.
This is what the king and the lords and the ladies are doing at the king's house while we're starving and can't afford healthcare. Our houses burning to the ground all over the country because there's mass wildfires fucking everywhere. They're tornadoes. This is what they're doing. It's a Gatsby party. Wags to riches. Let's make fun of poverty as well. Let's have massive Mar-a-Lago parties, Gatsby-esque parties, while everyone else is starving. And yes, of course they look like shit. Fascists don't have a sense of art. Fascists cannot create art, and therefore the fascists that are here can't dress well either. Dressing well is a personal art form, in my view. This is a bummer. This is feudal shit. This is Gatsby, but you know. Yeah, I thought I saw this party in a French history book.
Do you feel like we're gonna end up with another fucking term of Trump? It just seems like we're gonna end up with another term of
I don't
someone
think Trump's
Republican.
gonna live long enough to have another term. The dude's
well, just a Republican in general. That's
I
what I
think
mean.
we're gonna get the Nationalist Party. I think they are building towards the Nationalist Party. They want to do National Socialism. They do, by the way, because even Elon has called himself a National Socialist. He has said those words.
Icky.
They're doing Nazism. I mean, think about it. Steve Bannon, Nick Fuentes, two Nazis, talking about how the billionaires are stealing from you and how, you know, the government doesn't work for you, it works for the wealthy. Now, that sounds like socialist rhetoric coming from Nazis. 1 + 1 = 2, generally, you know? Neo-feudalism, is that a term beyond Varoufakis? No, Varoufakis says cloud capitalism, or like cloud feudalism or some shit like that. Counting the heads of whiteheads, that is the geriatric house party. I mean, to be fair, like, again, I don't think the Democratic Party will exist long enough to make it to 2028. The whole why give money to Ukraine when we can give it to ourselves led towards National Socialism. Yeah, even though we didn't give that money to ourselves and we were never giving money to Ukraine anyway. We were giving that money to our defense contractors. We were giving them old military equipment that we were about to, you know, dismantle. What's the word? Nasser, you should know this. You were in the military. What's the decommission? Decommission. We sent that to Ukraine, and then we bought new ones. That money that we sent to Ukraine got sent to Lockheed, Raytheon, Boeing, SpaceX.
Yeah.
I want to watch a video.
It's frustrating.
I want to watch this video because I want to know what. I mean, it's MSNBC, so it's lib shit. But I want to know what this expert on civil wars around the world says about American democracy. Although I might save this one till tomorrow because it's like 15 minutes long, and that means I'm going to talk for like an hour over it, and I'm tired. The one thing I do want to show you guys, I want to show some very good news. I'm sure, Nasser, you saw that they banned, they actually gave a 4-year prison sentence to Marine Le Pen in France, who is another Nazi.
That's good.
Yeah, it was excellent. 10 out of 10. This made me very happy. Now, unfortunately, they got the wrong one. It's not the right one.
Well, European leaders have agreed to dramatically boost their military spending.
That's not the fucking video. God damn it. Hold on. I'll find it. There we go. Thank you. Now give me it from a news source that isn't brain damaging. Yeah, this'll do. One of Vladimir Putin's limousines, son is brain damaging. I just couldn't find anything better. Limousines exploded and caught fire in Moscow. This was part of his convoy.
Who was in it?
Unfortunately, they hit the wrong one.
Oh,
they hit the wrong one.
Oh, was the other one with Vladimir Putin in it?
Well, I mean, it's part of his motorcade.
Is that what we're stating here?
No, we're not stating it. I'm just saying,
Okay.
like, you know, he could have been in another one. This one blew up, but it was the wrong one that blew up. I don't think anyone did
in the right one.
If only. If only.
Because most of the time I would think it was Putin himself that did it, because generally, yeah.
Oh no, this is being investigated. Like, that could be anybody. That could be a foreign country.
Yeah.
That could be theoretically Ukraine, but it's not. Like, it does not fit with anything that I know about Ukraine. and their capacity and their like fighting methods.
To not overreach. Yeah.
Yeah, that could also definitely be a political rival. It could be, you know, people that are mad about, I don't know, starving to death in Russia.
It could be the problem, the negative about like Trump being in the current situation that we're in is that it could be just Putin trying to make it look like
That too.
they are overreaching.
That too. I mean, like
Unfortunately.
the goal here
Because it will
is
always work in his
obviously-
favor no matter what. Yeah.
Headless Chicken, this
will always work in his
is
favor.
Nasser. He was one of the
Hi.
Oh. Let me give you another shout out while we're at it. Headless Chicken, you would actually like him a lot because your views are much closer than mine.
I don't stream a lot, but I probably will try to do the I'm harassing Wick. I want Wick to do an AI panel, and I want Wick to do a Tesla panel. I just won't say that
I'm not going
I
on
won't
an
say
AI panel.
the obvious part.
I am not going on a Wick AI panel. HUR got the Russian
Well,
troll with a bomb.
on one side of
Tonight's
the aisle, I can understand your frustration. On the other side of the aisle, I understand it's a tool to be used. But then also on the next side of the aisle, generally, somewhere in the middle there, it's being like really, it's really interesting and great, and it can help you to learn at a rapid speed because I'm learning programming much faster than I was
true.
with the older methods. But the other issues are
no one knows how to use it.
Eventually is like it's not even gonna need us. So it's like what the fuck?
There's compounding problems. It's compounding problems.
Yeah, that's compounding. Yeah.
Here, let's see.
We're also feeding all these algorithms for major companies that are like Tesla
speaking
and
of,
all these people.
I
that
know
are like,
you probably can't speak on this, but all of the
we're making
data,
Optimists and everything.
all of the data that Elon took from the Treasury is getting fed into XAI. I know you can't make a comment on that probably, but that's where it's going.
I know it's getting fed into an LLM. I wouldn't hope it's not being fed into XAI.
I wouldn't put it past them.
I would hope.
I would
hope it's not.
Why wouldn't they?
Because that's a lot of dangerous information to be given to. The other problem is that you just don't know, because unfortunately, he picked a lot of yes men. He didn't pick any, because you would have someone audit this properly. You would hire you could have hired an actual forensics auditor or analyst.
I can see that
to do the job correctly.
But also,
that's a role that is a role that exists.
Yeah.
Instead of hiring, he could have hired 5 forensic analysts to actually. So I don't even think the fraud was the problem anymore.
There wasn't any fraud because there was no arrests. There was zero arrests.
No one's being arrested. Well, now we've put one person. We fired one person, but that's
committing fraud is a felony. Frauding the government, you know.
Yeah.
So, but like again, like I don't see why.
That's the only thing. I don't even know if that guy was a lefty or a righty, but he was a CEO of a fucking health insurance company. So it's literally
he made
one
Elon mad.
fired CEO.
He made Elon mad. That's it. That's all it takes.
He must. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're left or right.
I don't know what happened there. So.
There's never been, like I've been saying, it's not a left versus right problem. It's an up versus down problem. Hold on, I want to see this top Russian general getting murked.
Tonight's dramatic video capturing the moment a Russian general is assassinated in Moscow. He walks out. Seconds later, an explosion, rocking a quiet
Love
street.
that. Good on you, Ukraine. No, but like, genuinely, you're right. And I don't see any reason why all of that data wouldn't get fed to XAI. Like, a reason that
I would hope
Elon
not.
would
I
stop
don't work for that. I don't work for that particular division of the company. I would hope that it would stay within the government and they would keep it within Doge and have like a Doge AI team and and handle it that way. Because that's what the point of Doge is. Unfortunately, now it is that point. But we will see. We will see how crazy it gets. I do hope balance and checks hold, even though it's doubtful at this point.
Yeah, look,
I would like to see a Democratic.
Right now,
I would like to see a new political party actually now, or a party, at least a more reasonable party
You see how
Because
like
religion's never going away. We're never getting rid of religion.
I get that, but do you see how what you just said is the ideology that they want to bring about? Like they want you to feel like we need a new party so that they can introduce the Nationalist Party as the alternative to the Dems.
I don't want that either. I don't want that. But I'm a
not.
globalist, so I don't want that either. I'm
Oh, yeah,
a
me too.
globalist.
But
I hate the idea that we have to have a military, but there's an importance to the military until the concept of power, until we get a bigger enemy, until we get alien, until Independence Day happens. There's never going to be a bigger enemy than ourselves, unfortunately, and it sucks that it's going to be like that.
I'm still hoping the world will come together and fight Nazi America. But genuinely, like, that's the idea.
Punch a Nazi every day, but
they want you to feel this way. We need proper system
or at least convert a Nazi back to being normal.
That's genuinely not possible. If you go look at denazification.
Well, there are plenty of. We've had people in DGG that literally were Nazis.
In 1946, in U.S.-occupied post-Nazi Germany, we polled the population and asked them how many thought the Nuremberg trials were unfair. 1946. That answer was 6%. 4 years later, we asked the same population. 4 years later, 1950, do you think the Nuremberg trials are unfair? That was 1 in 3. Within 4 years, it went from 6% to 1 in 3 of the population. You can't give the Nazis any breathing room. All of them need to be arrested, imprisoned, and re-education camped. I'm not even joking at that point. Like, it's horrible. And I honestly don't even think that would even work. But that's the only way to fix, like, the Nazis, you know? Not like the MAGA who will occasionally say something that's Nazi rhetoric, but not believe that they're being a Nazi. Like, those people can be changed, but a new party isn't going to fix this. We have to fix the parties that exist from the bottom up, and then we can start working on fixing the system broadly. But we're never getting America the way it was back. That's gone. Like,
no,
we're never getting that back.
No, and whatever comes from it, because there's never a going back. Because like, even with the masculinity thing, it's like, oh, we want traditional values back. That was never on the table.
Wasn't?
Because obviously they're gonna
Traditional
it
values
can't be on the table.
means I want to own my wife and to groom my children. That's what traditional family values means.
Well, the nuclear one, where generally it's like, yeah, you're pretty much got it. And we just can't go back because unfortunately they also need the labor, which is the other sad part about this conversation, where it becomes now everyone just works.
Yeah, well, the labor comes either slavery or wage slavery, but I mean, we're doing like real slavery as well. Anyway, look, I'm gonna hop off for the day. Thank you for tuning in, like, a lot. This was very fun to chat with you, especially after that clusterfuck of a debate.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I do feel like
it wasn't my worst one.
I mean, I feel like we have to communicate, because unfortunately, if you don't communicate to these people, they're never going to get it. And we don't have to treat them like they're dumb. We just have to treat them with general respect, even if it's fucking nauseating.
I think bullying them is the right way. I think make them feel ashamed of their beliefs. You got to bully them.
No, we can do that too.
Yeah.
We can do that, but in the most respectfully snide way possible.
Nah, see, I want to make them cry. Elon Musk was crying because of us. I want to continue that, but with all of the right. I want to make them cry. I want to make them feel dumb. I want to make them feel bad. And then I want them to think about that. It needs to hurt when you touch the fire, or you're going to do it again. Americans are coddled and don't face consequences. Not generally. Obviously, like, there's plenty of Americans who suffer hardship, but I mean broadly. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, good to see you.
And, what time is it for you over there in
right
the
now,
Aussie lands?
It's 1 in the afternoon. I usually start my stream at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus Christ.
Actually, no, sorry. I wake up at 3
Well, I want to wish.
I start.
I want to wish you a great Aussie day. Have a good day. I appreciate the conversation. Hopefully, we'll have another argument debate, and
I would love to.
not butt heads, or well, we won't be on the opposite team or on the same. I don't know.
But like
This depends
someone
where we're
like
on
you,
the
right?
lanes.
Someone who I disagree with, we butt
Yeah.
heads. I enjoy this kind of discussion because you at least engage. You know, that's what I want.
Yeah.
But I wish you a very
I
lovely
think it's a
American
learning
night.
experience. I'm also trying to get my debate chops up in a way, so it's kind of like that regard of things. It's like I need a heavy dose of philosophy, but I feel like I'm gonna have to go to college for that, and I don't have time for that. Nobody got time for college right
Fuck
now.
that, I
When you
dropped
got
out
a
of
full-time
college.
job and you got to pay bills.
I dropped out of
Rip.
college. You don't need to go to college to learn philosophy.
What was your major?
I was a psych
Let me
major.
ask.
I was psych. I was
Oh my
going
God,
for
psychology.
pre-med.
Oh. You're gonna overanalyze people for a living. Oh my God.
I do already. That's kind of my job.
Mm-hmm.
I do this full
I
time.
do that already as well, but I was just Intel. That was the only difference.
Fair enough.
Way over it. So I'm gonna let you go so you can have a free day. Goodbye, chat. Have a good day, and I'm gonna move on.
I'll see you around. Bye-bye. All right. So tomorrow we're gonna cover bulk of the news. There's a lot. I feel like I could do one more today. I could probably do the Civil War video today. Let's do the Civil War video, and then tomorrow we'll cover like the bulk of the actual news. And then we will do a raid after this video. So, experts around the world say that the fight to save democracy must come from the bottom up, which is objectively true. And we'll see how this relates to America. Adelaide's a good town to analyze people. I've never spent that much time just hanging in the city there, but it is a very walkable city, so...
Talk of civil war used to be the stuff of history class or maybe speculative fiction, but today, scholars of history and political science now openly discuss the possibility of a new American Civil War. My next guest, Professor Barbara F. Walter, is an expert on civil wars around the world. She has spent years advising the CIA on the subject. In her work examining the seeds of civil war in distant lands...
So, like, we're getting this straight from the source of creating multiple civil wars all over the world. The CIA. Actually, the CIA before Trump, the neo-lib CIA is telling us how civil wars work.
She started noticing some of those warning signs close to home right here in America, long before most others did. She's been sounding the alarm about the threat.
What's the volume like right now? Because people kept saying something was too loud or too quiet, and I had to fuck around with it. The most well-funded terrorist organization in the world is the United States government. That's true.
Since at least 2008, and her message today is that we should not ignore those warning signs, but also that we can take steps to lessen the threat. Now, before she joins us, let's take a minute to dig into her findings. Walter's research looked at which countries were most likely to experience political instability and political violence in the coming years. Her work identified two key factors as highly predictive, and America checks both boxes. The first is anocracy, a term for a weakened democracy that contains elements of autocracy. The second is whether citizens have organized politically around identity as opposed to ideology. That means they make
well, to be fair, we got both of those in spades, so...
choices based on factors like race, ethnicity, or religion. Walter's research found that both of these predictive indicators have been rapidly emerging in the United States in recent years. She writes that Donald Trump embraced identity politics explicitly and with gusto.
The woke Reich. I keep telling you, the woke Reich. Had to keep turning up and down the volume depending on who was speaking. Yeah, sorry about that. I fixed it, though. I found that I had a Discord audio window. God damn it.
To quote her, she says, "No Republican president in the past 50 years has ever pursued such an openly racist platform or championed white evangelical Americans at the expense of everyone else." That's a quote from Barbara Walter.
That's
For
true.
a long time, Walter found it difficult to get people to take her warning seriously until January 6th, 2021. That is when Americans started paying closer attention.
Yeah, clearly not close enough attention.
Trump told his supporters to fight like hell, and they would follow through with armed, sharpened flagpoles and
They
stun
call
guns.
this a
Most
peaceful
were
protest
white,
all the
most were
time.
men, Walters, right?
These were, remember, these were the Jan 6 hostages, the ones that got arrested for beating the shit out of cops. 7 people died, or was it 6 or something? People died on January 6th.
January 6th was the grim outcome of one were white, most were men, Walters writes. January 6th
Merrick
was the
Garland.
grim outcome of one of the most divisive elections in U.S. history, and yet somehow it feels as though an even bigger powder keg has been building ever since.
Yeah, it's almost like if you read history, you can look at something like, I don't know, Germany, and then go back to like, remember, there was an instance at some point, you know, a big crowd started fighting in a bar, and then that led to, yeah.
Crucially, Walter urges us to rethink our
Read
assumptions
history,
about
y'all.
civil war. Not just its possibility, but also what such a war might look like. This is disturbing stuff. She warns us that civil wars are not typically started by the groups most people expect, the poorest or the most marginalized. Instead, they are often ignited by groups that were once politically dominant but are now in decline. Today, the U.S. is undergoing major demographic shifts, transitioning from a majority white Christian nation to a majority non-white population that's expected to happen by 2045.
Also, atheism is the only religion that's going up demographically in the entire world.
This shift means that those who no longer hold a majority of the vote could lose political power. According to Walter, a new American civil war would likely be a war of insurgency fought by militias using guerrilla tactics, including terrorism. Those groups would avoid engaging directly.
Literally, what the right wing currently does, has done for years, and is planning to engage in a massive amount. This is why I keep telling you, buy a gun, learn how to use it, make friends in your community, go make friends with the cops, talk to your neighbors. If one of these Nazi militias comes into town looking for people like you, you want to be able to hide. You want people who will protect you. Atheism doesn't go far enough. We need atheists to embrace anti-theism and treat all religions like mythologies. I do. I can't do it to the extent that I would rather do it, Captain Buggy, because then that cuts off a large amount of my viewer audience. I need my views to go up. I need to, you know, you guys need to support the stream, you know? I need to make money to be able to keep doing this.
With the military, instead targeting civilians, black churches, synagogues, federal judges, they deem hostile. America, she warns, cannot afford to keep putting off this possibility. A subset of the country's population has long enjoyed privileges and power, and they're not going to let go without a fight.
Honestly,
Some
this
of
could
them
be
are not
good.
gonna let
If this broke out quickly, this would stop America's war effort overseas. We would stall at the very least.
Without a fight, she says. In her book, How Civil Wars Start and How to Stop Them, Walter writes, quote, "No one wants to believe that their beloved democracy is in decline or headed toward war. The decay is often so incremental that people often fail to notice or understand it, even as they are experiencing it. If you were an analyst in a foreign country looking at events in America the same way you'd look at events in Ukraine or the Ivory Coast or Venezuela, you would go down a checklist assessing each of the conditions that make civil war likely. And what you would find is that the United States, a democracy founded more than 2 centuries ago, has entered very dangerous territory. The United States is an anocracy for the first time in more than 200 years.
Base Shardspork.
Let that sink.
Honestly, like at this point, I am an anti-theist. There's a lot of people who have religion that is harmless. And like, I don't care. It's really, right now, the Christians that are the problem. Like, the most extremist Muslims aren't even Muslim. Just like how the most extremist Christians aren't Christian. But the actual Christians, specifically subsects of it, not general Christianity, are some of the pushing factors of insanity. And they're not like, they're still Christian. They actually read the book and they believe the shit. I'm not talking about the Christian nationalists who just pretend to read the book. Magical thinking accomplishes nothing except making society more ignorant, susceptible to misinformation. That's the thing, though. Like, that is how it's used. But also, it didn't need to be. Because that's not the messages of any of these religions. It's the institutions that are the problem. Regular people who practice these beliefs are generally fine. For example, I'm gay. I told my parents that I'm gay. Do you want to know what their response was? That's between you and God. That's none of my business. God wouldn't have made you that way if that was not what God wanted. Period. That's it. That's how normal religious people react to things that are generally outside their religion. My parents are Muslim. I was born in Turkey. I, in kindergarten, had Dr. Seuss Day, where we made green eggs and ham. And I ate some. And that was the first time I ever had pork. I was like 5. I went home, and I told my parents. They were mad as hell that the school fed us pork. But unlike the Christians in America, the white Christians who think that they should have full control over their child's education, they didn't show up at the school, start screaming, "How dare you feed my kid pork?" No, what happened was, Dad said, "Oh, you can't eat pork." To which I said, "Why?" And then he explained religiously, me at 5 years old goes, "Nah, that sounds silly. I want to eat bacon. And I eat pepperoni. I eat bacon. I'm not, Muslim. But my parents are. They said, just don't eat it at the table with me." That was their request, Short Spork. Is like, if I'm sitting and having dinner with my family, not to have pork. If we go out to eat, not to order a pepperoni pizza. They got over that too. But that's regular people. Bro, feeding a Muslim child pork is insane if it's intentional. Well, it wasn't intentional. It was like Dr. Seuss Day. We made it for the class. I'm 5. I don't know what Muslim is, Captain Buggy at the time. So clearly, like, the teachers wouldn't either. Moms for Liberty would have bomb threatened the school. Literally. If that was a Christian in America, that school would be getting bomb threats. Libs of TikTok would be screaming. Like, this is ridiculous.
In. We are no longer the world's oldest continuous democracy. The question for America moving forward is whether voters can be persuaded that their democracy works and is critical to their safety, and whether leaders will choose.
It must not have been haram then. I think if you don't know you're eating pork, it's okay according to Islam, or if you're starving. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not haram. Like, I was a kid. Honestly, like, a lot of the rules with Islam are pretty, you can bend them quite a bit. Like Ramadan, you don't have to fast if you're sick. You don't have to fast if you're old. If you can justify why you shouldn't be fasting, you don't have to fast.
To reinstate its guardrails. That is a quote from Barbara Walter, who joins me now. Barbara,
to be fair, it is good to fast on Ramadan.
Of
teaches you
affairs at the University of
teaches
California,
you things. The reason you fast on Ramadan, by the way, is so that you have a better understanding of what poor people live like. Genuinely, that's why you fast on Ramadan. It's to teach you what it's like to not be able to afford food or have access to it.
She's the author of the book How Civil Wars Start.
Oh, fair enough,
and
Headless
how
Chicken.
to stop them. I want to talk to you about both those things, how they start, but really specifically how to stop them, because we don't want to see this happen in this country.
And hold on, actually, it's not starving, Headless Chicken. It's not starving at all. It's fasting. Starving would be fasting for a longer period of time, but when you're fasting for Ramadan, you eat every day. You're not starving. You just eat at literally different times. You starve, yeah. I don't mean, like, I'm not saying you didn't starve. I'm saying Ramadan and fasting isn't starving. You might have, but that's not what Ramadan is. The fasting is a fast. You fast between sunup and sundown, and you can have everything you like in that night. The only thing I don't like about it is the no water, honestly.
Your book was published in 2022. How have you observed how things have changed in America since then? Are you still as worried as you were when you wrote those words that we quoted?
I'm still as worried, but for slightly different reasons. It's been a really interesting path since 2022, or actually 2020. When I wrote that quote about America no longer being the longest continuous democracy, when we entered the anocracy zone, that was after Trump's first term. That was at the end. It was right after the 2020 election, when for the first time in American history, a sitting president refused to accept the results of an election and was actively trying to overturn them. This
is called an insurrection.
America in the anocracy zone. Then we had January 6th, and everybody was wondering, okay, what's going to happen? And to my great,
Mate, our democracy's dead. Now, Rush Limbaugh on a microphone might have been a symptom, but like I said, we got shot on January 6th. We kind of muddled through until this election. We died on election night, and we watched the funeral on Inauguration Day.
happiness. Trump did leave office. We had a relatively peaceful transition, and we had a new administration in the White House that actually believed in the rule of law, believed in democracy, and America's democracy score rose. So we got out of this anocracy zone. Today, we're back in it. So, and we're back in it, and we're likely to drop further than we were at the end of 2020. And that's because the second Trump administration is now actively going after many of the pillars of democracy. It's not respecting the rule of law in many cases, especially in terms of...
Literally, like Mike Johnson, I showed him the other day, is out there saying that the courts using the separation of powers and checks and balances to check the president's power is destroying separation of powers. It is destroying the country to use the law how it was intended.
Due process. These students who...
Oh, sorry, yeah, due process out the window. None of you get it anymore. Sorry. By the way, without due process, every single person arrested is immediately innocent, whether they committed a crime or not. I guess I take a more historical view of everything. Sorry, I know it's difficult with me. You're fine. And, like, you could be listening to Limbaugh before I was born, sure, but, like, that doesn't change any of the context, you know? Limbaugh's been doing that for a while. He's been a symptom. He's been part of the road that led here, but the road that led here started way back in, like, the 60s. We were on the road here back when Nam was happening.
Taken off of the streets and who've been detained and who have been sent to detention camps. They have all the legal rights of Americans, and yet the Trump administration is not honoring that. So there's a whole series of things.
No, actually, it's not that they're not honoring that. They're saying they literally do not have those rights. The interpretation of the law that disagrees with the opinion of the president or the attorney general's interpretation of the law is an invalid interpretation of the law. Straight out of Pam Bondi. Straight out of a Trump executive order, actually.
Doing that is weakening America's democracy further, and we are declining. We are back in this anocracy zone.
You talk about the anocracy zone and the democracy score rising or falling. Could you just explain where that comes from? That this is just not your opinion, that there are a group of analysts, and national security analysts here and elsewhere that actually look at democracies and they rate them.
Yeah, so I wrote this.
It's the United Corporations of America. Really, it's more like the United American Emirates. Hi, Visora, what's your psychoanalysis on Trump, actually? Like, how would you describe him? Let me think about it while I watch the video, how to word that.
I'd served for 5 years on a task force run by the U.S. government. It's called the Political Instability Task Force, and it's been around since 1994. The goal of the task force was to help our government, the U.S. government, predict what countries around the world were likely to experience political instability and violence within the next 2 years. So the task force was comprised of two types of people. Half of them were experts on conflict and violence like myself. We were scholars and academics, and half were data analysts. And when the data analysts put together their predictive model, they asked the experts to give them every possible factor, every hunch we might have about factors that might lead a country on the path to civil war. And we gave them things like whether a country was poor, whether it had lots of immigrants.
At this point, I don't care. No, we're getting a civil war. All right. Trump is a fragile narcissist, nothing more, nothing less. He's a bit more than that. Donald Trump is a malignant narcissist. His foundational perception of the world is based off of his personal insecurity, his desire to be liked and applauded. I don't think that Donald Trump ideologically is a fascist. He's just conveniently a fascist. Like, by which I mean, like, he's absolutely a fascist. He surrounds himself with fascists, he does fascist things. But he ideologically doesn't believe in fascism. It's just opportunistically fascism, if that makes sense. The people around him are absolutely ideological fascists. Like Elon Musk, ideological fascist. Stephen Miller, ideological fascist. Donald Trump is a opportunist fascist. Now, does he have PTSD or schizophrenia? No, but if anything, I can see him having syphilis, like neurologic syphilitic symptoms. That was pretty common back in the day, and we've never seen his medical records. I would believe it if someone told me that he has syphilis and showed me like records of it. But beside that, no, he doesn't care about anything or anyone. You're right, Headless Chicken. People praising him is all he really cares about. It's the greed, he wants money, it's malignant narcissism, and it's based off of insecurity, because all fascism is based off of sexual insecurity in America. Thanks for the informative stream. Just one thought, technically when fasting Ramadan, one shouldn't smoke weed for the whole month. Mr. Hudge, I didn't know that you're not allowed to smoke for the whole month. I thought that it fell in like cigarettes, so that you can, after like iftar, you can smoke, but like I think that would be a personal, like, between you and God type of decision, Mr. Haji. Like, at least from my understanding, growing up in a Muslim family. Now. Rose got neurosyphilis to the max. His brain is Swiss cheese. I say his brain is soup quite often. All right, we are going to raid Reservoir now. Oxpecker. I don't think... Oh, no, never mind. I can raid. I can type in the chat. Cool. This was just like a stream that was recommended. Neurosif, brain worm, and results we see is still fucked up, inexcusable behavior. Absolutely, all the time. You're all very welcome. Love to see you guys as always. I will see you all tomorrow, and I hope you all have a lovely evening. Good night.